In this video, we are going to build a full stack Amazon clone along with admin panel using Flutter and Nodejs. In this e-commerce app, we will learn about email password authentication, state persistence, searching products, filtering them based on the category, rating them based on which we will be able to see deal of the day, adding them to cart, checking out with Google or Apple Pay, and viewing the details of past orders and the status. On the admin side, we will be able to add products, delete them, see total earnings, and view the graph of sales based on the category. We will also be able to view the orders and mark them as pending, completed, or received. To follow along with this video, all you need to know is the basics of Flutter and Dart. There's absolutely no need of knowing anything about Node.js, Express, or even JavaScript. If you're familiar with JavaScript, it's great, but even if you're not, don't worry, it's pretty similar to Dart. I'll explain the differences as we move ahead in the tutorial. I'm going to repeatedly follow similar processes of crude, thus I'll also give some exercise as we create certain APIs which you can check with the solution I type. After following this tutorial, you'll have the capability as well as confidence to build your own complex app with this technology. Alright, so the very first thing we need to do is open up our terminal and in here run the flutter create command. But before that, I'm going to show you the Flutter version we'll be using throughout this tutorial. So we are using Flutter 2.10.5 and Dart version 2.16.2. After that, we can run the Flutter create command. I'm going to call my project name Amazon clone tutorial because I already have a project name Flutter Amazon clone, not to get confused with it. After that is done, we can migrate to this folder and open it in VS Code. I will open it in VS Code using code full stop and then it opens up in VS Code. That's great. After that, we can go in the lib folder in the main.dart file, and before removing any boilerplate code, what I'm going to do is select iOS simulator. If you're not on Mac OS, then iOS simulator will not appear because it's only for Mac OS. So if you're on Windows or Linux, you can always use the Android simulator, but make sure that you have Android Studio installed. After that, we are going to go over here in the run and run without debugging. You can keep this shortcut in mind, which is present here, which will help you debug your apps faster. While this is being loaded, what we can do is remove this my homepage class that we have. We don't need that, and make sure to not save it, otherwise it will give some errors while debugging over here. So you'll think that the problem is coming from the default app project, but it's because you've saved. So make sure it's unsaved over here. After that, we can make sure and change the title, which will be Amazon clone, and remove the theme data. We are going to modify it in just a bit, but you can see our app has launched, so we can see how it's looking. It's functional. That means our default project is great, so we don't need to worry about that. We can remove all the comments and here replace the text with this text, which will just give us a very bad output, which looks something like this. Great. That's what we expected. Now let's change the theme data over here. To change the theme data, we need some colors. So for colors, what we are going to do is in the lib folder, create a folder called constants. In this folder, we will have all the constant files that we have. For example, global variables or any utility files like functions that are being repeated again and again. So here we are going to create global variables.dart file. After that is created, we can call this global variables as a class. We're not going to create any stateless or stateful widget. This class is going to contain all the static variables that we have because their value isn't going to change ever. To get the colors, what you're going to do is go to this website. I'll mention the link in the description below. This is my repository on GitHub. Then you can copy all the colors that you can see. If you want, you can also copy the static images and the category images that we are going to copy on later on. But for now, let's just copy all these colors that we can see and paste it over here. After that, what we need to do is go to the top and import material dart and all our errors go away. Then we can go in the main.dart file and here change the theme data. But before changing the theme data, what I'm going to do is wrap my text widget with a scaffold widget just to demonstrate what we are going to change, and we can see that in action real time. So here I'm going to mention the body as this text and then obviously wrap it with a center widget so that everything comes in center. Here I'm going to press command full stop and add a const modifier wherever it asks me to. And over here as well, I'll add a const modifier and all our errors go away. And just add trailing comma so that it formats the document. After that, we can come here and you can see we are seeing a blank scaffold with just Flutter demo homepage showing over here, which is this text. Also, let's just add an app bar, which will be nothing but a simple app bar with the title that says text hello, and then remove the constant from here and put it for the center text. Great. And put a constant over here as well, and then just save it. So here we have the blue app bar. So the very first thing we need to do is change this background color. I don't think we need to change it, but let's just specify in case you want to switch themes for your app or you want to make it look a bit different. You can do that using the scaffold background color and use global variables dot background color. So you can see if we go to the global variables class, we have background color over here, which is white. But in case you want to change it to black, then you can change it over here and save it. You can see it changed to black, but in this case, we just want it to be white. So here we have it, white. After that, we need to add an app bar theme. So the app bar theme is going to look something like elevation set to 0, because all our app bars are not going to show any elevation. You can see there's some elevation here. We don't want any of that. And we want icon theme to be icon theme data, whose color will be black. So all our icons that show up will be turned to black color, and we want that because in case we change the app bar color, which we are going to change to something gradient, then we want the icon theme data to remain a constant there, which will be a black color no matter what. And let's just put a const over here so that all our warnings fade away. In case you're wondering why am I getting these errors side by side like this, I'm using a Visual Studio Code extension for this named Lens. So if you go over here in the extensions tab and search Lens, you can see error Lens showing up, and this is the thing that I'm using. It's really great. I would highly recommend using this. Great. So our icons are now black. Next thing we want to do is make sure that if we add any button, it shows up as a golden color or something like that. So what we can do is, just to demonstrate, what I'm going to do is wrap this centered widget with a column widget and then add a button over here. So I'm going to call it elevated button. On press will be nothing, and the child will be a simple text saying click. And we'll ignore the error warning for now, warning. And now if we save it, you can see this is the blue color showing up. We don't want that. So what we're going to do instead is, in the theme data, add a color scheme. With this, we are going to specify that the color scheme is the light color. So we have color scheme dot light, and then we want to pass in the primary color, which will be global variables dot secondary color, which is almost like a golden color. And with this, our app bar and our button both have changed to golden color. So that's great, but we are obviously going to change the app bar color continuously, and we're not changing the app bar color here in the color something like this over here, because if we specify something like that, it takes in a color argument, and we don't want to pass in a color argument. We want to pass in a linear gradient. If you go to the global variables, you can see this is the app bar gradient, and it doesn't accept any gradient. There is no way for us to pass in an app bar theme which is of the gradient color. So we'll have to do it manually every time we use an app bar. So that's why I've not mentioned anything here. But this primary color will make sure that literally everything that shows up except the text and all of that stuff shows up as a golden color, and that's exactly what we want. Having the color set in place and the theme looking great, what we need to do now is, in the lib folder, I'll show you the folder structure that we're going to use. So we're going to have a features folder where we are going to have all the features that we have. For example, we have account, we have cart, we have homepage, we have order details screen, we have product details screen, we have search, we have address. Everything that is there is going to go in this features folder. So for now, we are going to have a auth screen because that's the first thing we are going to work on. And in this auth feature, we're going to have 3 folders again, which is screens, which is all the screens that the auth is going to have, which is just the auth screen. But in case we have many screens, for example, you want to divide the auth screen into login and sign up screen differently, you can add both of them in this screens folder. Then the next thing we want is widgets. So the reusable components in our auth screen, and just to divide the screen into simpler parts, we're going to have widgets. And then finally, we are going to have services. This is going to contain all the business logic that we have, like going to the server, connecting with our server, fetching some data, sending some API calls. All of that is going to be done in services. And now in the auth screen, we are going to go there and create auth screen.dart file. Here we are going to import a material dart, then create a stateful widget, and then we are going to have auth screen. Pretty simple. So we have the stateful widget ready. Here we are going to return a scaffold, and now there's the main thing of our app, which is routes. So how are we going to navigate between pages in our application? We can use that using, something like, you can use something like navigator, right? So we'll have navigator dot push, and then we need to pass in material page route. That's a lot of boilerplate code to write, and considering we have so many screens, it's a lot of code to write again and again. So instead, what we're going to use is named routes. So named routes are something like navigator dot push named, and then we pass in the context and the route name that we'll specify. Now, what is the problem with named routes? Yeah, we have to go in the main.dart file, set up the routes, and that all isn't a problem. The problem is, what if you want to pass in some arguments, right? So here, if we pass in some arguments, and then just to accept that argument, we have to write so much of boilerplate code again, and that will be a lot of work to do. Instead, what we're going to do is go in the main.dart file and use something known as onGenerateRoute. So here, I'm going to pass in the property onGenerateRoute. This onGenerateRoute will run every time we use push named route or any other named routes that we have, and it will run a callback and it will run whatever is specified to it. For that, we'll have to go to the lib folder and here create a route. Not create a folder, actually let's create a file called router.dart, where we are going to have a function which will return a route which will be dynamic, and let's just import route here. So let's import material package and then create a function called generate route. We are just creating this file so that it just is a neater way to look at it. I mean, there's no need of doing it, but it just looks neater. And here we are going to receive route settings. And route settings will give us any data that is useful in constructing a route. You'll see that when we use that. And then over here, we are going to have a switch and a case statements. Because we are going to have so many routes in our application, we need to match each and every route with the route that we pass in. If you don't understand, don't worry. So here in the switch, we want to pass in settings.name. So if anything, and settings is not showing up over here, so let's just take route settings. So we're going to match route settings.name, which will be the name of the route that we specify. We need to match it with any of the cases that we have. So first case we are going to have is the auth screen. So we have auth screen, but we need to pass in a name, right? Because this is of the type string. This is not a string. This is a widget. So what we can do is pass in /auth screen over here. Now that's a good way to do it, but even better way to do it is just copy this line, go to the auth screen and create a static variable over here at the top called static constant string route name equal to, and then pass in the auth screen route. And now we can use auth screen.route name everywhere. So we can have auth screen.route name. That's a cleaner way to do it. Now we don't have to write /auth screen everywhere in our application. Instead, just use auth screen.route name, thus reducing our errors overall. After that, what are we going to do? Well, we want to return a material page route. That's simple, right? We already know about material page route. And then in the material page route, we want to pass in a builder, which will not do anything for us. Whatever context that it gives us, it's no use for us. And then we're going to return the auth screen. And here we have it. That's all that we need to do. And in case you want to pass in the settings as well, you can just pass in route settings. And in case you want to remove this error, what you can do is pass in default over here. So this will run whenever any of the routes that we have over here, that the name that we have doesn't match any of the cases that we have. So I'll just copy this, and instead of Actually, let's remove this. And instead of showing the auth screen, what I'm going to do is create my own custom error. So here what I'm going to have is a scaffold which will have a body centered saying that the screen does not exist, or wrong page, error 404. You can style it according to your ways and needs, but I'm just going to go with this. I'm not going to spend much time on that. After that, we have the onGenerateRoute property done. So here I'm going to take settings which will be received by the onGenerateRoute, which will be given actually, and then we are going to use generateRoute. Make sure to import this package routed.dart and then pass in the settings that we receive. And there we have it. Now if I take this elevated button and use navigator.push named and then pass in the route name, which is auth screen.route name. And now let's just restart the application. And if I click over here, and we don't get transition to the next page, and that's simply because we have this error saying that the context used to push or pop routes from the navigator must be that of a widget that is a descendant of the navigator widget. Basically what we need to do now is just wrap the elevated button with a builder, and that should do the task for us. So if I restart the application, click on click, and you can see we are transitioned to the router, to the auth screen.dart file because we haven't specified anything. Great. So that now that it works, let's just remove this home thing because we don't want that. It's just for demo purposes. So I'm going to remove that and instead pass in auth screen. Obviously, we're going to have some logic in the home later on when we have the home screen ready as well, just to persist the state of our application. But we'll look into that later, one step at a time. Now let's just close the router.dart file and the global variables and go to the auth screen. Now let's design this empty screen with the login UI that we want. Alright, so now with me, I have the screenshot of the app that we are going to build. So this is just the home screen layout. Let's break it down and then build the UI for this. So first of all, the first thing to notice is that they are in a column widget because there's a welcome text. Let me just take this over here. We have the welcome text. Then we have a radio button, which is this button. We have the radio button over here, which when clicked will give us the form that we have with the name, email and password. If we click on sign in over here, it will give us the form that will tell us that this is the email and password that's required. So let's build it out. Very first thing to notice should be that we are not putting welcome over here. So we are using a safe area widget. So let's go to the scaffold and in the body pass in safe area. Now it will not, our welcome text is not going to appear somewhere over here. It's going to appear somewhere over here. We have eliminated that UI bug, so to say. After that, we are going to have a column. And then we're going to have children in that. And the first child that we have is a text, which will just say welcome. So let's create a welcome text and it's going to be a constant. We already know that because it's just a text saying that, yeah, it's welcome and it's static. Nothing is changing over here. So after creating that, let's see if we're outputting. Very good. And you can see there's some padding constantly over here in this side. So let's wrap our column with the padding widget. So we have padding and we'll just put 8. That looks good. Great. Now you will also notice that the color over here is somewhat grayish and in the form that it's selected, it's going to show up white. So let's pass in the background color as global variables dot background color, gray background color, sorry. And yep, this looks great. Now let's just increase the font size of welcome. So we'll have style, not strut style, which will be text style of font size 22 and font weight of font weight dot w500. You can test out all the values and then come to the conclusion whatever you want. But yeah, we have this welcome text showing up. Now let's create this radio button kind of looking thing, which is this widget. And then if it's selected, then we are going to show this. So let's first of all create these 2 radio buttons. So to create these 2 radio buttons, what we are going to have in the text widget is a list style. Pretty simple, a list style. which will have a title saying constant text create account with a style of text style font weight dot bold. We are not going to increase any font size because it's looking good to me, and we have the create account. Now let's add the radio button. So in the list style widget, we are going to pass in the leading property, which will be radio. And here we are going to have an active color. So let's pass in global variables dot secondary color. Then we have the value, and here we are going to create an enum for the value. So let's go right at the top. Outside of the stateful widget class that we have, and here we are going to create an enum which will be called auth, and here we'll pass in sign in and sign up. Basically this enum will keep track of the radio button that we are on and will give the value to our radio button. So here we'll have auth dot sign up as the value, because whenever we click this radio button we want the value to be auth dot sign up, and the group value is of the type auth. So let's go at the top and initialize this enum. So we'll call auth equal to auth dot sign up. With this we are basically telling that this is the instance of our auth enum, which will be the group value, and the sign up auth dot sign up will basically tell that this is the default value that we want. So whenever we land on this page, we want the sign up screen to show up. If you want, you can pass this as sign in, but it wouldn't make sense for a new user. And then pass in group value as the instance variable of the auth class, or the auth enum, sorry. Then we want to pass in an onChange property, which will give us a value of type auth, and let's just call it value. Great. Now this data type is because we have passed in the group value and the value as auth.signup. In case we change any of them, this value will also change. And here what I'm going to do is set state and set a global variable, that is auth, equal to the value that's given, and just pass in a semicolon. But you can see, let's just keep it in val because this is the parameter. And you can see a value of type auth can't be assigned to a variable of type auth. So we just need to make sure that it can never be null. Great. So we have this list style ready. Now if we go over here, this list style shows up and it's selected as well because we have passed in auth.signup as a value. In case you want to change, we can just pass in auth.signin and restart the application, and you can see it's not selected now. Let's change it back. Now, after having that, let's just copy this list style and paste it again. And this will be the sign in part. So we'll call this sign in. You can see that's the name over here. And with a full stop. Yep. And then we need to scroll down and in the radio button, change the value to auth.signin and save it. Now we have the sign in app ready as well, and it's showing checked over here because we had changed and we are not restarted the application. So let's just restart it. And yep, we have create account showing up. Now we need to show the form that we have. Now how do we show the form? Let's work on the form part first, and then we can change the color and stuff. So whenever we click on this create account, we need to make sure this is visible. Otherwise this is visible, and we're going to make use of this auth variable that we have. So what are we going to do is, in the list style here, we are going to check if auth enum variable is equal to auth.signup. Then we want to show something. So what is that something going to be? Well, it's going to be a form which will have a key. So let's pass in a key. With this form, we are going to make validations in our application. So if the user clicks on sign up, it will give us proper errors that name is not entered, email is not entered, password is not entered, and any other validations that you want to perform. So this form is a great widget. So we want to pass in a key, and we have to create a global key right at the top to use it. So here we can come and create final sign up form key, and this will be equal to the global key, which will be of the generic type form state, and that's it. And as we are right at the top here, let's create one for sign in form key as well, because we are going to do something similar for sign in. So let's create that and keep. Now we can copy this, go over here, pass in the sign up form key, and now we need a child. Now what is the child going to be? Well, it's pretty simple, right? A column widget with all these text field inputs. So we're going to pass in column, and here we're going to have 3 fields. So instead of just reusing the widget again and again, I mean writing the code for one text field, then again then copying it and pasting it for another, we're going to create a widget for it, which will be reusable. You can put it in this widgets folder, but I know that in future, we're going to use this text field input everywhere in our application. So what I'm going to do is in the lib folder, create a folder called common, which will describe all the common things that we have. And let me just rename it. So we have common, and this common will have widgets. It will contain anything that you want, which is common, like, some other view or some other widget, anything. Then it will have custom text field or dart. Here it will import material dart, create a stateless widget, call it custom text field, and here return a text form field. Why are we using text form field instead of this text field widget? Because we are going to use validator. With this validator, we are going to make validations, and if any of the error that gets thrown, it will be called by the form and it will throw that error on the screen, which is great. After that, we need to pass in a controller. So we have to accept that from the constructor. Then I'll accept it later on. Then we have to pass in some decoration, and how is it going to look like? So we want some borders to show up. So in the decoration, we are going to have input decoration. Then we'll have border equal to constant outline input border, because we want the border to show up as the outline. Then we want a border side, which will be border side, and let's give a custom color for it. Let's say colors.black, and you can pick any shade that you want. I'm just going to go with 38. Then I can copy this border, pass in the enabled border, and this is going to be the same thing as this one. And then we need to pass in validator. So we have the validator here. We're going to get a value, and then we're going to return something. We'll put the validations later on. Let's just accept the controller for now. So we have final text editing controller, take in the controller, accept it from the constructor. Now let's just take this controller, paste it over here, and I'm not going to resolve any of the warnings that I see over here, because I know later on we want this to be constant, because this is going to change. And let's just put a custom text field over here. Let's have it. And we are not able to type because we will have to pass in that in children. So we now have custom text field and pass in the controller. Let's create a controller right at the top. So we have final text editing controller. So what controllers do we need? Well, first of all, we need email controller, which will be equal to text editing controller. And the thing to note here is that this email controller and the password controller are going to be used in both sign up and sign in, because you'll see that later on. I'll show you a demo of why we are doing that. Then we have password controller, and then we have the name controller. Alright. Now having that, let's just create the dispose method right itself, so that we don't have any memory leaks and all that sort of things. So we'll have this and dispose this controller, and I'm going to do that 2 more times for password and name controller. Great. Now we can go down and pass in the controller. So the very first controller that we want to pass in is the email controller, because we want to pass in email. So we have that, and we see that over here. Now only thing that is different here is that the name is showing up here. So that is the hint text. So we can go over here, take in the hint text from the input decoration, and this hint text is going to be from the constructor as well. So we have final string hint text. And now in case you don't want to type it again and again, you can click on this bell icon and bulb icon, and then click on generate constructor, pass in the hint text over here. Great. Now we'll pass in hint text here and the hint text. What is the hint text going to be? Well, it's just going to be email. Great. If I restart this, let's restart the application. You can see email showing up. Now if I click over here, you can see our validation logic is also working. I mean, switching the radio buttons, because when I change this, form doesn't show up. Now let's create one more, which is for the name one. So I'll create it at the top, and we'll have name, pass in the controller as the name controller, and also a sized box. And the height we'll specify is 10. Again, we'll take this and paste it down here for password. So we have password and pass in password controller. Looks great. Now let's add a bit of padding over here, because you can see it's way too outside and we want it to be a little bit inside. So what I'm going to do is wrap this form with a container. And why are we doing container and not padding widget? Because we want to specify the color as well, because you can see that the color here is just like the background color, but over here it's white color. So what are we going to have? Well, a padding widget, which will be constant edge insets.all 8. Then we want to pass in a color, and the color is going to be global variables.background color, because we want it to be white, right? And here we have it. Now this looks very bad compared to this, and that's mainly because this color that we have, you can see this is also white, but this is not white, and we'll do that logic later on. But for now, let's create the sign up button. So for sign up button, again we are going to create a custom button, because we are going to use that button again and again throughout our application, and not just in auth section. We are going to import material dart, take a stateless widget, call it custom button, and then we are going to return an elevated button. Now how is this elevated button going to be like? Well, first it will have a child of text saying, yeah, we want to pass in some text which we'll accept from the constructor. Then we want an on tap, actually on pressed over here, and then we want that from the constructor as well. And then the style, how is this going to look like? Well, it's going to have certain size, because if we put it now, it will not have a correct size, it will just be very small. So what are we going to do? Elevated button dot style from, pass in the minimum size, which is going to be of the type size. First we need to pass in the width. So the width is going to be double dot infinity, whatever and how much ever space we get. And then 50, which is the height. It is going to be a constant, because this is the height 50. Now let's accept some things from the constructor. So what are we going to have? Well, first of all, a final string text. Then a void callback, which will be on tap. And then finally, yep, that's it. And now let's take this bell icon or alarm icon, or bulb icon, sorry. Take this on press, pass in the on tap. And yep, looks good. Let's take this custom button, go to the auth screen, pass in a sized box again. It's always good to pass in a sized box instead of a container, because it can be a constant. Container can never be a constant. And with this constant, it makes sure that the widget doesn't rebuild. So a height doesn't rebuild. It doesn't affect the performance of the app too much, but it's increasing it, which is good. Then we can take this custom button, pass in the text. So we want the text to be sign up, and let me put it in a string, sign up, and the on tab is going to consist of the validation logic again, meaning calling the form key, using the form key, which is over here, and then performing all the validation in the text field. Great. Now if we go over here, we have the sign up button, and it looks great. Now let's change the color over here. So let's go at the top, and here in the list tile we are going to pass in the tile color. Now what do we want? Whenever this button is selected, we want to show as white, otherwise we want to show it as this gray background color. If we take this example, you can see since this part is selected, everything over here is white, but everything over here is gray. So here we are going to check if auth is equal to auth.signup. So if the auth variable that we have, which we are changing every time over here, is equal to sign up, then we want to use global variables dot background color. Otherwise we are going to use global variables dot gray background color. Now if we go over here, you can see it's looking great. Now only thing is, let's just shift this welcome text over here. So in the column we are going to have cross axis alignment as cross axis alignment dot start, and save it. Now it looks similar to this. Awesome. Now let's just do the same thing for sign in. You can see when we click over here, we see nothing. What we need to do is just copy this container that we have created. We can copy that and paste it down in the list tile below the list tile. And here let's go over here, and we'll have auth.signin. The container is not going to have any property named name, so let's remove that. We're going to have email and password, and the controllers are going to remain same. We are not going to change the controllers for email and password, because see, in case if user is logging in but by mistakes doesn't see this create account and passes in some email like test@gmail.com, passes in the password as test123, then decides, oh yeah, I changed it, I want to sign in, then we can click on sign in, and directly this text field will have the values that we passed in earlier in this create account. So that's what we're going to do. So we'll have sign in over here. We're not passing in on tab for any of that. We'll perform that logic later on. But for now, we have a basic understanding of what's happening here. Also, let's just go at the top, copy the list style color property and pass in for the sign in block. And here change it to auth.signin. Yep. Now let's restart our application and see how it's looking. We have the create account. If I click over here, I have the sign in showing up. Suppose I pass in test@gmail.com, pass in test123, and then I decide, oh sorry, I need to sign in. And we have all the properties that we passed in over here, the same as here. Great. Now the next thing is, whenever we click over here, we want to send the data to server. Of course we're going to perform some validations, but after that we're going to send some data to our server. Now how are we going to create a server? We are going to use Nodejs for this. The most common question for beginners is, what is Nodejs and why should we use it? Well, before Node, JavaScript could not be used as a general purpose programming language. It was limited to what the browser allowed to do. This means JavaScript only worked on the client side and could not be used to make something like a web server. With the introduction of Nodejs, this completely changed. Using JavaScript, developers could write code for server, even command line prompts, but we are not going to talk about them in this tutorial. Nodejs is built on top of the V8 engine, the same JavaScript engine that is used in Chrome. It's mainly written in C++, thus it's pretty fast and used in production. Let's go to their official website, nodejs.org. Link is mentioned in the description below, check it out. The JavaScript environment provides access to built-in libraries and objects so that it can interact and make our code work. Alright, now let's just install Node.js in our system. So here we have two options, and if you're on Windows, it will show Windows over here. If you're on different version of macOS, it will show you something else, not x64. So here it shows us two options to install it. Either we can use the LTS version, which stands for long-term support, or we can use the current version. We are going to use the current version, which is 18.1.0. If you're seeing this in the future, then there are chances of this getting increased, and you're good to follow along with this tutorial as long as you have 18.1.0 or higher on your machine. Now let's install this and wait for it to get installed to our system. Alright, so the installation has gotten over, and if I see over here, it's mentioned in the downloads. I just have to double click on this, and here it will ask me certain stuff. I'll just click on continue, agree to it, again continue, then click on install. And here I need to enter my password. After entering the password, it is validating all the packages, and it has installed Node.js version 18.1 and NPM. We'll talk about NPM later, but here we have it installed. Alright, now having that in place, make sure to keep this in mind. You can just save it somewhere, because if it's not installed, then you'll have to manually install this in your path, and then the Node.js will be installed. Now let's move this installer to bin and close this and go to our terminal. And here, just to verify if it has been installed, we can type node -- version, and here you can see version 18.1.0. If it's not showing the current version, that means Node has not been installed. You have to do some path configurations. Make sure to do that, and then it will show up this version. Alright, after having that in place, we need to go to our project, and here to get Node.js, what are we going to do? Well, first of all, let's close this lib folder, and here we are going to create a separate folder called server. Let me just rename it. And in this server folder, we are going to do all of our tasks. So I'll right click on this and open it in integrated terminal. We have the server folder here. And make sure to always keep this terminal open so that we can migrate and do our task quickly. So now to initialize Node.js in our project, this is a Flutter project, and in here we have created a server folder which will contain all the server files that we need. So here what we need to do, just to initialize Node in our project, in the server folder, we can run npm init. And after we do that, npm stands for Node Package Manager. We'll look into that in a second. But while we initialize this, you can see it asks us for certain stuff. We don't have to enter any of this unless you want to change package name, which you're already familiar with. Even in Flutter, we are familiar with package names. For example, if you go to the Android manifest.xml file, you'll find the package name of our project over here. So we are familiar with that. So we want nothing different than the package name it provides us by default. So I'm just going to click on enter without entering anything. Then the version is going to be 1. I'm going to manually type enter. Then the description, I don't want to add any description. I can click on enter. And the entry point, this is going to be index.js file. So entry point is basically whenever we start the server, it will start by running this file, which is index.js, which we will have to create. I can click on enter because that's what I want. And then finally, I can click on enter for this, and this. And if this is okay for us, then we should type in nothing but just press enter. And we have Node installed in our server folder. If we click over here, you can see package.json file. So what is this package.json file? This package.json file is similar to the pubspec.yaml file. It contains all the information about our application, like the name of it, the version, the description, the main or the entry point of our project. Then the scripts, we are going to make sure that we change it a bit, but this scripts will ensure that we can run terminal commands from here just to get the server started. Author, license, and there's other thing called dependencies. When we install one of the dependencies, just like we do in pubspec.yaml file over here, we have dependencies and we install them like HTTP module. Similar to that, we are going to install dependencies in package.json file. And we are going to have dev dependencies as well, just like we have in pubspec.yaml file. If you want to do integration testing or widget testing, you have to add dev dependencies. You have to add in package.json any developer dependencies that you need. And we are going to install dependencies with Node Package Manager. As I said, we'll look into that in a bit. But for now, let's just write the first script in Node.js. So here I'm going to create index.js file, and in case you don't want to name this index.js file and change the entry point of your file, you can just edit it over here and it will make sure that this index.js file doesn't run, but instead what you've entered runs. After having that, what we can do is just write console.log hello world. So this is the very first script that we are going to write, hello world, and console.log basically means we are printing it out on the terminal. So this is similar to print hello world in Dart. So after saving it, what you need to do is run node, and then you can just pass in a full stop just to run this whole folder, or otherwise you can mention the file you want to run. So node index.js, and you can see it prints out hello world. So this is the very first script that we've written out, and we're going to write much bigger scripts than this. Alright. Now you can see over here we're using extension of JS. As I said, Node is not a programming language. It is just a JavaScript environment, and we are using JavaScript to write our code. All of the code is going to be in JavaScript, but you don't need to know any syntax for JavaScript. You just need to be clear with certain concepts which is covered in Dart. Alright, now having understood how to write the very first script in Node.js, let's understand something about dependencies. So what are dependencies in Node.js, in Flutter, or in any other programming languages? Well, software dependency is an external standalone library that can be organized into packages to perform specific tasks. If you see over here, it's written search packages, and the full form of NPM is Node Package Manager, not this. It keeps on changing. So with this NPM website, if you go on this, link is mentioned in the description below. If you go over here, you'll see that we can search for packages and install any of them. Just like we have pub.dev, you can see we have npmjs.com. With this, we can install any Node package, and over here, we can install any Dart or Flutter package that we want. So here, we are going to type in some packages that we are going to use. Well, first of all, let's just type in HTTP. You can see it gives us results of multiple HTTP packages. So here we have HTTP, this is the one we are going to use, and it gives a whole document of what is HTTP. Well, it was published 2 years ago. It is public. This is a description, and then it tells us how we can install this. So we have to do npm I, which stands for install HTTP. Then it is the GitHub repository. If you click over here, this is the code. Then this is the home page. Then these are the weekly downloads. So right now it is on 146,000. And you can try and run it on runkit, but we are not going to do that. So to install this, so we are going to install HTTP later on, but for now, let's just ignore it. And now let's go to another package that we are going to use, which is Express. If you click over here, we have Express. Now what is Express? This is the package that our whole app is going to rely on. And you can see it is published 9 days ago. We can install it using this. And there are these many weekly downloads, which is 21 million weekly downloads. And you can see the graph as well. So Express is just a pre-built Node.js framework that will help us in creating server-side web applications faster and even smarter. It's very simple and minimal. And since it's a package, it's going to reduce our workload. And it's going to be really helpful for us. We are going to install this. Other package that we are going to use is Mongoose. What is Mongoose? Well, Mongoose is a MongoDB object modeling tool designed to work in an asynchronous environment. It provides both promises and callbacks. Now, before understanding what this means, we need to understand what are promises. Promises is a very complex topic in JavaScript for some people, but promises are basically like futures in Dart. There's a bit of difference, but the main idea is that it has to wait before it can. The main idea for both of them, the promises and futures, is that they don't have to wait for the asynchronous code to work and instead make other part of the code work so that there's no delay in the application and thus user doesn't face any difficulties. And we're going to use MongoDB. Now what is MongoDB? Basically it's a database. It is going to store all the data that we need. It's not like Firebase. There are many more features in Firebase as a whole, but it can be compared to Firebase Firestore. So we are going to install that. So let's quickly install all of these 3 dependencies. So we'll do npm install, even this can work, and even npm I can work. And then we need to install HTTP, Express, and Mongoose. You can write all of them in a single line without the need of commas, just a space, and it will install it. You don't have to go to the package.json like you do in pubspec.yaml file and just add dependencies tag over here and pass in something like this. We don't need to do that. We just need to run this command and it will install it for us. So if I click on enter now, you can see it has been installed. Again, if you don't have Node, it won't work for you because it won't identify npm kind of terminal input. And now if we go to package.json, you can see dependencies over here. There is Express, HTTP, and Mongoose installed with the latest versions that you can see, which is 6.3.2. Here we have it. Then for Express, you'll find the same. In case you want to install dependencies with the same version, what you can do is npm install Mongoose, for example, at 6.3.2, and it will make sure Mongoose is installed at that particular version. Now I've told to you about Express, but now let me show you a quick syntax of Express and how are we going to do that. So now after writing our first script in Node.js, let's quickly write our first API in Node.js. So let me just quickly type in a comment for creating an API, and now as I said, we are going to create an API and we are going to use Node.js for it. And we are going to use Express for it. So here I'm going to have constant Express, which is equal to require Express. Now, since this is an external package installed from another website, which is npm.js, usually you only need that. So we have required Express. If you don't understand the syntax, it's similar to import line in Flutter. Like we have import, let's say package express dot. This is similar to this line in Flutter. Alright. And you can name this anything. You don't necessarily have to name it Express. If you want, you can just write your ABC and it will require Express for you in the form of ABC. Now you can use ABC to use Express anywhere in your application. But since we are using Express and if the app gets larger, it will be a problem. So let's write the correct names for it. Now we can take this Express and now let's initialize Express and save it in a variable. So we will have constant, let's say app, which will be equal to Express. We are basically just initializing this and saving it in the app variable. Nothing really great. And this is constant meaning that the variable is never going to change because it's a constant. Now we can use this app and do app.listen. So this app.listen basically binds itself with the host that we are going to specify and listen for any other connections. So now we have to pass in first of all the port. So let's create a variable right at the top so that, it's visible to us, and in case we want to change it, we don't have to scroll down as and when our app gets bigger. So you have constant port equal to 3000. You can mention any number, but 3000 is sort of like a convention. So we can just take that and we'll have port. Now if we don't specify any other host name over here, for example, any IP address, So it will access something known as localhost, and we can access our own API using localhost. Now what is localhost? So suppose you call an IP address on your computer. IP address is basically some random string that you'll find like 192.991, something like that. You have seen that number on your computer multiple times. So whenever you call an IP address, you're trying to contact another computer on the internet. But when you call the IP address like 127.0.0.1, then you're communicating with the local host. It means that the computer is talking to itself. So if we don't specify anything, it will take in localhost. Now we are going to specify an IP address which is 0.0.0.0, which stands for it can be accessed from anywhere. So this is 0.0.0. And the reason we need to specify this IP address is because on Android emulators or even on Android devices, if we use localhost, it won't work. On iOS emulators, it does work, but for some reason, Android is not able to take in localhost, and instead we need to work using our own IP addresses just for debugging. When you deploy it to a website, then it will make sure to give you a URL which you can use. But for now, we are just going to pass in 0.0.0. After that, we need a callback function. We are pretty familiar with the callback functions, and this is how we would create it in Dart, because this is the syntax in Dart. But in JavaScript, either you can have function over here, because essentially it's a callback function, or otherwise you can remove this and make it like an arrowed function. So this is also a function in JavaScript, sorry. So you can do this or pass in function over here, but not both at the same time, otherwise it will give you an error. And now just to see if it's connected to our port, what we can do is again print it out using console.log, and then we can say connected at port plus whatever port that we have. And now this will work fine. So if I just run it again using node index.js, you can see the server has started, it has printed out hello world, and it's listening to any connection requests that we will get. Now, as this works well, I don't want to, have a plus sign over here anywhere in my application. It's a pretty bad way of doing it. In Dart, we use string interpolation. So, we have port like this, and we don't have to pass in the plus. Now, you can't do this in JavaScript, sorry. So to do it in JavaScript, what you need to do is enter backtick over here, which is present below the escape key, and even here. Now we have it, now we can use this, but still it's not highlighting it. To highlight it, you just need to pass in curly brackets, and there you have it. It's connected at port, and it is going to return the same output, but now it just looks cleaner. Now if I exit my listen command in node index.js and run the index.js file again, you can see hello world and connected at port 3000. Now let's create our first API request, but before doing that, I want to introduce you with another dependency, which is a dev dependency. As you can see, after making some changes, I have to restart my whole server. So for example, I have to terminate this, again run it, again terminate this, again run it. So it's a lot of effort for us. What if we just make a minor change? For example, I want to add a space here and then maybe type in hello. Then just for this change, I have to run my terminal again. So instead of doing that, what we can do is add another dev dependency, which is Nodemon. If I click over here and pass in Nodemon, you can see here we have Nodemon. It is published 10 days ago with 4 million weekly downloads. So we are going to install this. So we are going to have npm install Nodemon. And now I want it as a dev dependency. It's not anywhere in my application. For example, we are going to use Express in our code, but we're not going to use Nodemon anywhere in our code. It's just for our benefit as a developer. So what I'm going to do is pass in -- save dev. With this, it will save it as a developer dependency. And now if I click on enter, it installs it for us. If we go to package.json, you can see we have as a dev dependency Nodemon. Now that we have package.json installed, what we can do is Nodemon, instead of running node index.js, we are going to run Nodemon index.js. And you can see when we run it, it is saying command not found Nodemon. This is because we have to add an additional script for it. Node was installed in our system files. Nodemon isn't. So now what we need to do is go in the scripts and add a script. Well, the first script we are going to add is a dev script, and here we are going to pass in Nodemon ./index.js. Basically, when we run this command dev, which is short for npm run dev, which is here, whenever we run npm run dev, it will make sure to run this command instead, and then it will run the app for us. So I'm going to save this much and now run npm run dev, and you can see server has started and it's saying Nodemon with the version number. To restart anytime, enter rs. So if I just enter rs, it will restart. But even if I make certain changes, for example, I type hello here and I save, you can see without me typing rs, whenever the file is saved, it will make sure to restart our whole server. And now it will also print the correct thing like hello. Now we don't have to manually exit the terminal and restart our server. And now since we have added dev dependency, let's add for a start dependency. So whenever we run something like, let me close the terminal, something like npm start, then we need to make sure that we run node./index.js. We are not going to need this during development or debugging, but during installation, but during deployment to the server, this is going to be of a great use. So let's exit this. And if I click on npm start, you can see it has started node, but it has not started Nodemon. I'll exit this, clear off the terminal and run npm run dev. Now we are listening to everything. So let's create an API finally. So to create an API, well, you might know that APIs have get request, put request, post request, delete and update, which is basically CRUD. Create, read, update, delete. So let's create an API for get request, nothing much. We are going to look after put, post, delete and update as well. But for now, let's look at get, because for post, there are certain things that we need to provide in case we want to see a great output. But now, for now, what I want to do is whatever API that I create, I want to go there. It will provide me with a link. I mean, the link will be our own IP address. So whenever we go to that link, since it's a get request, it's going to give us something, right? Because it is going to fetch some data. So whenever I go to that link, I need to see, let's say, hello world again. So now what I'm going to do is app.get, and that's it. That's how easy it is. Now app.get, and then we need to specify what path should it be. For example, how is our API going to look like? So for example, this is going to be http:// then our IP address, then /. Now if we do this much, it will create a /API get request. But what do I want? I just want to have a path name of, let's say, hello world. So now I have to type in hello world over here, and then obviously a callback function. And again, just to remind you, this is how we create functions in JavaScript. Otherwise, you can just use the function keyword and remove this arrow symbol. And now this callback function is going to run whenever we reach this path on this IP address that we enter. So for now, let's just say, and here we are going to have request, comma, result. So with request, we can access anything that the user provides us with, for example, body or anything. But in get request, I don't think there's any body, but we have result. So what do we want to output on the screen? What do we want to send as the result? So what do we need to do? Well, we are going to send res dot, and you can see it provides us with a bunch of options. For now, let's use res dot send. Otherwise, you can use res dot json. The difference is that send will send it in a basic text format, and JSON is going to send a JSON response. Nothing new. We are going to use res.json throughout our application, but for now, just to demonstrate, I can use res.send and then pass in some body. So for the body, what I'm going to pass in, hello world, and now this will give me an error because, well, we need to pass in something, right? It's not a number. We can send a number, but we're not passing in a number. We are passing in a string. And as we know it, just to pass in a string, we need to pass in double quotes or a single quote, anything. And now if I save this, you see it has been converted to double ticks or double inverted commas, and that's because of the prettier formatter in VS Code extension. So if you go to the extensions tab and find prettier, you can see prettier code formatter, and it will format all our code. So you can install that. Now our API, our first ever API is created. It's not giving us any error. There are no syntax errors as of now. So what we can do is test our application. But to test our application, we have to specify our IP address, which we will do later on. But for now, since we are not testing on any simulator, I can just remove this IP address. We are going to add it back, don't worry. But for now, just to demonstrate, I am going to go to the website with localhost. So here I'm going to open Google Chrome and I'm going to have localhost and then pass in the port name, localhost port name with a colon, localhost 3000 /. Now if I just do this much, you can see cannot get /. Now this is actually a great indication because it has finally said that it cannot get any / request. That means our server is running. It is listening to API calls, but we have not created an API call for /. Now let's specify the path name that we had, hello world. And now if we do this much, it gives us hello world. And just to see what we will get if we pass in JSON, then we need to pass in an object over here. And what is the object going to be? Well, it's going to be named something like, let's say, hi, and we're going to call it hello world. Now if I restart this, you can see we are getting a JSON format with hi as a key and hello world as a parameter. And I'm getting this formatted because of an extension that I'm using. If you click over here, I have the JSON formatter extension. You can download it if you're on Chrome. I'm using the JSON format extension, and that is why it's coming as a formatted string. Great, now this is working. Now what I want you to do as an exercise is create a get / request. So without having to look at this code, just try to write it on your own with whatever you've understood. So this is your exercise. You can create a get request giving a JSON response with key of name and value of your name. Basically, I want the format JSON to look something like / with the key as the name and the value as Revan. For me, it's Revan because it's my name. You can pass in any name that you have. So I want you to have this kind of response. Were you able to do it? If not, then no problem. But if yes, congratulations, you've created your own request or API on your own. So now, just to demonstrate quickly, we are going to create an app.get with / as a path, and then a callback function which would be request response, then I'm just going to type in not console.log res.json, and then the name is going to be Revan, and save this much. Now if I restart the browser, I'm getting Revan with the name property over here. Great. Now let me remove the comments quickly. You can already see the problem over here. As and when we have more and more API requests, you can see with 2 it feels clouded to me. So as and when we get more and more API requests, for example, we have so many features in our application like authentication, admin sided features, products, user, the home screen that we want to see, the product details that we want to see, the product that we want to add. There are going to be so many requests in all, and it's going to be very congested to put them in a single file. So to put them in different files, what are we going to do? Just to make our code look neater, and when there are multiple people working on it, it will be a great relief for them. Nobody likes to see, like a 100,000 line of code put together. I'm not saying we are going to have that much code, but as if you want to extend this app, it might go to that extent. So now what are we going to do? Well, before doing that, let's just remove all the unnecessary things. Now we are familiar with everything. Let me also remove these 2 GET requests because we don't need that. And now our app is looking great. So now, how do we manage different requests? Now we can take this express, take this app, create this, again use this app.listen in every file that we use. Now this is going to be pretty hectic, and we need to run those files individually. We don't want that. We just want to run this index.js file, which will trigger all the other files. So for that, first of all, let's go to the server, create a routes folder where all our routes are going to be set up. Then we are going to create a file called, let's say, auth.js, which is a very first file, and the functionality we are going to add in just 5 minutes or so. First of all, let's require express. I mean, that's the first thing we need to do, but we don't need any of this. All right. No express initialization or listening to anything. We are already listening it over here. Now we are going to create a router. Now with this router, we'll be able to use that instead of this app instance or the express instance saved in app. So what I'm saying is we're going to create an auth router. Let's name it that. And we are going to require it from, and what is this auth router going to be? Well, we're going to use express for it, but we're not going to initialize it using express. Otherwise we'll have to listen it. What we need to do is express.router. And with this, we have access to the express router, and we can use auth router now instead of app. Now, instead of doing app dot, our app looks better. So now if I do app router dot get, you can see we are not getting any suggestions for it because dot router shouldn't be initialized like this. It's going to be a function. Here we are just storing the address of this router in auth router. We don't want that. We want to use the functionality of auth router. That's why we are going to now have parameters passed over here. So we are going to have app router.get, and now we also get the autocomplete. And after using auth router.get, we can, let's say, pass in /user. Now we are again going to have request, response. All of this doesn't change. And we are going to return, let's say, res.json, message, Revan, and that's it. Now if we go to /user, we are not going to get anything. For example, if I go over here and pass in /user, you can see cannot get /user, even though we created a router over here, because this index.js file doesn't know what this auth.js is or what it's doing, because we have not required it from anywhere. Index.js basically doesn't even know its existence. So what do we need to do? Well, make sure it knows its existence, right? So what are we going to do? Require this auth router. So what are we going to do? Well, let me add some comments just to tell you this part is going to consist of all the imports from packages. Here we are going to have imports from other files, and this is all the initializations I'm going to pass in as init. So this is going to consist of all the initializations. Now let's import from other files. So we have constant auth router equal to require, and now we are going to do relative importing. Just like in Flutter, we have to directly do Flutter, let's say package Flutter slash, we have, let's say, screens slash auth.dart file. We have to do something similar to this, but in case you've noticed one thing in Flutter, what you can do alternatively is, if you're in the lib folder and let's say you're in the main.dart file and you want to get auth screen.dart, what you can do is import dot slash features slash auth slash screens slash auth screen dot dart. This is called relative importing. So you have to import according to where you are in your project. We are going to do something similar in this because Node.js doesn't have the other type of importing, or even JavaScript. So now we are going to have require, and we are going to require from, let me close the lib folder, and where are we? We are in the index.js file. We want to get to the auth.js file. So what are we going to do? Dot slash routes slash auth, and then you can pass in .js, but it's not mandatory. You can pass in as auth and it will recognize that you want the JS extension. And then we can save this much. Let's remove this comment, and now we have it. Now still we won't be able to access it, you can see, and it's not giving us any error, but this auth router doesn't even exist for us because these are all private. You can consider them as private. They can be used, this variable can be used only in this file, not outside this file. To access it outside this file, we need to export this file or this variable. To export this variable, what we need to do is module.exports equal to auth router. With this, basically you're telling that auth router is not just a private file, not a private variable. It can be used anywhere in the application. So we can save this much, and now we have auth router existing. Still the API won't work because we need to do other configurations as well. We need to add something known as middleware. Now, to understand the concept of middleware, we need to understand what exactly are we going to achieve. We have our client side, which is Flutter, and from client side, we are going to send data to server side. And then with that, server is going to return something to client side because we are going to send res.json somewhere. So it's going to return something from the server side as well, and again going to the client side. And there it stops. It's not continuous listening, because if you want to use continuous listening, we are going to use Socket.io for that. It's not in this tutorial. You can check out my other tutorials where I've used Socket.io, which is real-time communication. So here, as I was explaining, we have client and we're sending data to server. But what if I want to manipulate the data that we're sending? Suppose we send some data. We have a very large team and some person sends some data. He doesn't know what format do we have to send it in. Well, we can specify that format using middleware. So this middleware is going to come in over here. Client sends data to server, but this middleware is going to come in middle of client and server. And we can use anything that we want. So here we are going to have a middleware of app.use. This is how you use middleware in Node.js applications. So what are we going to use? Auth router. And now our index.js or our Node.js application knows about the existence of auth router or this auth.js file as a whole, because we are using auth router everywhere. In case you use something else, it won't know and it won't use any of that. But we are going to use auth router because that's what we are exporting here. In case you want to export multiple things, you have to create an object or a map in Dart. So here you have to create an object and then you have to pass in something else that you want to access. For example, you want to pass in your name. So you can pass in name like this and pass in Revan. If you're wondering why we don't have to mention colon over here, that's because it's a shorthand syntax. If I type over here auth router, it will do the same thing that it did earlier, but this is just the same way. If your key and your value variable is matching, you can use this shorthand syntax. But over here, we don't have both of them matching. In case I store this Revan in another variable, then this name can be used like this. But since we don't have this external variable, it won't do anything. Alright, now let's just remove this objects and instead use auth router. We are going to use objects in somewhere in our application. But for now, we are just going to have auth router. Alright, now if I restart, you can see this site cannot be reached because we are getting an error over here. Cannot access app before initialization. As the error suggests, we have app initialization over here, but we are using middleware over here. So let's take this init and put it at the top. And now connected at port 3000, we are not getting any error. And now let's restart the application and here we have it. Message Revan. Now after understanding middleware and all of that stuff, finally we can dive in auth.js file and create our sign up and login functionalities. So now let's just remove this auth router get request because we don't need that. And now create a post request. We need to add post because we need to post to our database. We are sending a post request from our client side so that we can sign up. So we have the /API/sign up route. It's good to have /API over here because we are going to have admin panel in our application as well. So whenever we use admin functionality is going to be like /admin/ whatever feature that we have, or whatever API that we are creating. So we are putting /API over here so that it's, better to read on later on. Now I'm going to have res and then create a callback function. We have done that already multiple times. After that, let's decide what do we want to do. Well, first of all, we want to get the data from the client, right? Because we want the username, email, password, all of that. Then we need to post that data in database. If you look at it from top, these are the two things that we need to do. And then finally, the third thing is just to return that data to the user so that we can save that data in the client side as well, so that we don't have to, manually do something or let the user know that, yeah, we have successfully done our job. So now we need to get the data from the client. Now, how do we get data from the client? To get the data from the client, it's pretty simple. Just to demonstrate, I'm going to print this out. What you need to do is rec.body. As you might have seen in the client side as well, whenever you want to pass data in a post request, you pass in a body. And now to get the body, we have to pass in rec.body. If this isn't clear to you, when we go to the client side and pass in the body, you'll understand what this rec.body is, and I'll explain it to you again later on. But basically from now for here, what we are telling is to get some data from rec.body. And now what do we want to do? We want to access certain things from rec.body. Well, what is it going to be? Name, email and password, because that's what we need to accept while signing up, right? We created those text fields. Now let's get them. Now whatever we pass in rec.body is going to be a map, because let me just show it to you now itself, otherwise it will be impossible for me to explain it to you. So here, whenever we pass in the body from the client side, we're going to have something like name and then the name variable or the name editing controller .text whatever the function that we have. So we have to pass this name, and let's put an inverted comma. This is what we are sending from the client side. And similar to that, we're going to have email and password given out as well. These are the three things that we are going to send. So now to access this map that we are going to send, we are using rec.body, but with rec.body, we are going to get this object. Now this object or a map in Dart, we need to accept one of these, properties. So like we want name separately in a different variable, email in a different variable, password in a different variable. So now a shorthand syntax for that in JavaScript is using const, which is just a modifier, and then we pass in the curly brackets and then pass in whatever properties that we have, name, email and password. These are the properties and we pass in the same thing. So we have name, comma, email, comma, password equal to rec.body. And now we have access to all of them. But make sure whenever we use this variable, we need to make sure these are matching with these keys or properties in our object. Otherwise, it will give us an error. So with this, we have access to name, email and password. Now we got the data from the client. So let's remove that comment. Next thing is post that data in database. So for that, we need to make connection to our database. Now to make connection to our database, again, we'll have to go to index.js and here use Mongoose. With Mongoose, as I told, it's going to help us with MongoDB functions. So let's just require this and then use that. So now we have to make some connections. So now here I can just type in connections and then I can have mongoose.connect. And then it will accept a URI which we have to connect to our database. When we go there, we'll find that out. And then finally, we have to pass in a then function because as you can see, because this is a promise or a future. So we need to pass in dot then. You have seen the syntax in Dart and it's similar to that. Otherwise, you can just use await as well. But since we are not in any function, none of the function is asynchronous because you're not in any function, we have to use dot then. And it will give us some value and then we need to make sure that we type it connection successful. And if you think there is any error anymore, you can just pass in catch. And then we can have E and then we can just print that out as well. So we have console.log E. If you want, you can just ignore this, but no problem. And here you can see we are already getting an error. The URI parameter to open URI must be a string got undefined. And undefined in JavaScript is basically when no value is assigned to any variable or an object before using it. So here we have not assigned anything. That's why we are not getting any, we are getting this error. Now we need the URL, and for URL we need to go to the MongoDB website. So now let's go over there. In our browser, we need to type in mongodb.com. Then we need to click on sign in, or you can click on try free. Since I already have an account created, I'm not going to create it. The steps are fairly straightforward. It won't be much of an issue. So here what we need to do is you can click on sign up and then sign up with Google. The steps ahead are pretty straightforward as I said, so no need to worry about it. I'm just going to click on login with Google and see you on the dashboard. Alright, so here I am in my dashboard. After signing up, you should be on the same screen. Now what we need to do is click over here on this drop down and click on new project. And now we need to name our project. For the project name, we are going to name it something like, let's say, Flutter Amazon clone. And I'm just going to type in tutorial as well so that I don't get confused later on. After that, if you want to add any members, set permissions, you can do that. You can edit this later on as well. And now click on create project. After that, we come to this page. And after coming to this page, we need to click on build a database. And if you want, you can just pay it, but I'm just going to go with free option. Then click on create and then select the shared cluster. Select the default things that it provides us with and then click on create cluster. After that, how would you like to authenticate your connection? So to authenticate a connection and while passing in the URI that we want over here, we have to pass in some URL with the username and the password. So this is a very important step. So here I'm going to pass in the username as Rivan, and then I'm not going to use the default that Savari gives, but instead use my own password, and then click on create user. Make sure that whatever you pass in, you remember it later on. After that, we need to scroll down and here enter the IP address that we want, because we are not using localhost anymore. We are using IP addresses. So we can just pass in 0.0.0.0. That means allow access from anywhere. Then click on add entry and then finish and close. And now we will go to our database, which is currently being created, after which we will be able to get our URL. So let's wait for it to get completed. Alright, so now our cluster is ready over here. Let's click on connect. And then you can see the options here: connect with MongoDB shell, connect your application using MongoDB's native drivers, or using MongoDB Compass. We are going to use MongoDB's native drivers, and we don't have to install anything for that because Nodejs has been installed already in our systems. After that, it gives us a connection string. We can copy this. Make sure to not use mine because I'm going to anyways disable this project. And then click on close and then use this URL over here. So now I'm going to create a separate URL at the top in the init comment, and here I'm going to have db equal to and then pass in the URL. After that, here you can see there's my username, and then it asks me to enter my password. Let's remove this password and enter my own password instead. Also make sure to remove this angle brackets. It has caused multiple issues with me many times. So here I'm going to pass in Rivan123, which was my password. Again, make sure to not copy this URL as I'm going to disable my project very soon. After that, we can take this DB and pass it in over here and then click on save. Here you can see connected at port 3000 and connection successful. That means connection to our MongoDB has been made successfully. Great. Now let's just go to our cluster and in the database. So if you want to view the data, you have to go to this collections tab, and here you can see since we don't have any data, it's not showing us any data, but you can see we can load a sample data set or add my own data. We are going to do that dynamically using our code. So now let's get started with it. So whenever we are signing up, what are the validations that we need to do? You always have to keep that in mind. What validations can you perform? Before posting that data in the database, what other things that do we have to care about? For example, if you're using Firebase, you can see Firebase authentication handles everything for us, be it that your password is 6 characters, so it will give you an error like weak password, and then it will tell you that your password should at least be 6 characters. Then you don't need to worry about same account with email password, something like this. You don't need to worry about them since Firebase authentication handles everything for us. But here we have to do all on our own manually. So we are introducing same account with email and password, that validation. So what do we need to check? Well, we want to check if in our collections, if there is any user with the same email as ours. They can have the same name, they can have the same password as well, but they cannot have the same email. So to check that, first of all, we need to create our own model. Even if you're using Flutter, it's always recommended to build your own models, right? In Node.js and while connecting to MongoDB, we always use Mongoose. I mean, most of the people use Mongoose. There are some people who do it manually, but I feel it's a great time saver for us. So here I'm going to create a new folder called models, and I'm going to call this model, let's say user.js, because that's a user model that we're creating. And here we are going to import Mongoose, and we don't need to require Express or anything over here because we directly are creating a model over here. We are having no interactions with Express or with Node.js APIs. Just a structure of our code. So the very first thing we need to do is create a schema. Schema is basically like a structure of our application or the user model that we are going to have. So to create a new schema or a structure, we are going to do mongoose.schema and then add a parenthesis, after which we need to pass in an object like this. After that, we need to define some properties that are going to be in this model. And unlike Dart, we don't have to specify types anywhere. As you might have already seen, we're using const everywhere. Even if we don't have to specify anything like string and all of that, because JavaScript is not a static typed language, it's a dynamically typed language. So let's define some properties. So we need name, and that's not how we are going to do it. Name, comma, that's not how it's done. We need to specify more properties inside of this name. So we have the name property in the user model, but what is this name going to be like? What is its type? So we are going to pass in a type as string. So even if the user enters name as some number, then we are able to identify, oh, he has entered a wrong thing. And as I said, JavaScript is a dynamically typed language. So here we are just passing in a type string for Mongoose. We are not doing this for JavaScript or anything. This is all by Mongoose, because you can see we are using mongoose.schema. After that, we need to make sure that the user always enter their name. So we are going to set name to true, and we can also set trim to true. And you already know what trim means. If the user enters something like Rivan, then it will make sure to give us an output like Rivan, removing all the leading and trailing spaces. So we need to make that cleaning formation, something like that. Then we need to pass in an email, and here again we are going to have required true. Type is going to be of the type string. Again, trim will be set to true. And then there's additional property that we're going to add in email, which is validator or validate. In this validate, as you might have seen in text form field, if we just go there, custom text field, we have not added any validation here, but you can see that it validates everything. Even here, we are going to validate. And for email, what are we going to validate? Well, we are just going to validate if it's matching with all criteria. So like there's @ there's .com, there's something like that, you know. So now how to validate? Well, in the validate property, we need to pass in validator, which will return to us some value, obviously. And then it's going to be a function. It's similar to this line is pretty similar to this line, but just in the syntax of JavaScript. And then we need to match certain criteria. So what do we need to validate? Even custom text form field, we are going to do something similar, not the validation logic that we are going to perform here, but something similar. So what do we need to validate? Well, as I said, you need to pass in @.com, everything like that. So for this, we are going to use something like regex. So what is a regex? Regex is going to be used somewhere in our application. Again, I'll point it out when we use it. But regular expression or regex is a sequence of characters that specify a search pattern in a text. So if you go to this website, stackoverflow.com, I'll mention the link in the description below. And if you want, you can just search on Google validation for email address in JavaScript. And then it will point out this website where you can copy this regex. And if you don't even understand this, then it's no problem. You can just copy this, have constant re equal to whatever this is. Alright. And you don't have to pass it in string because it's a regex, it's not a string. And then you have to use value, which is this value that is here. And we need to match this with the regex. So if you just see over here, it says that this function matches a string with the regular expression and returns an array containing the results of that search. So what this does is basically whatever value that you enter, suppose I passed in rivan@gmail.com, then it will match that value with the regex that we specify, and if any of the criteria get filled, it will return to us an array. So that's what we want to do. So we'll just do re, and then return this value because it needs to be returned. And now after that, we have another property over here called message. And then this message property will be run whenever this validator is false. That means only if the value over here, whatever we enter, matches this regex, it will tell us that this email is valid. And if it's not valid, then it will return to us an error and we'll say please enter a valid email address. After that, we need to specify more properties. So we have email, after that we have password, and we need to store password along with us because this is not Firebase authentication. So for password, we are going to require it as true and then pass in the type as string. Then we need address. We are just storing it right now. So address is going to be of the type string. But when we sign the user up, we are not going to store any address for them, right? So what are we going to do? Well, default it to an empty string. Address is not a required field. Whenever we create a user model, we don't want to pass in any address because we don't have an address at that point, and it's pretty stupid to again and again just type in an empty string. Instead, we can specify default over here and set it to an empty string. After that, we are going to specify the user type, and this user type can be a seller or an admin. And in this app, it will only be admin since we will be including only admin feature. We don't have any seller. But after following this tutorial, when you have enough knowledge, you can create the seller part of the app as well. So here, I'm going to have a type of string, and by default, we are going to set it to user because we don't want everyone to become an admin, right? So whenever the user just signs up, we don't want them to become an admin. So that's why we are specifying user over here. With this type, we're going to perform multiple logic validations while transitioning to another screen. That's great. After that, we're going to have a property called cart, and we'll look into that when we get to the cart side of the things. But for now, let's not pass anything at all. Great. So after this user schema is done, obviously we need to export it because, well, first of all, this is a user schema, not a model. This is just a structure of how a user is going to look like. We have not created a model yet. So to create a model, we need to first save it in a variable, and we'll do mongoose.model. With the help of model, we are able to specify the model name, which is user, and then pass in the schema for our model, which is user schema. And after that, as we know, JavaScript will keep all these variables in one particular file, which can be used in one particular file. So we just use module.exports equal to user. Great. After having that, we can go over here. So here we are going to use user. Let's import that. You can see constant user equal to require model/user, and you can see double dots over here. These double dots are basically like we are in this auth routes/auth folder. So we need to get out of here. So we are in the main server folder. So we use double dot slash, and then we go to the models folder and then in the user file. Great. Now we have the user model available with us. So we just need to use user.findOne. This is a property by Mongoose itself. So here we are basically telling that we need to find a user, but which user do we need to find, right? So here we are going to specify the properties. Well, we need to specify email property. So we need to do email, but we know the shorthand syntax for this in JavaScript. So we can just remove this, and we here have user.findOne email. So we have gone to our user collection. We are checking to find any one document in our user collection with the same email property. If it is there, then it will return to us an existing user. That means we need to stop our app execution right now and just tell, yeah, this email already exists. So one thing to note over here is that findOne is a promise. So because we are using user.findOne, it's going to the MongoDB database and then finding one document, and it's going to take a lot of time. So it's going to be an asynchronous process. So we have to mark this function asynchronous first of all, so that we can use await over here, similar to Dart, right? So here we can pass in asynchronous over here. In case you're using function, then you have some syntax like this. So you can use async here as well. Both are fine. So we are going to just make this asynchronous like this. And now we can use await to find one user. Otherwise, it will return to us a promise. Just like in Dart, if we don't use await, it will return to us a type of future, right? Here we would have gotten a promise, and we can't access promise values. And we need to await for it to return some value to us. So here we are going to have if there's an existing user. Now this will not give us a Boolean value, but in JavaScript, it basically means that if existing user is already existing, with this we are just checking that if existing user is there, if this object that it's going to return consists of anything. So here we are just checking if existing user is there, then we are going to return res.json and then pass in a message saying that the user with same email already exists. Sweet. So it works, but now the problem is, and I can't show it to you right now, but just believe me for some time as I'm saying this. You can see we return res.json value with the message user with same email already exists. Now what is the problem over here? Even if we are getting an error over here, it will return to us a status code of 200. So now the first question would be, what are status codes? So if you go to this website, developer.mozilla.org, link is mentioned in the description below. You can check all the status codes that occur when we use HTTP. So whenever we send an API request, these are the possible status codes that we can get. And since we are creating our own API, we have the ability to pass status codes like 200. So if we go over your successful responses, 200 means okay, that yeah, the request succeeded. So if you have get, it will just say the resource has been fetched and transmitted in the message body, but we are using post. That means the resource describing the result of action is transmitted in the message body. These are the parameters when 200 or OK status is given. So here, if we don't specify anything, by default, it will think that yeah, we have 200 status code, but that's not the case, right? Everything did not went well in our API. So here, what we need to do is mention a status. So here, we are going to have status passed in. And then with this, we are going to change the status code that we are going to send. If we don't send any, it will be 200, but we don't want to send 200. So that's why we are going to specify some other status. So just let's find out what status code is required. So you can see here we have client error responses or we have server error responses. Now, what is this message? User with same email already exists. If the user with the same email is already existing, that means it's a client error, right? It's not anything that happened on the server. We are not responsible for it. That means we have to use something like 400. Now, what is this 400 request? It says bad request. The server cannot or will not process the request due to something that is perceived to be a client error. That's exactly the case. It's not 401. That means that the HTTP standards specify unauthorized. There's nothing like that. Even 402, even 403, you can find out again and again. We have 404 as well, which is the most famous one. So we are going to use 400. So let's specify 400 over here. And there we have it. That's all that we need just to specify this. And make sure to pass in return over here, because if we just specify something like this, it will continue to execute the app further. We don't want to execute the app further. If the user has not already provided us with the email, then we just want to stop the app execution over here or the server execution over here. That's why we are using return, and it will return this status and this message. After that, if everything went well, that means our validation has completed. We don't need any other validation. For example, if password is 6 letters weak, and if you want to add that, you can go in user.js model and here pass in a validator. So here you can just copy whatever we have done in email and make your own logic over here so that you can perform some validation. So for example, if you copy this, paste it over here, and then remove this regex, because we don't need regex for this, and it's not mandatory to obviously put in validators again and again. I mean regex again and again. So here, what do you need to check? Well, we just need to check if return dot value dot length. So whatever string that we are getting over here, it's obviously going to be of the type string, since password is of the type string. So if value dot length is greater than 6. So if value dot length is greater than 6, that means it has been done successfully. Otherwise, we need to specify that we need to enter a long password. Right. But now I'm not going to validate this. It's your exercise just to perform validations on any object that you think is really useful for you. So here I'm now going to create a user model. So just like in Dart, we will specify it. So we have user, and then we have to use that and pass in an object. Now, as I'm using objects again and again, you'll be like, what the hell is he doing? Again and again objects. Well, it's like that only. JavaScript is all objects. Everything in JavaScript is an object. For example, string is also an object. Everything that you can think of is an object in JavaScript. That's why I'm using object term continuously. Just like in Flutter, everything is a widget. Here, everything is an object. Whatever you can think of is an object. So here, what are we going to specify? Well, first of all, you just can't create a user like this. You need to specify a new keyword. So with this, we are creating a new user model, and obviously we need to save it. So we will have constant user equal to new user. But later on, we're going to change this user's value with whatever data the MongoDB gives us after saving that. So what am I going to do? I'm going to make this let. With let or var. This is a keyword in Dart as well, but we're going to use let because of some scope problems or scope functionality. So I'm going to use let for this. You can even use var, it won't matter, but I'm more used to using let. If you want to know the differences, I'll mention the link in the description below. You can check it out in detail. So here, since I'm going to change this value, I'm setting it to let. And now I have to specify some properties. So we need to specify email, then password, and then name. It doesn't matter what order you pass it in. You just need to specify the required arguments. And for us, if we go to the user model, you can see name is required, email is required, password is required. Rest of the things are not required. Great. Now we have the user model. So what do we need to do? Well, we will just use user equal to user dot save. You can see we have save over here. But now the problem is, again, we are using MongoDB to save it. So we are going to use await over here. And now it looks great. So whenever we save some data, you might have seen that we are storing these three data along with some default like empty address and empty type or user type. It will give us more two fields for version and ID. ID is going to be the unique ID of your document, which is pretty cool. Even in Firebase Firestore, we have our unique identifier for every document that we create. And version is the number of times we are going to edit that file and how many times have we done that. It's not really useful for us, but it gives us that. And then we need to make sure that we send the data to the client side. So we can just pass in user. And we're not passing in something like this because user is again the same thing that I told you. You can either specify like this or you can just specify user. And now we don't need to worry about the status code over here just like we did over here, because by default it's going to be 200 and we want to send 200, right? Because the user has been created, all of our tasks have been done successfully. Now let's test our application. So now to test our APIs, we can use something known as Postman. So if you go to this website, postman.com, you'll see that we can test APIs, debug them, and over 20 million developers are already using Postman. It's a great tool for people building big applications, it's always recommended to use Postman. But what I'm going to do in this tutorial is use a built-in VS Code extension known as Thunder Client. So here we have Thunder Client. You can see lightweight REST API client for VS Code. It's similar to Postman, but Postman has a lot more features and it's very organized for big projects. But what I like to do is just have a built-in thing in VS Code. Again, it's similar to that. So if you want, it's similar to Thunder Client. So if you want, you can just install that. I would highly recommend using this. It's a very great tool. But for this tutorial and for the simplicity of it, I'm just going to use Thunder Client. So install it. I already have it installed. So after installing it, you'll see this tab over here, which is this Thunder Client extension. Now you can click on new request over here, and then you can see it opens up a new file for us. And here we can pass in something. So we have the type of the request that we want to send. And by type, I'll explain to you what I mean in just a bit. But over here, you can see we have query parameters that we can pass in, headers, auth, anything, body. We are going to use this extensively, and any tests that we want to perform. We're not going to use this or this anywhere in our application for testing APIs, but you can do that. Postman has a lot more features than this. So if you want, you can just download it. So now let me go to my file again, and here in auth.js, we have this /API/signup. Now let's pass in the URL. So we have http:// and then we can pass in localhost for now. Later on, we are going to use our own API or our own IP address, So we are going to replace this with IP address everywhere, localhost. Instead of that, we are going to specify our own IP address by fetching that, but only in the client side. In the server side, we are always going to use localhost because I don't want to show you my IP and it will be difficult for me to blur this out as and when I scroll it up. So here I need to pass in the path. So we have /API/signup, and then if we click on send, it should give us an error, and it has given us an error. Cannot get /API/signup. Now the thing about the type of the request is that GET request on this same URL is different from the POST request on this URL. So you can have two URLs. For example, you can have two APIs created of the same URL, but just the difference in GET request. So if you have GET over here, it's different from this auth-router.post API. That's the thing I needed to mention. If you get any kind of error like this and you've already created your API, first of all, make sure that you've exported that and used it in the middleware, and then make sure that the correct type is given here and here. Sweet. Now if I send this, you can see connection was forcibly closed by a peer. Again, we are going to click on send, and you can see connection was refused by the server. Now in the body, we need to pass in some JSON content. You can use XML, text, anything, but we are going to use JSON because that's pretty easy. And if you don't know, JSON stands for JavaScript Object Notation, which is just a data exchange format to use text to store and transmit objects. So now I'm going to pass in email, and if you use single text over here, it is definitely going to give you an error. So what you need to do is use double inverted commas. If you use double inverted commas, it won't give you any error, but if you use single text, it will give you an error. So here we need to pass in name and then pass in a test name for now. So let's say Rivan, then pass in an email and again pass in an email. Let's say Rivan, and I'm going to pass in Rivan for now just to see if our regex in our user.js file is working or not. After that, we need to click over here again and then pass in a password. And now we have test123. And now when I click on send, you can see we are getting this error. Cannot destructure property name of rec.body as it is undefined. And now this error is mainly because you can see over here in the auth.js, we have used destructuring. This is called destructuring that we are continuously using. And this destructuring can only be used on on objects. So just to resolve this error, what we need to do is add another middleware. So you can use app.use and then pass in express.json. With this, you can see it returns a middleware that only passes JSON and only looks at requests where the content type header matches the type option. If you don't understand this, it basically parses incoming requests with JSON payloads. That's all it does. So here in auth.js file, now we have restarted the server. So now let me just quickly save the file and again restart it. And here now if I send it, you can see we are getting an error. And this error is because you can see user validation has failed. That means our email property is now working. But you can see it gives kind of a very bad error to us. And if you're a client, we don't want to see any of that. So what I'm going to do is wrap it with a try catch block. And that's exactly what we should do whenever we use any asynchronous calls in our code. So let me quickly take this. I'll remove this from here because we have posted the data and got the data as well. And now use a catch block over here and send it over here. So now rest dot we need to specify some status, and now for the status for this is going to be 500. So if you go to that website again, you can see over here that server error responses are from 500 to 599. If I click over here, you can see 500 means an internal server error. That means that the server has encountered a situation it does not know how to handle. 501 means not implemented, and you can see all of that. But for this tutorial, we're always going to use 500 for this catch error and just pass in .json. And then we are passing in error over here along with e.message. Now you might have noticed I've used message over here and error over here, and that's plainly because whenever we have some validation issue, we're going to use message for that. And whenever we have some server error, then we're going to use error for that. It will be a lot much easier when we go on the client side and see why we are using what we are using over here. For example, when we have error, why are we using error over here? So now if I click on new request again and click on send, you can see we have an error over here that the user validation failed. Email, please enter a valid email address. Great. That's exactly what we needed. So now I can enter an email of revan@gmail.com and then click on send. You can see we are getting this data, and this is the data that we get over here. User is equal to await user.say, and then we are sending it over here. So we have the status 200 OK, and here we have the name, email, password, address, type, and the ID of the user, which is symbolized using _ID. And then we have the version with __ version, which is 0 for now. But if we update this, it will become 1, then 2, then 3, and so on. Now, if we go to the MongoDB website and just click on refresh over here, you can see my first database has now a user, and the user is Revan with email, password, address, and type. But still, you can see that the password over here is plainly given. What if my database account or my database data is getting hacked? So the user will get the password plainly, and all of our users will lose their data, and thus it will get some errors, and that's not a pretty good thing. So here what are we going to do is, before saving the data to MongoDB, we are going to save this password. So how are we going to go about making sure that it's more secure? Well, we are just going to take this password and hash it. We are going to encrypt that password so that even if the data gets stolen by mistake, or there's some error from our side and then the hacker just gets use of the password, it will be useless for him because the password is encrypted. So exactly for this purpose, we are going to make use of a package called bcrypt.js. So if you come to the npmjs.com website, you have bcrypt.js. And now if you're wondering why aren't we doing this in Firebase and all of that, Firebase handles all of it within itself and it doesn't give us that complexity. But over here we need to do everything on our own because this is our server. So here we have bcrypt, and we don't want bcrypt, we want bcrypt.js. So let's again type it. Now we have bcrypt.js. So this is optimized bcrypt in JavaScript with 0 dependencies, and it has 1.2 million weekly downloads, and you can read more about it over here. All of that is given over here. If you can read that and implement your own hashing, then it's pretty good. I would advise you to do that, and if you're not able to do it, at least try it, and if you're not able to do it, then you can follow along. So now let's just copy this command, stop our server, paste this command, and then click on enter. Let's get rid of this request for now. And here we have the password. So this is where we need to implement. So now first things first, we need to import bcrypt.js. So we have bcrypt.js, which is equal to require bcrypt.js. Now we can take this bcrypt.js, and what do we need to do? Well, we need to hash our password. So we have bcrypt.js.hash. You can see this function over here. You can explore multiple functions in your own playground file or anything like that, but we are going to use hash. With the help of the hash function, we are going to basically convert whatever string that we pass in over here, which is the password string, and we're going to hash it. And then we are going to hash it, and then we need to provide a salt over here, which is 8. Now what is salt? Salt is a random string, and when we hash a text, for example this password, we add a salt to it, and with this salt the hash algorithm's output is no longer predictable to us. Just to get your doubts cleared, 8 is not the length of the string that it should have. It's going to be much bigger than this. So the same password will no longer yield the same hash. The salt that we pass over here gets automatically included with our string, so that we don't have to store that salt in our database as well over here. So here we just need to use the password that this hash functions give us. You can see it's a promise of the type string again. So what we can do is await this and store it in a new variable. And for that we are going to use hashed password, and it's going to be a constant because you're not going to change this hashed passwords anytime. And now we have to pass that instead of hash password. So here we could have passed in like this, but that means we are using something like this of a notation. And if you see in our user model and just scroll it up, this is of the type password, not hashed password. So instead of passing in hashed password, what you need to pass in is a password, something like this. Now we have hashed our password. So let me start the server again. We are using a get request, so let's change it to post. Again enter a body. I think I deleted my previous request, so you don't need to type it, you can use it again. But yeah, we have, let's store a different name this time. I'll store Naman. Then we have email as, let's say, naman@gmail.com. Then we can use password, and the password is going to be test123. And you can also not add this trailing comma in JSON format, so let's just remove this. And now if we click on send, you can see it got sent, but now the password is very different. It has hashed this password and it's more secure. So even if some hacker gets in between and steals our data, he will get a password that he won't understand. Great. So we have our sign up route created with all the validation and logic. This was our sign up route. Let's go to our client side now and connect this sign up API request with our client side. But before doing that, we again need to make sure that we pass in the IP address as 0.0.0.0 over here. Alright, because I forgot to remove that. I mean, obviously you can use localhost with this IP address passed in as well, but it's usually nice when you have this IP address and you're using the IP address basically. You can use localhost no matter what. Having created the API now, let's go to the auth screen and now connect this API to our UI part so that we can start accessing it. Here I'm going to work in the services folder so that our business logic is separated from our UI files and all that related stuff. So here I'm going to create auth service.dart file, then create a class for it called auth service, and now we are going to create a function for signing up the user. Since in this auth service we are going to have another feature or another function for signing up the user, for getting user data, all of the authentication part services are going to be in this. So the very first function that we're going to create is sign up user. Now this isn't going to return anything, so I'll just put in a void and then call it sign up user. Now we want to require certain things, which is email, password, and then the name. These are the three things that we want. And later on, I think we will also need the build function, because not build function, sorry, we will need the build context, so that if there is any error, we can show the error in the form of a snack bar or something. For now, let's just give that. And now this is going to be an asynchronous process. We already know that, because we are going to make some HTTP calls, and HTTP will give us future. Now we have the try catch block, and now in the try block, well, first of all, let's create a user for this. So now we are going to create a model. For the model, we are going to go in the lib folder and here create a models folder and then call the file user.dart file. This user.dart file is containing the structure of our user. Just like we had something with Mongoose over here, we are going to have this user model, so that later on we can create a provider based on this user, because we'll be using provider as a state management tool. If you're using any other state management tool, you can obviously go along with it, as long as you know how to convert provider to any other, state management tool, whatever I'm doing right now. Sweet. So now let's create a class user, and it's going to have the same properties as this user file. So let's create this class user. We'll make all the variables final. So we'll have final string ID, and this ID, we don't have it in the user.js file or the user.js schema. And that's mainly because Mongoose or MongoDB auto generates it for us. But here we are going to have an ID. After that, we will have a name. Then we are going to have a password. Then an address, then a type, which is the type of the user. We've already created that. You can see over here. And I think that's all that we need for now. Actually, we will need another type as well, which we will discuss about in just a while when we go to the sign-in route. So let's create it right now, which is token, and the cart property that I told in the user.file as well. We have this cart comment. We'll add that later on, but for now, let's have all these things. Token, you can just ignore for now. We will jump into that in a bit. So now I'm clicking on this bell icon or the bulb icon and then calling generate constructor. After this, I can again click on this bulb icon and generate JSON serialization. We have all of this stuff. After that, over here you can see ID is map ID, but whenever we store the user, for example, let me go to my request. Over here, I'll send one and you can see user with same email address existed. Let's create one more and you can see we have ID with underscore ID as the name over here. And with this from map, we are basically giving it a map later on. We will give it a map, which will be the object that we get in this request. We'll pass in this using user.fromMap. And when we use this, it will take in map at ID. Now map at ID is not available because this is of the type underscore ID. For example, we have name over here, so it will get this name. We have email, so we will get this email, password, this password. But for ID, we have underscore ID. So let's put in underscore ID for here. If we put underscore ID over here, that would mean that this property is private in this class. We can't do that in Flutter, right? That's why we are using map_id over here. I think these many functions are fine for now. So let's save this much, go over here and create a user model. So we'll call this user. Let's import it at the top as well. So we have user equal to user. And then we need to pass in all of this stuff, but we don't have any of this. I mean, except name, password and email, we don't have anything. So we can just put them as an empty string. We'll fill that later on. For address as well, type as well. You can pass in user also, it doesn't really matter. And for token as well. Now we can save this much. After this, what we need to do is use HTTP. And this is the plugin, HTTP. You can use that. It's provided by Google itself. So we can just copy this using our Dart dependency. We can just add this. And if you specify like this also, it's not a thing. It will just add in, but I'll just type in like this. So our Flutter pub get is running. Great. Now we have access to HTTP module. So let's right at the top, we will have import http.dart as HTTP. And as the name suggests, it will allow us to make API requests to this URL. And now we are using all of the functions that http.dart provides us with using the prefix HTTP. If we don't use HTTP prefix, it will cause confusions like this. If I just do get, you can see we are getting the get request, which is from http.dart, but it's really confusing. So we are going to use the as HTTP prefix. Now we can use this HTTP, and now we have HTTP dot post, because this URL, if we just go over here, we have the post URL that we have created, and then we need to pass in the URL. Now for URL, as I told, localhost 3000 will work on iOS simulators, but not on Android ones. So now to make this work for Android, what we have to do is go to our global variable, and here just above the class of global variables, because if we put it in class, we'll have to make it static and then use global variables everywhere. I don't want that to happen, so I'm just creating a global variable called URL. So here I'm going to have string URI equal to this. And now URI is going to consist of our IP address with the port. So instead of having localhost this, so let's just copy this. Instead of having localhost over here, we are just going to replace this with our IP address. To get your IP address on Mac, you can run the command ifnet-config, or you can just search up on net if you're on any other operating system. You can just find it on your own and then add it over here. I'm going to paste mine because I don't want to show you the IP address. And it's always good to protect your IP addresses and not show it to everyone. So I've added my own IP address. Make sure it's correct, and it will work later on. If it's not working, then there's some issue over there. So make sure it's correct. So having that, I can just use URI, which I'll import from global variables.dart file. And I can use it like this without having the need to use global variables.uri, because it's a global variable, right? Now having URI, I want to convert it to a string. So I'll use string interpolation, because I've only added localhost 3000 slash, or not even slash, just localhost 3000. We need to add rest of this, right? So let's just copy this much and paste it over here. So we have localhost URI, which is our IP address, /API /signup, which is our http.post request. And you will see this error because it doesn't accept the type string, it accepts the type URI. So we need to convert this string to our URI. So to convert it to URI, we can use URI.parse and then pass in this string. So here I'm going to replace this URI with this. And make sure to add the slash over here, because we have just used localhost or IP address 3000, not the rest of the thing. Great. Now, after that, we need to add a body. And if we go back to our auth.js file, you can see in the body, we are passing in name, email, and password. Because as I said, reg.body, and now it's getting clearer, right? Over here, we have the body tag, and in body, we need to add something. And now in the body, we are adding this name, email, and password. And we are accepting it using rec. So we have request.body, and then we can access all of these by object destructuring. So now for the body, we can manually add using this and just encoding this in a JSON format, because we added a middleware. If we just go to our index.js file, you can see we added a middleware of express.json so that it only uses JSON. So whatever string that we provide over here or map that we provide, we need to convert it to JSON. So we can use JSON encode for that. But we don't need to do all of that because we've created a user model for that sole purpose, so that there's chances of less error of, typing. So we can just copy this user and use user.toJSON method that we have created just now. And if we just go to the toJSON method, you can see it uses JSON.encode, calls the toMap function, and this is the toMap function, and it will return this object. We are basically doing what I told you earlier, but in a cleaner format, so that there's less of errors, And in the user, I just realized in the user model, we have not added email. So below name, I'll just add final string email. And now you have to add it everywhere. Now again, a shortcut for this is just to generate a constructor, then generate a JSON serialization, and we are good to go. It's as quick as it gets. Now we need to add an email property over here. So let's add email, and we have the email from our parameters, named parameters. Now we have posted this. Now, since we have used express.json over here in our auth service, what we need to do to make some changes is use headers over here. And now this is going to be of the type string, string. So let's add string, string. And then pass in the content type, which will be content type as a header. And it's necessary to add this just because of this express.json life. But it also makes our life much easier, right? So we have if application/json char set equal to UTF-8. If you don't understand this line, it's not a big deal. You can just copy paste this every time we use that. But we are going to use it every time when we make some request now to our own API. And now let's just store this in a variable. You can always use .then, or a cleaner way of doing it is using await and store it in a variable. Now what is this variable? Response. So let's have response equal to this. And now it automatically adds a prefix of HTTP because we are using response from HTTP module. And now after getting this res variable, you can see we can print it out. We will have res.body to access whatever data is there inside of this. Otherwise, you can also access status code, the ones that we mentioned, like having 200, 500, 400, all of that. And we are going to make use of both of these very much in our application. So now we need to do error handling. You can see over here, we have added a try catch block, but that's not enough. Because this res variable, we are sending some stuff, right? If we just go back in the auth.js file, you can see we are sending the data. So when it's 200, that means it's success. But when it's 500, there is an error. We need to catch this error. Try catch block is not going to catch those errors, right? We are sending that data, and whenever we get over here, the response variable, it thinks that, yeah, it has sent a response. There's no error for this. So it's not going to get caught in the catch block. And the same for this message that we have. We need to catch this as well. So now what we can do is constantly we are going to make use of this 400 and 500. So what we can do is in constants, we can create error handling, let's say error handling dot file. So here we are going to have an HTTP error handle function. And then we are going to require HTTP response. So we will have HTTP, and let's import the HTTP module. So let's go over here, have HTTP dot and pass it over here. Then we can have HTTP dot response. Then we will need a build context so that we can display the snack bar. And then we will need a void callback function. Now this void callback is basically function like this. Void callback is basically a short form for this. You can understand it that way. And then we can have on success. So what do we do when there's success, right? Because everything will differ. For every request, we are going to use this. So every time we send a request, let's say if we are sending now for sign in, we are going to do for, we are sending for sign up. We are going to do it for sign in as well. And we're going to use it throughout our application whenever we send responses or requests. So the success part is going to differ continuously. So that's why we are accepting that from the function as well. Alright. So now we will have switch. And in the switch part, we will have response.status code. Based on status codes, we are judging if we are having the error part or we are having some warning or something like that. So first case that we have is 200. When there's 200, that means it is success. So we are going to run on success command. After that, we can break. After that, we have 400. And then we can run the show snack bar. And now we need to create the show snack bar utility function. So what is this show snack bar going to do? So this show snack bar is continuously going to display whatever images or whatever text that we want. So here in the constants part, we're going to create utils.dart as well. And here we're going to have void show snack bar, build context, pass in the string of text because where the text is going to differ. So that's what we have. And now we're going to have scaffold messenger.of context.show snack bar. Just to avoid a lot of boilerplate code writing just to show a snack bar, we are using this utility function. And now we can return a text which will display a text. Now we can take this show snack bar, display it over here, and now pass in the text. The text is going to be what? When there's 400, we want to display response.body at, let's say, message, because if we just go to the auth.js file, you can see we have the message property over here when we are giving a status of 400. So here we have it. And now you can see argument type string can't be assigned to parameter type int, and this error is basically coming because this is response.body and we need to decode this JSON file that we have. So here we will just have JSON decode, pass in this response.body, and then we can access the message property on it. Every time we get response.body, we need to decode this because this is not a string. This is JSON. I mean, it is a string for us in Dart and Flutter, but this is actually a JSON format. So we need to decode this JSON so that we can use it later on. And now we can again break it. And finally, we will have case 500. And it's going to be something similar to the show snack bar. So we can just copy that, paste it, and this here is going to be error, not message. Then we are going to break it and then pass in a default. So any of the status codes doesn't match. What are we going to show? Well, we are just going to show a snack bar where it's going to show response.body. So let's just remove json.decode so that it can entirely show the JSON format only, because it's very rare when this will go any other way, because our API is always giving these three status codes. Now we can use this HTTP error handling everywhere. It's very clean to do it this way in my opinion. So here we have HTTP error handle, pass in the response. So the response is res, the context which is context, and now we need that context. So let's require it at the top. Great. Now after having that, we need an on success function. So whenever our function is success, I mean we get a 200 status code, what do we need to show? Well, in our application, you might have seen in the early starting 1 minute video, 1 minute part, that we need to basically show a snack bar whenever we have a success saying that account has been created, and we need to log in with the same credentials. So if we come back to our application, you can see we have to enter name, email, password. After clicking on sign up, we have to go to the sign in route and then sign in with those validations, and then we'll get signed in. So here we just need to display login with the same credentials. And here again we will show a snack bar in case there is any error while sending a request. So we have this error, and now we can just type in e.toString, whatever we get over here. Great, so we have our sign up user function created as well. So we can just bind this sign up user with our UI. So we can go to the auth screen and here create an instance of our function. So we will have for our class, which will be auth service, and we'll call that auth service equal to auth service, and save it in the auth service variable. So we can just copy it from the top and paste it over here. Now we can take this auth service, create a function over here called void sign up user, then use auth service dot sign up user, pass in the build context, and there's no need of using build context from here because we are in a stateful widget. And then we have email, so email is going to be email controller dot text, and there's no need to trim this because later on our mongoose class is trimming it. Then we need to do password, so we'll have password controller dot text, and then the name, so that will be name controller dot text. And that's all that we need. It's not going to return anything since it's void. So we can just take the sign up user and bind it whenever we click on the sign up user button. So over here. Also here we can see we are in a form, right? Now we need to make some validations which we left earlier. Basically over here in this custom button, we are in a form. Our parent is a form and we have a key, and every custom text field here has a validator if we go over here. And we need to add this validator, which we will add just right now. So here we just need to make this validations happen. Actually, let's create the validator just now. So we have validator, and in this validator, let's validate first of all. So, well, custom text field is going to have the same validations everywhere. For example, over here, the value that we get, and it's very similar to Mongoose that we did. So we have value. So here the value can be nullable. So first we want to check if value is equal to null. So if the value is equal to null or the value is empty, so we will have value dot is empty. Then we need to return a text that says enter your, and what do we need to enter? Well, enter your hint text, right? Because we are passing in email for the hint text, password for the hint text. So we just want to say enter your hint text. So we'll have enter your email, enter your password, all of that. And then we're going to return null. So either return enter your field or return null because there are no errors. So our validation is successful. That means we need to return null. And now over here, we need to make sure that every text field that we have in this sign up form gets validated. So we'll have if sign up form key dot current state, and it's nullable. So we can just have an exclamation mark dot validate. So we want to validate it right now. So after validating, it will give us a Boolean value, you can see, so that we can put it in an if condition. So if validation goes well, it will say true. So we can follow along with our functions. That means our form has been validated. Otherwise, it will throw us an error on the screen itself. So here we'll pass in sign up user, and which is this function that we just created. After saving this, let's run our app. So we'll have run without debugging. I've selected the iPhone Pro simulator, and let's wait for our app to launch. Alright, so our app has launched, and here we can see we have that, and this is basically coming because this is the demo app. So here we have that, and now let's pass in the name. So we will have Rivan, and not enter the email just to see if it's validating, and pass in the password as test123. Click on sign up. You can see enter your email, which is the hint text over here. Now let's pass in test123@gmail.com. Then click on sign up. Account created, login with the same credential. And to verify this, we can go to our MongoDB database. And here you can see test123@gmail.com with the password and the type as user. Everything got saved. And now just to verify we are receiving the right messages, let me just remove this. We'll just pass in test123.com. You can see user validation failed email, please enter a valid email address. And that's exactly the message that we've given. So that's pretty cool. Now having that in place and we've understood the sign up part, let's quickly do the similar thing for sign in. Now, what do we want to do when we sign in, right? So when we sign in, we have these credentials, past tense. So now we click on sign in. We want to make sure that we get something known as JWT. So now let's close all the saved files so that it looks cleaner for us. Let's close the terminal as well. And now go to our auth.js file so that we can create a sign in route. So let's create a sign in route. And now let's do it as an exercise. If you want, we can have exercise. So basically what we need to do is create the sign in route, but for that you'll have to open the documentation for JSON Web Token and understand how it works. I'll just tell you the basic working. Basically this JSON Web Token is going to make sure that we are who we say we are. So while sending some data which has to be authenticated data, so for suppose we need to get the user data, only authenticated users can do that. But we need to make sure that the user is who they say they are. So JSON Web Token is basically going to help us with that. They're going to let us verify that the content that we have not been tampered with. Whatever data that we are going to sign it with are not tampered with. To know more about this, you can just Google it online and make sure to download this JSON Web Token package and implement it on your own. It will be a great task for you, but in case you are not able to do it, then don't worry, you can just follow along. Well, it's going to be a post request just like this because it's going to sign in. We'll have to use bcrypt.js again because the password that we have over here, for example, we have the hashed password, and then we need to find a user with that same email so we get the password, but the password that we get will be a hashed password because you're storing hashed passwords. So we need to use bcrypt.js again to compare the password that we have in the string format, because whatever the user enters over here is going to be plain test123, but whatever the user has on the MongoDB database is hashed. So we need to make sure that we can use hashing and we can compare both of them. So you can refer to the bcrypt.js documentation as well. But in case you're not able to do it, we will do it together now. Were you able to do it? If not, let's do it along. And if yes, then great job. We can just verify if we are on the same page. So now we are going to create a post. We are going to /API/signin. Then we can have asynchronous function. We will get request and response, and we have basically created our boilerplate. And now we also need a try catch block because it's an asynchronous function. And now in the catch block, we can just send res.status 500.json error e.message. Here we have it, similar to this line. After that, here we are going to get the email and password from rec.body. So we have email password equal to rec.body. Now we have a basic understanding of how this rec.body is going to work with our client side. After that, we are going to find the user, right? We will have to find the user because we need to get the user data. So first of all, we need to check if that user even exists with that email. So we will have constant user equal to await user, which is our user model created using Mongoose. And as you saw in our file over here, we had find one option. We're going to use the same thing again over here. So we will have user.findOne, and we're going to find by the email, and then we can again pass an email, but we know the shorthand syntax. We can just use this. After that, we can check if we get no user. I've explained this to you as well. This is not like Dart. This is not a Boolean value. This consists of user data, but in case this user data is null or undefined, then it will give us a true value. Otherwise, it will give us a false value. So if there is no user data, then we need to return a res that says with a 400, obviously, because it's a bad request. So we will have JSON saying that this is a message and user with this email does not exist. Great. After that, we have to get to the good stuff. After this, we have performed this validation. That means the user has an email and this email already exists. That means the user is signed up. After this, we need to make sure that the password that the user has entered is matching or not. And as I said, we're going to use bcrypt for that again, because the password that we have is test123. But the one that we have stored in the database is something gibberish. So let's just type in gibberish over here. So how can we compare both of them? Well, a very simple thing to do is using bcrypt.js inbuilt function called compare. With this compare, it will say asynchronously compares the given data against the given hash. Exactly what we want. So we have to pass in password, which is the password from body. And then the second argument should be the hashed password. And the hashed password is going to be in the user object, which is called user.password. And now this is going to be a promise, so we can await this and store this in a variable called isMatch, which basically suggests, because compare will give us a boolean value. You can see over here, it is a boolean value, a true or false value. So if it is matching, then it will give us true. Otherwise, it will give us false. So if isMatch is there, then we want to proceed forward. But in case if it's not there, so we will have isMatch. And in case you're wondering why I'm using like this, putting a negation sign over here and then passing in the data, this is called guard clauses. It helps in writing better and a readable code. Instead of writing nested if else if conditions, we can just use a negation and use guard clauses for that. So here we are going to return a similar message. So let's just copy this message, paste it over here, and we are going to send a message with saying incorrect password. Great. Now this is matching as well. So if it's not matching, then we are saying it's an incorrect password. And just one thing that I forgot to tell you about this bcrypt.js.compare. The first approach that you would have thought of is just converting this password into hash using this bcrypt.js.hash, and then comparing that hashed password along with this user.password that we have. Now that way won't work because of this salt feature that I told you. It adds a random string, so no two passwords are exact same thing. It is going to add a random salt and that will change the whole password. So two passwords which are same are not going to have the same hashed password. That's a thing to note. So here now we will have now JWT used. So let's use the JSON web token. Let's install it first. So let's take this, copy this, go to our terminal. In the terminal, we'll just exit our server for now and install this. So we'll have npm I JSON web token, click on enter. After having that installed, let's clear it and run our server again using npm run dev. And let's use JSON web token at the top. So we will have constant JWT, which is it for short. So we can name this anything as long as the required part is using the correct name. So we'll have JSON web token. Now we can take this JWT. So we'll have JWT and it provides us with a function called sign. As you can see, it tells that it synchronously signs the given payload into a JSON web token string payload. So here, first of all, we need to provide what we need this JWT to sign with. So we need to pass in an ID, and the ID is going to be user._ID, and then we need to sign in with a key. Now this key will be used to even verify our requests. So later on when we add auth middleware, which we are going to do basically for authorized personnel only, we're going to verify that using a secret or a private key. You can see over here. So we need to add that. So we can name this password key. With this key, we will be able to verify that JWT is correct or not. As I said, we are using JWT to make sure that the user are who they say they are and they're not hackers. They will let us verify that the contents are not tampered with, and this token will be used everywhere in our application to send requests, and we'll pass that in the header. You'll see that later on, but I'm just giving you a spoiler for what's going to come on later. So here we're going to have token equal to jwt.sign. Now we will send this token, so we'll have res.json, because with this we need to make sure that we store the data. First of all, we are going to send this token, so this token is going to reside in the app's memory. So we need to make sure that we send it, and also we need to send the user data, because we want to store that data in the user provider that we're going to create when we go to the client side, because when we click on the sign in, we're going to return to the big home page, and we want that user data to be accessed anywhere in our application. That's why we're going to send both. Now how to send both? Well, we can just pass in token and then user. But now the problem comes in. Token will be accessed using token and then user, but we'll have to specify one more property just to use that user. So instead of doing that, we will have ... which is object destructuring, and then you can have user._doc. With this, basically, if we have a user property, let's say like this, let me quickly add some comments. So here we have, let's say, name. So we have name as Rivan, then the email as something rrr@gmail.com, something like this. So basically, we are with using these three dots. You might have seen it in Dart as well when we do something for list. So it will give us specific properties. So with this, we'll have name separately, email separately, like this. And then we are also adding token over here. With this, basically, when we send some data, it will just give us in a format like this. Right, it will add token to this user part. And now we have used user._doc, because if user is logged to the terminal, you can just try to log this in the terminal. A big object will come out, and that big object is of no use to us. You can just try it if you want, but that user object is of no use to us. So we are using user._doc, which gives us the correct information that we want. Having that, we can save this much, and let's try to use this API sign-in route in our Thunder client or the Postman, whatever you're using. So let's create a new request, pass in this, use post, and then pass in http://localhost 3000. As I said, you can use localhost over here, and we have sign in. So let's just copy this body, go to the body, paste this body, and remove name, because we don't need name anymore. And then click on send, and here we have it. We are logged in with a specific token that we have received, which is pretty good. I again send in, it's going to be the same token. You can see that. Great. So we have this working. Now let's bind it to our client side. So now let's just close the terminal, close these files, and quickly go to our auth service.dart file and create a similar function for sign-in. So let's create this, and I'm not giving you this exercise because this is going to be involving some provider and stuff. So let's do it side by side. So we have sign-in user, then we need to get context, email, and password. Then we need to remove this user because we don't need that anymore. We're not going to send some data. We are going to, well, basically just use email and password. Then instead of passing in the body as this, what we need to do is use JSON encode, pass in a name and an email. You can use user model actually. My bad, I didn't say that earlier, but it's just two things. I don't find the need to pass in it. So we can have email, password as password, and yeah, good. And now we need to handle the same error. So now everything here is going to remain exactly the same, but we need to add some changes in on success. If there is some error, we want the same things to happen, and that's why we created this HTTP error handling part, right? But now we need to do some stuff differently in on success. So here if we print our body, let's just print it quickly. So we have print res.body and connect to our the sign in user to our auth screen. So let's quickly go to our auth screen and have void sign in user, then create an empty bracket and just use this, pass in, and then we'll change this to sign in user, remove the name part because we don't need that anymore. And now similar to this on tap, we're going to copy this on tap, paste it over here, and now instead of passing in sign up user, we'll have sign in user, and instead of sign up form key, we'll have sign in form key. And even here, if you've not noticed, we have passed in the form as sign up form key. We need to change that to sign in form key. Please do that, otherwise, it's going to give us an error. Great. So now we have binded this. Let's get our debug console and restart our application. And we're going to use test123 again. So we have test123@gmail.com and then pass in test123, click on sign in. User with the same email already exists. And this error came in because, well, if we go to our auth service, we have not changed this URI, right? So let's quickly change that. And now let's try it. So we have sign in. Here you can see we are getting our data, token, the ID, the email, the password. That means everything is going good. Now we just need to make sure, again, let's go to our auth service. And now in the on success, first of all, we need to save this token to our device so that we can persist the state in our application. Now, what is persisting state? As you can see, if we just sign in over here, you'll see that after we hot restart our application, or after the user quits the application and starts again, we'll again come back to the screen. The reason being, in the main.dart file, we've passed in home as auth screen. It is not anything else. Now, how will we do some conditional logic in case we want a home screen? So what condition will we put in? Now the condition is basically that we will use this token that we'll store in our device memory using shared preferences, a plugin which we will get to in just a minute, and then we will get that data of the user and save it to our database. Pretty simple, right? So now first of all, we need to add two plugins, which are shared preferences and user provider. Again, just to mention, shared preferences, we will store token in our app memory, and with provider, we're going to store the user data, because when we log in, you can see we get this data. Now we just use this data to save it in our user provider so that it can be accessed throughout our application, and we have state manager, and we don't have to manually just pass in everywhere through the constructor our user data. So now let's quickly go to pub.dev. So we have pub.dev, use in provider. You can see a wrapper around inherited widget to make them easier to use and more reusable. So let's quickly save that. Pass it in the dependency. Let's stop our app execution as well. And also side by side, let's have shared preferences done as well. And in case, as I told before, if you want any other state management, you can definitely use that as long as you're comfortable to convert them. So let's pass in shared preferences. And there's no manual installation required for both of them, so we are good to go. But in case you want to see the usage and try it on your own, I would highly recommend that. Do it on your own. And we're going to use something from here only. Basically, to write the data to our app memory, we can do final prefs, first get the instance, then use this instance to set the value to our memory. And that's all that we need. To read the data, which we will use later on while, persisting the state of our application, we will read the data and we'll read it using something like this. Again, get the instance, and with this instance, we're going to read that using getInt, and here we have setInt. It's pretty simple, no need to worry about it. Great, now all of these things have happened. So here we can have shared preferences. Then we'll save it in the variable prefs, and we're basically just getting their instance. So we have shared preferences dot get instance, and since we are using await over here, we need to use asynchronous. And now we need to basically set the data. Now what is our data? Well, this is just token. So we have prefs dot set string, and then what is the key that we are going to store it with? Is going to be XAuth token. Now if you want, you can store it in a global variable, because this XAuth token we are going to use whenever we start the application. So we're going to make that functionality so that we can persist the state. And to get the string, we have to again pass in the key name where we are storing this data, which is XAuth token. And now we need to pass in a value, and the value is going to be pretty simple, this token, right? So we can use response.body, but as we know it, we need to decode that data. So we'll have JSON decode, and let's quickly have that. So we have JSON decode, pass in response.body, and then use token on this, which is this, and it will save it in our shared preferences, and we can get access to them using this key. And if you go over here, you can see this is future as well. So we can just await it, and there's no need to use the bool value that it gives us saying that, this has been a success or it has been a failure. No need to worry about it. After that, we need to use provider, and for provider, again, we have to create some boilerplate code. So we can have a new folder called providers, which will first have a user provider or dart file. So let's create user underscore provider dart file. And this user provider dart file will be called user provider. Let's quickly create that. Then we have to extend to change notifier, because we already know that's how provider works. I'm not diving deep into it. You can just check out some tutorials on it. It's pretty simple. Now we are going to create a private variable of user where all of the values are going to be 0 or 1. So let's have them created. So we'll have ID as empty string, name as empty string, email as empty string, password as empty, address as empty, type as empty, token as empty, everything empty. After that, since it's a private variable, we are going to create a getter for this. So we have user get user, and then return this private variable and create a function so that we can update this user. So we have set user, and we'll have string user, which we will get, and this is string mainly because we are going to pass in response.body to it, and response.body is a string. And here we are going to set user, which is this private variable, equal to user dot from JSON, which is another function in our user model, which is this. Basically this is calling from map and then decoding the data over there and then passing it to from map. You got the idea. And then we'll pass in the source as the string user. After saving that, we just need to notify all the listeners that user value has been changed. Please rebuild. Now we can go over here and have provider dot off and pass in user provider context. Then we'll set listen to false since we are outside the build function. Every time we are outside that build function, we are going to set listen to false. And then we are going to call dot set user, pass in the user, which will be response.body. And let's take this provider and put it just below the shared preferences. It's not anything that would matter, but the thing is we are getting the instance, then we are saving that data, and then only we are setting that auth token. And then we just need to navigate to another screen. So here we can have features as the home screen, and here let's quickly create a screen. So let's create a folder for that. We'll have screens, pass in the home screen, and the widgets and all of that we'll create later on. But for now, let's create basically a stateless widget called home screen. Actually, right now let's create a stateful widget right here itself. So we have home screen, pass in the scaffold, and here as the body a centered text which will tell us the token and the user ID. So actually let's print out the whole JSON format or the whole user thing itself. So here we can have final user equal to provider dot of user provider context dot user, which is the getter that we created. Now we can take this user, pass in the text user dot to string so that it can be put in the text widget. And now I think most probably it will just tell us instance of user model. So what we can have is user.toJSON. That should give us the right output, because user.toString will just tell us that yeah, it's an instance of the user model, and that is like, yeah, we already know about it. Here we are going to use navigator dot of context, and actually let's remove that. So we'll have navigator dot push named and remove until. Then we need to pass in the new route name. So let's quickly give this route name, and also let's rename this. So we have home screen dot dart, and the route name is going to be static constant string route name equal to /home, and we have to register this route name in our router.dart file. So quickly copy this, paste it down here, and we have home screen.route name, and we have to return home screen. Now we can go over here, pass in the route name as home screen.route name. I'm not explaining any of this code because you've already written it multiple times, and it would be a great time waster just to write this again and again, right? After having that, I think it should work. So let's run our application and see if it's working in the very first try. Alright, so our application has launched. So let's quickly try to sign in. So we have test123@gmail.com. Password is test123. Click on sign in. And here we are getting an error. This happens because you used a build context that does not include the provider. You added a new provider in your main.dart file, and that's mainly because in the main.dart file we have not registered our provider. So here basically we need to wrap this my app widget with a multi-provider widget so that we can use provider anywhere in our application, and then it accepts a child and then also a list of providers because it's multi-provider, and then we need to pass in change notifier provider, and in create we are going to pass in context and then pass in the user provider. Also let's quickly get that. Yep, our error now should go away, even the warning over here. So now quickly restart the app. Now if I click on sign in, I'll pass in test123@gmail.com, pass in the password test123, click on sign in. Here you can see we are navigated to another page, and it's showing us ID, name, email, password, token, everything. Now as of now there's no need to know, no way to know that our shared preferences data got stored or not. But now the next step is going to do exactly that. We need to get that string in our main.dart file itself. In this my app widget, we need to convert this to a stateful widget, and then get that data from shared preferences. And then based on that, we can put a conditional logic over here saying if we want to go to the admin, auth screen, admin screen, home screen, whatever. So we are going to do exactly that. So now let's quickly change this my app to a stateful widget because we are going to use init state over here. And now let's create an instance of the class of final auth service auth service equal to auth service. Now we can take this auth service and call function on it, which is getting the user data. Now before getting the user data, let's close all the other saved files and save this one. So before getting all the user data, let's think what we want to do. So in our auth service.dart file, we want to create a same request because we want to get the user data. To get the user data, we want to get the user data from the API, right? I mean, we'll have to create our own API to get the data. Now, before getting the data, we want to get that token. Now, to get the token, we're going to use shared preferences get string method so that we can get the XAuth token that we've already stored. Now, that XAuth token can be null as well because we logged in, but before logging in and starting our application, we're going to again run the getUserData function. Now, when that getUserData function is run, there's a possibility that token will be null because, for example, when the user uses the application for the very first time, and we call the getUserData function because no matter what, we are running this init state function, right? So whenever we run that init state function, it is going to get that user data, and in that user data, we are using shared preferences.getString. Now that string that we save in, for example, here we saved in XAuth token, but if we are using it for the very first time, that XAuth token is null. So we want to check if that token is null, then we want to show that auth screen itself. Otherwise, we want to check if that token is valid or not, because that token can be altered, right? It's in the app memory. It can be altered by hackers or even person who knows about the phones very well. So we want to check if that token is valid or not using JWT. And if that token is valid, then we want to get the user data. So there's a lot of validations. So let's create this. Let's use this function just to create another function to check or to get user data. So let's name it that only, get user data. Pass in the build context, remove required argument, and also let's remove require because there's only one parameter to pass in. What's the use of the named parameters? Cool. Over here, before doing any of this, let's comment it out for now. And also let's remove the print statement from here because print is not good in production code. Also remove print from here, and let's avoid the HTTP error handling for now. So here we want to first of all get shared preferences. So we'll have shared preferences equal to await shared preferences dot get instance. After we get that, we will get some tokens. So let's call this string token, which can be nullable. You can see over here because that's what preferences give to us. So you have preferences dot get string, and then we want to pass in the key that where we have stored. So it will be XAuth token. If there is no token, it will return null. If there is token, it will give us some data. Now we want to check if that token is null. So if that token is null, we are going to have pref.setString and pass in the key as XAuth token and the value as an empty string. So with this, we are basically telling that user has used the application for the very first time and now it is an empty string, not null. After that, we want to check if the token is valid or not. So for that, we are going to create an API. So let's go to our auth.js file and we're going to create this in auth.js because, well, it is related to authentication task only. Let's copy this, and I would recommend you to not copy again and again and type it so that you get used to that syntax, right? I'm already used to it, so I'm just copying it again and again. So now the try catch block is going to stay the same. Here we have it. After that, we want nothing from rec.body, and token will be passed through a header, not through body. So we have slash token is valid as the name. And then we want to remove all the things that we have over here. So here, what do we want to check? First of all, get the token. So we have token equal to request.header, pass in x auth token. Then we check if there is no token that is passed or the token is null. Then we want to return rest.json, and you'll see something great over here. We'll just return false, no object, nothing. With this, it will just say there's no token because our post is token is valid or not. We just want an answer in true or false. So we are passing in false over here. Then we want to use jwt.verify. If the token is there, then we want to verify that token. That's exactly what this function is for, right? So here we want to pass in the token which we have received from the header, and then you can see the secret or the public key which we signed it with. You can see this is the secret or the public key, so we can just use that. After that, we will check if it is verified or not. So here we can store it in a variable. So we have constant verified or is verified. You can take the variable names on your own. So if it is not verified, then again we have to return res.json as false. Correct. Now if the user's token is verified, then we want to check if the user is available or not, because the token can be valid, but what if that token is just a random token that turns out to be correct? So we want to check if that user also exists or not. So we want to check constant user equal to await user dot find, and we have always used find one till now, but there are many more options. You can just see it in auto search, find one, find by ID and delete, and all of those functions. But we are going to use find by ID because we don't want to delete anything, right? We just want to get that data. Now to find by ID, we are not getting ID from request.body, and we are getting ID because we have signed that with the user. So after using verify, we are getting access to that ID property that we have stored in it. You can see JWT, it signs with that ID. So now we are getting that verified object, and on that object we are using .id property. Now if that user doesn't exist, again we are going to return raise.json false. And finally, if all of these conditions pass in, then we are going to pass in res.json true. Great. So this is our function for token is valid, and we've created our API now. So here we are going to have await http.post again. Then we need to pass in a URL. So that will be uri.parse. Pass in the URL, which will be $URI. Then slash token is valid or not. And we're not testing this API in Thunder client, mainly because we will have to get this token and pass it through the header. Instead, let's do it right here itself. If there's any error, we are going to see that error only. But in case you want to do it, there's absolutely no problem with that. You should definitely do it. So with this, we are going to get the token res. So if we put both as res response, it will be very confusing. So let's name it specifically. And now, as we told, we have to pass in a header. So we have headers, and headers will consist of string, string. And as I told before multiple times, whenever we use pass in headers, we have to pass this content type. Make sure to do that because we are using express.json. And now along with that, we will pass in x auth token. This is the name we are going to give, as well as the name of the shared preferences key. Both are the same thing. And then we need to pass in the token that we got over here. And now we have already checked if token is null. So we can just pass in that the token is not null. Now we are going to get that response. So now we will have where response, and then we will just use response dot body. So we'll have token response dot body. This is the actual response. So we have JSON decode pass in the token response.body so that we can use some objects on this response, right? So here, this response is going to provide us with true or false because that's what we have supplied over here. True, false, 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 like this. So we are checking if response is equal to true, then we want to do await and get the user data. So here we need to create a API to get the user data. To get the user data, let's create another API called get user data. So here what we are going to do is authRouter.get pass in slash, then we'll pass in auth, and this is the middleware that we now need to create. This middleware will make sure that you are authorized. That means you only have the capability to access this route if you are signed in. So now let's create this auth middleware. So here we have server, and we are going to call this middlewares, and your first middleware is going to be auth.js. Something similar to this, we will have another middleware called admin, because we want the similar thing to happen with admin also, right? Admin protected routes should be there, and similar to that we have auth protected route. So here we are going to get JWT equal to require JSON web token. Basically we will pass in the token and we need to verify that token just like we did before. So here we are going to create a function. This is not going to be a route. So we will have asynchronous request res next, and next is similar to continue on with the next route because we are going to pass it in as a middleware. When we use next, I'll explain it to you. Then we have a try and catch block. So we have try, catch, pass in the error, and then pass in res.status 500.json, pass in the error as error.message. Then use this try block to have constant token equal to request.header, because every time now onwards, whenever we use authentication, basically to fetch products to save it in cart, we are going to use this auth middleware. So we are going to pass it in as a header, which is the best thing to do. So we'll have x auth token, and then we are checking if there's no token, then we want to return some data. So we'll have return res.status 401, and this is 401 because this stands for unauthorized. So if you go to the website again, you can see we have 401 as unauthorized. Although the HTTP standard specifies unauthorized, semantically this response means unauthenticated. And now we will pass in a JSON saying that the message is no auth token access denied. That means that the user has not passed only token. What to do now? And now we will have verified. So let's go to our auth.js and copy this. Paste it over here. And we will verify this token we are getting from here. Pass in the password key. And then we want to return res.status 401 again because it's not on because it is not authorized. And then pass in JSON, which will be message as token verification failed, authorization denied. Great. Now after this, what do we need to do? This is going to be a very important step, so make sure to keep a note of this. So here we will have request.user. Now we are adding a new object to this request, which is user, and we are saving something to it, which is equal to verified.id. Now every time we can't pass in the body, the user's ID, right? So now what are we doing is adding this auth middleware so that here we can perform all the validations, if it's valid or not, and if it is valid, then we are storing user's ID in request.user. So whenever we create some authenticated route like this one where we add the middleware as auth, we can use rec.user, like we had rec.header. Now if I add auth over here, I can have rec.user, and that will fetch the user's ID to me. Great. Now we can have rec.token equal to token, and in the same fashion we can access the token as well, because these are the two things that are given over here and we need to use that later on somewhere in our application. After that, we can call this next callback function. This next, if you don't specify, will not go to the next API route. For example, now here we have request response, and this is going to be asynchronous obviously. So here basically if we don't call next, it will make sure that yeah, it authenticated this, but it won't run this callback function. Next basically means that it can call the next callback function. So let me quickly add that, and thus we can follow along. So here we can just check constant user equal to await user dot find by id, and now the id we know is rec dot user. If you don't trust me well enough, you can just print this out and see. To print, you can always use console.log. After that, we are just going to send this. So we will have user doc. As I mentioned before, why we are using doc, and then pass in the token, which will be request.token. Now we should be able to get the user data, so we can go to the auth service and get the user data. So here we can have await http.get, pass in the URL, which will be uri.parse, and the URI is simply $URI, and pass in with a slash. Don't forget this slash, because URI is nothing with the slash. We've already talked about it pretty much every time. And also pass in this parenthesis. After that, we will save this in response. So we will call this response, HTTP response. Actually, let's call this user response. HTTP response is pretty lame. And then obviously we are using get, but we also need to pass in headers, and headers is going to be something similar to this. So we can just copy this and pass it in over here. And token, this exclamation mark is not needed, because here we have already told that token can never be null. That's how smart Flutter is. So now we can take this user provider. So we have variable user provider equal to provider dot of user provider, pass in the context, set listen to false, and then say user provider dot set user. Now instead of doing that, you could have obviously used user provider dot set user. It doesn't matter. Pretty sure I did this because it gave me some errors back then, but it won't give anything to you. Then we can just pass in user res.body to set the user appropriately. And that's all that we need. So let's remove this error handling part. Let's restart our application. And actually this is not working because we need to we have to bind this to our UI. So we'll have to run auth service dot get user data, pass in the context. And after having that get user data done, in the home part, what we can have is provider dot of user provider context, and let's have that. So we'll have context dot user dot token dot is not empty. So if the token is not empty, that means that we have saved some token, and that means we can go to the bottom bar. So we can have constant home screen, and if the token is empty, that means we can go to the auth screen. Saving this much, we can restart our application. So our app has loaded up, but there's one problem over here. You can see in our server we are getting this error, authrouter.get and auth is not defined. So basically in our auth.js, we need to go over here and use auth, but we can't use auth because we need to export it. So we can have module.exports equal to this auth. Now we can use this auth by importing it. So quickly import it and save this much. So our app has started. So let's restart our application. And now we are on the home screen directly. And again, if I restart the application, let's go to our debug console. You can see if I restart the application, we are still on this page. That means our state persistence has also worked. Now we can start working on better things. So now let's create this bottom navigation bar so that we can navigate between the home page, the product page, or the profile page, account page, and then finally the cart page. Great. Now let's just create a bottom bar so that we can navigate. So here in the widgets, I'm going to create bottom bar, and we are not creating any specific feature for it because it's a bottom bar and it will be used everywhere basically in our application. After that, we're going to create it as a stateful widget and call it bottom bar. Now this will have a route name because we are going to navigate to this bottom bar whenever we are on the auth screen, and then we need to navigate. So this is the bottom bar that we are going to use. And then we are going to call it a route name and set it equal to, let's say, actual home, because earlier it wasn't home, and this is going to be actual home. After that, we can come over here and return a scaffold which will have a body, which we will figure out later on, because this body is going to be based on what bottom bar item we are on. And now let's create the bottom navigation bar. So let's remove the body so that we can focus on the UI part now. So here we have bottom navigation bar. Then we're going to pass in the current index, and the current index is going to be int page equal to 0. This will keep track of the current index, and we will change this value whenever we want to change the current index. Then we need to pass in selected item color. So whenever an item is clicked on, what should its color be? So we are going to pass in selected navbar color, which is present in our global variables file and whatever we copied earlier. Then we need unselected item color, and that will be global variables dot unselected navbar. After that, we are going to have a background color, which will be global variables dot background color, and then an icon size, which will be 28. All of this is tried and tested, So in case you're wondering how I got those values, I just put some random values and got that icon size. After that, we are going to have a bottom navigation bar item and pass in an icon as a container, not an icon but a container, because we want a green line to appear at the top, right? That's why a container. Then we will pass in a width, and we will create width at the top, so that in case we want to change it anytime, we can just change it over here, because bottom navigation bar or the container's width is going to stay the same for every bottom navigation bar item. So here I'm going to pass in double bottom navigation bar width. So let's say bottom bar width and set it equal to 42. Let's grab this and paste it over here. Then we're going to have decoration so that we can add that decoration, right? So we're going to have a border, and border will be from the top. So we have border top, border side, and we'll pass in the color, and this color is going to depend on the page we are on, right? So if this is the 0th element, so if we are on the 0th element, that means this is the selected item. So if this is the selected item, we want to show the green or the teal color on the top. So what I'm going to check, if page is equal to 0, then global variables dot selected navbar color. Otherwise, we can just have the background color so that it mixes in. So we have global variables dot background color. After that, let's specify some width, otherwise it will be too small. So let's do it at the top again, because this as well is going to be used in every bottom navigation bar item. So we'll call this, let's say, bottom bar border width, and we'll set it to 5. Then let's take it from here, pass it in over here, and save this much. And then the container is going to have a child, obviously, so that we can pass in the icon. So it will be just an icon of home. So we have icons dot home underscore outlined. Now copy this much and paste it again. But before pasting it, actually, we need to add label. It's actually a required field, so if you don't pass it in, it will give you an error. So make sure to add it. So we have to pass in over here as well label, which will be an empty string. And we need one more navigation bar item, so let's put in a third one. And quickly let's change their value. So over here in the third one, we look after in a while, but the second one will have person outlined. Then if page is equal to 1, then we want this. And this looks great. Now about the third one, it's going to be the cart one, right? So this is for the cart, this is for the account or profile, and this is going to be the home page. So let's save this much and see what we're getting. We're not seeing anything, mainly because we have not used bottom bar anywhere. So let's go to the main.dart file and pass in bottom bar instead of the home screen, and make sure to use that home screen.dart. Let's remove that unused import. Save this much. Again, go to the auth service.dart file, so that whenever we are navigating to the next screen, so here we have it. Here we're going to pass in bottom bar dot route name, and it's not registered, so we need to register it. But before that, I think, yeah, this looks great. So now let's go to our router.dart file and register the bottom bar. So here we will paste this much, have bottom bar dot route name, and pass in the bottom bar. Great. Now let's try to restart our application and see what we're getting. Here you can see we are getting an error, and this error is because we have probably missed putting labels somewhere. That's what I was telling you, and that's probably in the last one. So let's add it over here. Saving this much, let's restart our application, and you can see this is showing up, and there's one tick over here. That's because we have not changed this. So let's change this to 2, and here we have it. Sweet. So now we need to work on the cart feature. Now cart icon is going to be a bit different from other one, because we are going to use a package for this, and the package we are going to use is badge, so that we can add the number on the top. So if we have a cart here, we can add a number of how many items have already been added. So for that, we're going to use this package. Let's copy this badges, and that's a pretty simple usage. Just add this to your pubspec.yaml and we can use that. So I'm just going to use dart add dependency, pass in badges, and stop our app execution. After this pub get is run, I think I can restart our application and then write the code for it. So here, run without debugging. And now in the child, let's wrap this icon with a widget known as badge, which will be from the badges package. And now the elevation is going to be set to 0, because we don't want any other, a popping out thing. We just want it to stay along with the icon. Then we're going to have badge content, and this content is going to depend on the cart. But when we add cart, we look into it. For now, we will just have a text, a constant text actually, which will just say a number, which will be 2 for some reason. And then we will have badge color, which will be colors.white. Then we have a child, and that's all that we need. So let's save this much, restart, and see what we're getting. You can see 2 showing up. Also, let's change this to shopping cart, outline. Great. Now here we have it. Looks great. Now the next thing is whenever we click on any of the icons, we want this thing to navigate over here and the correct content to show up. So here we have to add a packet, or we have to add a property for that, which will be on tap. So whenever any item is tapped, what do we need to do? Well, we can create a function right at the top called update page. We will get a page, and then we are going to set the state, and the global variable page will be equal to the page from the parameter. Pretty simple. Now we can take this update page, pass it in over here, and looks great. Now whenever I click over here, you can see this is shifting. Great. Now the next thing is to correctly show the information. So here we are going to basically have a list of widget of pages, which will be equal to multiple widgets that we are going to create. For now, we are going to have a constant centered child text saying what this page is. For now, we have account page, but above that, we are going to have our home page, and we have already created home page. So no need to pass in, the centered text. But for cart screen and for account screen, we are going to have this. So we can pass in account, let's say cart page also. Great. Now let's take this pages. In the body, we are going to pass in this pages because it's a list, and we're going to access, and the body is going to be the widget at the particular index which we are continuously changing, which is this page over here. Now save this much, and here you can see we are getting the home screen, here the account page, and finally the cart page. Now let's design the account page first of all, then we can design the home screen. So now let's quickly close all of these save files, and here we're going to create a new feature. Let's close the home and auth screen, and here create a new feature called account. This account is again going to have screens and widgets. We'll create services later on when we need it, but for now we need screens and widgets. So here first thing we're going to have is an account screen.dart file. Let's import material dart. Let's create a stateful widget. Actually, let's try a stateless widget here. Then we'll call it account screen. We are going to return a scaffold, and the app bar is going to be preferred size, because here we have, this is the app bar that we need to create. So now we're going to use preferred size for that, and then pass in the preferred size that we want. So we want a size that will be from the height 50. After that, we need to have a child, which will be an app bar, and we need to pass in a flexible space. The reason for flexible space is that we need to have a linear gradient over here, but app bar doesn't have a property to add a linear gradient. So we need to use flexible space, using which we can specify a widget which will have a linear gradient, and that would create that design. So let's quickly look at it. So we have box decoration, pass in the gradient as global variables dot app bar gradient. Great. So now let's take this account screen, go to the BottomNavBar.dart file, and replace the centered text with the actual account screen that we have just created. So now let's look at it. We need to restart it probably. So here we have the app bar showing up. Now let's design this app bar. So in the title, we're going to have a row, because we need two things over here, right? This is the Amazon logo, the bell icon, and the search icon. So this is going to be considered as one, and this is going to be considered as another element. So first of all, let's have a container, which will have an alignment of alignment.top left. Then we need to have a child, and the child is going to be the Amazon logo. Now to get the logo, what you can do is go to the assets folder on my GitHub repository, go to images and download all of them because you're going to need all of them. I already have them installed, so I'll put it in. So what I'm going to do is in the root of the folder, we're going to create an assets folder. Let's rename this. I don't think I can type it properly, but yeah, we have assets, and then we're going to pass in an images folder and then copy this images folder's content over here. After you've installed, you can just take them and paste it over here. Here we have it. Now we need to go to the pubspec.yaml file and add that assets. So we have assets / images, and we're not going to manually specify all the images. So put a / over here so that it can take in everything that is provided over here in this folder. After that, we can close it, restart our application and pass it in. So here we are going to have image.asset, pass in assets / images / Amazon in.png. That's the name of our file. And here we are getting an error mainly because we have not passed in children for the row. So we're going to pass in children, and then in the container we are going to pass, in the children we are going to pass this container. Now after that, we're going to have a width of 120, a height of 45, and the color is going to be colors.black because by default it will take it as a white color. After saving this much, I think our app failed. That's why we weren't able to see it. Now let's restart the app and see what we're getting. Alright, so our app has loaded up. Let me close the file manager, and here we have it, Amazon in showing up. Sweet. So now we need to create another container which will have a row because, as I said, these are the two elements are together. So here, first of all, let's give some padding. So we have constant edge insets dot only. From the left we are going to have 15, from the right we are going to have 15. Great. Now we are going to have a child which will be a row, and in that row we are going to have children which will all be constant because it is just icons that we are going to display, a bell icon and the search icon. So here we're going to pass in padding, pass in the padding as edge insets dot only, from the right side 15, and then we want a child of icon, and the icon will be icons dot notification outline. And let's save this much. You can see we are getting this icon. Great. Now we can copy this icon and paste it in again. So we have icons dot search. After saving this much, you can see this showing up again. Now all of them are together. So basically what we've done is, this is one element, this is another element. Now we have put them, both of them, in a row. So now to make them go apart, what we can do is in the parent row, the firstmost row, we can pass in a property of space evenly. So here what we can do is go at the top and have main axis alignment as main axis alignment dot space evenly, and actually not space evenly but space between. And here you can see it showing up great. Now we have the app bar. Now the next thing is to work on this part, which is saying the hello plus the name of the user. So for that, we're going to first of all minimize this app bar. Then we're going to pass in a body because this is a scaffold, and the body will consist of a column, which will be a column of constant widgets, because everything that we're going to pass in here is going to be in the widgets folder so that it doesn't get crowded over here. And there's no unnecessary rebuilds as well. So here we're going to have below underscore app bar dot dart. This is the name of a file. I couldn't think of anything else. So here we are importing material dart, creating a stateless widget, calling it below app bar, and then returning a container which will have a decoration of constant box decoration. So we're going to have a gradient which will be global variables dot app bar gradient. After that, we're going to have a padding of constant edge insets dot only. From the left, we are going to have 10. From the right, we are going to have 10. And from bottom, we are going to have 10. And let's just name it properly. So we have child, pass in the row. And we have a row mainly because, well, it's hello admin. Now we are going to have a rich text over here. And rich text is mainly because so that we can have two, text in one line. You could use a row for that, but I think rich text is also a great option for that. So here we're going to have a text span where we're going to have a text saying hello, and we're going to leave a space over here so that there's a space over here like this. So here we're going to have a style of constant text style, pass in the font size as 22 and color as colors.black. After this much, I think we can have children, and this children is again going to consist of all the text spans. So we can just copy this text span, paste it over here, and we need to pass in the user's name, and we have access to user's name using a provider. So why not use it? So we have final user equal to provider dot of user provider context dot user. Now take this user, pass in over here. So we have user dot name, and yep, we have it. So let's pass in a parenthesis that we've missed, and pass in the below app bar over here. Let's see how it's looking. Here you can see hello Rivan showing up. So now if there is something like this, just to resolve this error, what we can do is go to the below app bar, pass in a row over here. So we have wrap it with a row, and let's save this much, and you can see it extends further. Sweet. Otherwise, you could have just used container and given it in the media query .of context .size .width, and that should have worked as well. After that, the next thing we want over here is these buttons. So let's pass in a size box of height 10, and we've passed in const over here, so there's no need of passing in const again and again. So here there is some spacing as well. Now we want to create this layout. So first of all, let's create a widget known as top buttons dart. Let's import material dart, and then we want a stateful widget, and we're going to call it top buttons, and then we're going to return a column because you can see they're all in a column, and in that column we are going to have two rows. Just to demonstrate it to you, we have a column, this is a column, and in that column we have a row, and then again we have another row. Pretty simple. So let's quickly create that. So we have return a column and children. So let's pass it a row which will be children and will consist of these buttons. Now you can see these buttons are being excessively used in this place. So we can create a separate widget for that which will be reusable. So we have account button.dart file. Let's import material dart, call it a stateless widget, and then call it account button, and then over here we are going to return a container with margin of constant edge insets dot only, left 10 dot symmetric, and from horizontal we're going to have 10. That means from the left and from the right we are going to have 10, and we have height 40, Then decoration will be box decoration, where the border is border.all. Color will be colors.white, and there is no width at all. That means there is no border at all. Let's go here. You can see now we need the border radius. So we have border radius as border radius dot circular 50. Now, in case you're wondering that we can see some border over here, but over here we are setting the border width as 0. You'll realize later on when we use the button, because the button we're going to use is outlined button, so that it can give us a nice clean outline. We are just setting the border radius over here, and if we set the border radius, there is going to be an automatic border applied, which we are removing over here. And then we want a color of colors.white. After that, we're going to have a child, which will be an outlined button. So the child over here is going to be a text, and the text will be whatever we get from the constructor. So let's have final string text and require this from the constructor. Then pass it in over here. Then the style is going to be a constant text style, where the color is going to be colors.black and font weight is going to be font weight.normal. Now this is an outline button, so we need an on tap also. So whenever we click on that, what should happen? So we want that from the constructor as well. Let's call this on pressed. So let's create it from the constructor as well. So we have final void callback on tap, require it from the constructor. So we have on tap, and here in the on pressed pass in the on tap. Great. Now let's use this account button and see how we need to style this account button moving forward. So the very first button that we have is your orders. So we have your orders, and when we click on it, nothing is going to happen as of now. Also, we need to pass in top buttons over here just to see any input or output. Sorry, here we see it. Your orders looks great. Now let's add a bit of curve to it. So here in the account button, we are going to have a style which will be elevated button dot style from. So it will capture elevated button style, and the primary color that it's going to have is colors dot black 12 dot with opacity 0.03. This is just a tested value, but in case you don't add opacity, it will look very bad. And this is this color that we can see. And we add a border radius obviously. So let's copy this line, paste it over here. And before that, we need to specify the shape in which we can specify the border radius. So we have rounded rectangular border, and there we can specify the border radius. So we have border radius, pass it in over here. Sweet. Now if we see over here, this looks great. Now let's just increase its size. So to increase its size, what we can do is wrap this container with an expanded widget so that it can take all the available space. You can see it takes everything. Now if we add another account button, it will diminish its size. So here we can have another button that says, let's see over here what we have, turn seller. So we can pass in turn seller. You can see they both take in the maximum space they can get. After creating this row, we need to create another row for logout and your wish list. So we can just copy this row, paste it down here, and before pasting it, we need to space it out. So we have constant sized box of height 10. Now we have logout. So we will pass in logout, and then we need to pass in a text that will be your wish list. Sweet. So here we have it. Looks awesome. Now one thing that I noticed in this app bar, the below app bar part, we have not bolded this. So what we need to do is go to the below appbar.dart file, and here in the user.name we have all this, and extra thing that we need is font weight dot bold. And if we save this much, it becomes too bolded. We don't want that. So let's pass in W600. Alright, this looks great. So after restarting this and creating these buttons, the next thing we need is again a sized box, after which we can have the list of orders. So what I'm going to do is space it out even more. You can see there's a lot more space over here. And now we are going to create a new widget called orders. So that will be orders.dart. Here we're going to import material dart. Let's quickly import that. Then we need to create a stateful widget because we are going to fetch the orders that the user has made, and we are going to create an API for that. So we know that in future it's going to be a stateful widget. So we can just create it right now. So now we have column, and then in the column we need to return children. Now the very first child that it's going to have is going to be, well, this part, which is a column. And then we need a list view builder so that we can build all of these products. So these are the two things that we need. So let's quickly work on them. So we have row, pass in the children, and the very first child is a container saying, actually we need some padding. So we have constant edge insets dot only. From the left we need a padding of 15. Then we need a child which will be of the constant text saying your orders. Then we need a style of text style, and the text style will be font size as 18, color as colors.black, and I don't think we need to mention that. So here we have the color, and we'll pass in colors.black. And I don't think we need that, so let's just remove that and see if we need that or not later on. So we'll pass in the font weight as font weight.w600. And with this much, let's take the orders and put it in the account screen. So we have orders, go to this, and you can see your orders showing up. Sweet. Now we need, let's put trailing commas. Now we need to pass in another container. So let's copy this container, paste it again. And we have see all, and one other thing is that we don't need it from the left anymore, we need it from the right because it's in the top right. So here we're going to have a color, and the color is going to be global variables dot, let's import it. So we have global variables dot selected navbar color. Let's remove this constant from here, and yep. Let's go over here, see. Let's put this as a small a, and now let's space between these two row elements. So we have main axis alignment as main axis alignment dot space between. Here we can see it, looks great. After that we need a list view builder to display our products. So let's create a comment, display products or orders, sorry. So here we're going to have a fixed size of container, and it's very important to mention this height. If you don't mention this height, it's going to give you a render box flow error. You can pass in, expanded widget, but it will take in all the available space and it won't look good. Also, we need to create this outside of the row. So let's copy this, paste it outside the row in the column. Put trailing commas. So here you can see they're all in line now. So now very first thing is padding. So we have constant edge insets dot only. From the left we have 10, from the top we have 20, and from the right 0, because it's going to be very scrollable. After that we have a child with list view builder. And for now, we are going to pass in constant index and create it like this. and here we are going to return the product that we are going to create. But before doing that, but over here we need to pass in an item count, which will be 3, let's say. And here to return or to view something just for design, we have to create a manual list. So, just a temporary list that we are creating. So here what we can have is list, which will be called list. Let's say it's temporary, so we can name it anything. So here what we need to pass in is, well, first of all, the image. So we have image, and the image is going to be anything that you can find out. What I'm going to pass in as the image is from unsplash.com. So you can just go over there and search one thing. So I'm just going to take this, copy image address, paste it in over here. After that, we are going to have the products. Actually, that's all that we need. So let's remove it. For our application for now, we are just going to have images, because here, if you see, we are just displaying the images of the product. So let's copy this, paste it, paste it, paste it, let's say 4 times. We can take this list, pass it in over here. So we have list.length, and then we are going to return a product. Now to return a product, what we are going to return is a widget. So let's create a single product dot, and this is going to be a very, very useful widget. It's going to be reusable everywhere in our application. So we're going to have import material dot, a stateless widget, and it's going to be called single product. This will be used even in the admin side, even in everything basically. So we have to pass in a padding, which will be const edge insets dot symmetric, and from horizontal direction 5. Then we need a child as a decorated box, so that we can just create a decoration. We don't need a container for that, so we can just pass in decoration as box decoration. So we can have border as border dot all, pass in the color as colors dot black 12, and the width as 1.5. If you come back over here, you can see that the border over here is like this. So we need colors dot black 12, and colors dot black 12 is going to be a very useful color for us, because it's going to act as a separator everywhere. Now after that, we are going to have a border radius, which will be border radius dot circular 5, and then the color will be colors dot white. Then we need a child, which will be a container, and then the width will be 180. Padding will be constant edge insets dot all 10. You can see there's padding everywhere over here, so that it looks neater and cleaner. And then the child is going to be an image dot network, and then we need to pass in the image. Now we'll get the image from the constructor. So we have final string image. Now we can click on this bulb icon, generate a constructor, then pass in the image over here, and the fit is going to be box fit dot height, fit height. So it will fit according to the maximum height that the image can take. It doesn't care about rest of the things. Then we can have width as 180 passed in. It should take in the same width as the entire container. Now we can go over here and return a single product. Now it requires an image. The image will be list at index, and that's all right, because it is a list of string. If you go back there, you can see it's a list of string. That's all that we need to do. Later on, that when we create our own API and create some stuff, then you will realize how different this will get. So here we have it, your orders. So now instead of having this as a vertical thing, what we can have is scroll direction as axis dot horizontal, because right now you can see it's vertical. That's why rest of the things are not even visible, because it's vertical. So, and the height is 170. Now if we save this much, you can see it is visible to us now, and it looks pretty good. So our design for this screen is also completed. Now the next thing we want to work on is the home page UI. So let's create that quickly. So now let's close the terminal and all the saved files. Now what do we need to do? Well, close this account page. Let's go to the home screen.dart again and create a widgets folder now, because we're going to create widgets and it's that UI that we're creating. Now let's quickly look what we want. This is the thing that we're going to create. So first of all, we need an app bar. So let's quickly create that, right? So now in the scaffold, we're going to have an app bar, again the preferred size. So what I'm going to do is go to the account screen, not account button, sorry. We're going to go in the account screen, copy this app bar widget, and then again close this much. Come over here and put in the app bar. Now obviously we need to make some changes over here, but before that, let's import app bar gradient. Now the title is going to completely differ. We can see in the title we have this app bar and the mic icon. So now what I want to do is, instead of returning this container, what I'm going to do is wrap it with an expanded widget and remove this alignment. We don't need that. Instead we will give it a height of 42, then a margin. That's why we are using a container, otherwise we would have used a sized box. And then we have only from the left we want to give 15. You can see in the picture, let me quickly go there, there's some margin over here. That's what we are doing. After that, in the child we want to wrap it with a widget that is called material. We don't have any image over here. So here we're going to have a material, and this material's purpose is just to give some elevation and some border radius. So we have border radius dot circular 7. We could have wrapped with container and given it a border radius over here, but since we want some elevation, because you can see this pops out, and thus the elevation is going to be 1. And then we want a child because we're going to have a text form field passed in over here. Now we could have used the custom text field, but you can see that the design differs. So we're going to create the text form field manually over here. Then we need a decoration. The decoration will be input decoration. Then the prefix icon is going to be an inkwell widget, because when we click on it, it gives us kind of a splash effect. That's why. So we're going to have an on tap property passed in over here. Then we need a child, which will be a constant padding. Then the padding is going to be edge insets dot only, and from the left we want 6. Let's quickly go there. So we have left as 6, and then the child over here is going to be an icon saying icons dot search. The color will be colors dot black, and the size is going to be 23. Great. Now let's go over here. You can see our funny text form field showing up, but there's more of an error because we have this container. So let's remove that, and here we have it. Now let's design this to look something like this. So the very first thing that we'll do is in the text form fields input decoration itself over here, I guess. So we have filled passed in as true. The fill color is colors.white. The content padding is const edge insets dot only, and from the top we want 10. After that we're going to have a border, and the border is going to be constant outline input border, and then we want to give this again a border radius of circular 7. So let's just copy this, paste it in over here. And actually I made a mistake. We want to pass in border radius dot all and then the radius dot circular 7. Now we can remove this much. Then we need border side as border side.none. Let's save this much. Then we need an enabled border. So let's pass in an enabled border, and this will be similar to this border. So I will just, copy all of this and pass in. Actually, we need to copy this, pass it in over here, and the border radius is going to be border side of colors.black 38, and the width is going to be 1. Now since this is constant, it is giving us an error, so let's remove this, pass in the constant over here, and pass in colors.black 38, and pass in const again because we made an error. Cool. So if we come over here, this looks something like this. If we click on this, you can see there's some effect due to which it becomes flat, otherwise it's elevated. Let's restart this. You can see again there's some border, but if we click on this, it comes back to normal. That's exactly what we want. Now finally we want to pass in a hint text. So let's pass in the hint, and we need to pass it in the input decoration. And here we're going to pass in search amazon.in. Save this much. Now this isn't matching with this, so we need to pass in the hint text style. So we have hint style, pass in the constant text style, and then the font weight is fontweight.w500. Pass in the font size as 17, and that's all that we need. So let's save this much. Here we have it. When we look at it, it looks great. Now we just need a mic icon, so we can quickly create that since we are in a row. So what we can do is over here have a container saying color as colors.transparent. Then we need a height 42. Then margin of constant edge insets dot symmetric. In the horizontal direction we need 10, and the child is going to have a mic, right? So we have constant icon as icons dot mic, color as colors dot black, and the size is going to be 25. If we go back over here, now this is matching with this. Let's restart the application. You can see it is matching, but still it's not clearly matching. And the reason is because you can see there is some spacing over here, there's some spacing over here, but there's no spacing over here. That means our app bar size is a bit smaller, so we can just change this to 60. Now this looks super good. I am pretty satisfied with it. So now we can work on this address box part. So now what are we going to do? Well, first of all, just minimize this app bar. It takes in a lot of space. And in the body, we are going to have a column which will have children. And then the first child that we have is an address box. So let's create that address box in a separate widget. So we have import material dart, a stateless widget of address box. So here we're going to have a container of height 40, then decoration, and this is not going to have the same linear gradient as this. You can see it over here. We have this linear gradient, but this linear gradient differs from this. So we're going to manually create it. So we have constant box decoration, and the gradient is linear gradient. Pass in the colors. So the colors are color.from ARGB, which stands for alpha, red, green, blue. And then we can pass in 255, 114, 226 and 221. Then we can copy this, paste it over here, And here A is again 255, but R is 162. This is 226. So let's change it to 236, and this will be 233. Let's take this address box, paste it in over here and save it. Let's put some trailing commas so that we can format the document. You can see it's giving us a color similar to this. Pretty cool. Now we need some stops. So we have stops as 0.5 to 1.0. Yep, again looks pretty cool. And after that, obviously we need a row so that we can include this icon, then this text, and then again this icon. So let's go over here, have a child as row, then the children. Also here we are going to have a padding of constant edge insets dot only. From the left we are going to have 10. So the row is going to be a constant icon as icons dot location underscore on underscore outline. Then we have a size of 20, and also let's put a comma over here. Let's put some commas so that we can format the document, and here you can see we have the icon showing up with some padding. Now we need to create a text. Now the problem with this text is, first of all, it can overflow. You can see whenever it overflows, meaning the address is too long, because usually the address is going to be too long. So in that case, what we're doing is making sure there's dot 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 over here, and that is done using a property known as text overflow dot ellipsis. But we also need to make sure that we get as much space as we require for this. So we'll have to wrap it with the expanded widget, and then only we can use ellipsis so that it gives us this dot 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 format. So let's do it. So we have expanded. The child will be padding, and the padding will be constant edge insets dot only from left 5. Then the child will be a text, and we are not in the children again of the row. So let's go over there, pass in the trailing commas, and here we have the text. Now the text is going to be, well, delivery to the name of the user, hyphen, then the address of the user. So let's quickly write it. So we have delivery to, and we'll use string interpolation, user.name, and let's use user's name. So we have final user equal to provider dot of user provider context dot user. This is nothing new, that's why I'm going quickly over here. Then we can pass in the dash, and then we can pass in user.address, and user.address can never be null because we are passing it as an empty string. And even if it is null at some point, we have some work done so that it always shows us an empty string. So here if we go, you can see there's nothing showing up, and you won't be able to see the magic of this expanded widget and then the text overflow, but you need to trust me on this. When we just pass in the address, you will be able to see. So now constant text style will be font weight dot w 500, pass in the overflow, and the overflow is text overflow dot ellipsis. Ellipsis stands for those dots. Fade is when the text just fades away, but we want ellipsis because that's a better user experience in my opinion. After this expanded widget, finally you will see this drop down icon, so we can create that. So we have constant padding, and the padding is going to be edge insets dot only. From the left we have 5, from the top we have 2. Let's see, this much. And in the child we have icon as icons dot arrow underscore drop underscore down outlined. Then the size will be 18, and yep, we have it. You can see it's looking pretty cool. Now since this is expanded, you can see the icon is mentioned over here. When the address comes in, this will look less awful. And the way the address is going to work is we are not going to ask the user for any address in the starting itself. What we are going to do is whenever the user clicks on this add to cart, goes to the orders page, and then for the first time when he enters their the address, we are going to save it in our database, and then we are going to keep track of that address always. That's how it's going to work. So now having the address box in place, let's create this category list. So let's close this, and here we are going to have a constant sized box. Let's create that quickly of height 10. Then let's remove this. So I'll do command full stop, and what I'm going to do is, so now let's just remove this constant from here, pass it in the column, and here we have it. Cool. Let's also remove this user because we don't need the provider. So of course we'll have to remove all of this stuff again. Sweet. So now the next thing is the categories thing. So what I'm going to have is pretty simple. Again, we're going to create top underscore categories dot file, import material dart, create a stateful widget for them. Let's create a stateless widget for now. So we have top categories, and we're going to have a container of height 60. Then the color is going to be colors.white. Obviously, you can see the color is white. And even if we don't mention, it's not a deal. So let's try to not include it. And the child is going to be a list view builder, because we have 5 things over here. So let's build it out using list view builder. So we have list view dot builder. Then we have a context and an index passed in. Then we have an item count, and now we need the items for this. The items for this, we have already installed the images. So we have the appliances books. These are all category images, so we are going to use them, but just to initialize them in a list so that it stays good enough, very editable. So we are going to add them in the global variables. So if you want to get access to them, you can just go to this repository and copy all of these things and put it in the global variables class. So here we can go there. So here I am in the global variables class. I can just paste them over here. You can see. Now save it, go over here and access them using global variables dot carousel images dot length, and it's not carousel images, sorry, it's category images dot length. Then we can get access to return a column, because well, it is going to be a column, right? You can see over here a column of this image and this mobile text. So we're going to have children as the container, and the padding going to be constant edge insets dot only from, actually let's do symmetric. So we have horizontal as 10. Then we have child, and then we are going to use clip rect for this so that it appears as a circular thing, or you can use a circle avatar widget for this. So I'm going to use clip rect, and then we will specify the border radius, which will be border radius dot circular 50. Then the child is going to be of image dot asset, and it will be global variables dot category images at index at image. So if you just go in the global variables class, you can see it is a list of map of string comma string. So here we have title, then mobiles, image as this image. So we are accessing, suppose, the 0th element, then their image property. That's exactly what we're doing over here. And since this can be nullable, we can put an exclamation mark. Now we need to specify their height. So it can be, first of all, boxfit.cover. Then we can pass in the height as 40, the width as 40, and that's all. So let's save this much and see what we're getting. We're not seeing anything, mainly because we have not used top categories. So let's go here, pass in the top categories. And now we are able to see this. Now you can see this is pretty funny. We just need to use them horizontally. So what we can do is scroll direction as axis dot horizontal. Now it looks great. Also, let's give some padding to each and every one. So let's give up a specific extent to which an item can be there. So what I'm going to do is pass in item extent, and here pass in 75. Every item is going to have a width or the extent as 75. This looks neater. Also, let's remove this container to say sized box. Now, after this container, we need a text that will say the category that we are having. So here it's going to be something similar to this. Paste it in over here and it will be title. If you go to the global variables, you can see this is called title. That's why. And now we have style as constant text style, and we need to diminish the font size, which will be 12 because it's lower than the usual. And then we can have a font weight of fontweight.w 400. Again, save this and you can see this is coming out pretty cool. Exactly the way we want it to come out. Looks great. Now the next thing is this carousel image, and now if you haven't noticed it already, this is carousel. So meaning if we swipe on it, it will show us other images. So for that, we're going to use a plugin called carousel image. So here we have carousel slider ready. So this is a plugin that we're going to use. So let's install it. I'm going to use .add dependency and stop our app execution and close the stop categories because we are done over here. Even the global variables file, we don't need to add anything else. And now here create a new widget for carousel image .dart. So here we're going to import material dart. Let's import your material dart, then call it a stateless widget, call it carousel image, return carousel slider. This is what comes from the package carousel slider.dart. Let's also get our app running after we've specified the items parameter and the options parameter. What is this options going to be? Carousel options. So let's quickly add them. And now we can get our app running. In the meantime, now we can focus on how it's going to look like. Well, first of all, the items is going to return a list of widgets. You can see that. Now our items are going to be in a separate list that we have in global variables. We have already added that. So if we go to the global variables, you can see we have carousel images over here. We're going to use each one of them. So what we need to do is map over every image in the list, and then we need to return an image based on that URL. So what I'm going to do is global variables dot carousel images dot map. We will get I. So we have I, and then obviously we need to convert it back to a list. So over here, what we need to return with I is a builder widget. Then it will accept a builder parameter, and in that builder parameter it will return to us a build context. So here we are going to return image.network, pass in the image.network, which is I. When we map over here we get that URL, and then we are using fit as boxfit.cover and the height as 200. Cool. This looks good enough. Now we need to pass in the carousel options, but before that let's see how it's looking. So here we can again have a size box of height 10, and then finally we will have carousel image. Save this much, and here we have it. At least it's now a working carousel, but now we need to make sure it takes in all the available width. For that, what we can do is go to the carousel image. In the carousel options, we will pass in viewport fraction as 1 and the height as 200. You can see it is still here a specific height, so that all images have the particular height. In case you want to change it, the height does not differ and does not look ugly. So here now this looks like a proper carousel and it's working. Pretty neat. Finally, we need the deal of the day, and this deal of the day is going to work on the rating system. So after we integrate the rating system in our application, we'll be able to show the proper deal of the day product. But for now, we're going to keep it as a static image and a static text. So what I'm going to do is in the widgets have deal of the day dot. We are going to import material dart, create a stateful widget. As I said, we are going to create an API for this. So we have deal of the day. Then we are going to have to return a column, and it will be wrapped by a gesture detector, because when we click on this, we need to get to the new page to display the details of the product. But now we are going to have children, the container, which just says that, yeah, this is the deal of the day. You can see that. And it's in the top left. So we are going to have alignment as alignment.top left, padding as constant edge insets dot only from the left 10, from the top 15. After that, a child with constant text saying deal of the day. And then we need a style of text style with font size 20. Save this much. We are not seeing anything because we have not bound this to our UI. So let's quickly do that. So just after this, we can have not a constant because we already have a list of constant. So here we just need to type in deal of day. And now we can see deal of the day correctly showing up. Pretty neat. Now we finally need to show an image.network, which will for now just show a static image. So again, we can go to unsplash.com and get a new image. So I'm just going to copy this image address and paste it in over here. Now we need to specify certain height, you can see, but before that we can go to the home screen and wrap this column with a widget known as single child scroll view, so that in case there's any render flow error, you know it's scrollable always. You can see that. Now in the deal of the day, we need to specify certain height. So the first of all, we're going to have a height of 235, and then we need to make sure that the fit is boxfit.fit height. This looks great. So in this particular height, it's going to fit. Now for now it's looking very bad, but when we add our own products, it's going to look neater because it's going to be a PNG format image, and it will contain the entire product's height. We don't want them to go according to their width. We don't want them to take the entire width. All we want to show is the correct height of the product and the correctness that it shows. So after that, we finally need to add all of this price and name of the product, all of that stuff. So here what we can do is have a container with padding of constant edge insets dot only, from left 15, from top 5, from right 40, and this will be the product name. That's exactly what we want. So here in the child we are going to have text as the product name. For now we can give a static name, so let's say Rivan is on sale. So we can have max lines as 2 and text overflow. So let's have overflow as text overflow dot ellipsis. Again, the dot format that I've already told to you. And for now, let's just give it a constant text, because later on it's always going to change. So we'll have to remove this constant. And let's see how it's looking. It's not looking great. So here what we can do is make some corrections, have a padding, just have an alignment passed in, which will be alignment dot top left. Here we have it. Now looks good. As the name gets bigger, you'll understand why we're using such a small font size. But before that, we needed to create product, right? I mean the price of the product. So now let's just add that. So we have container, pass in the padding. So let's copy this padding, paste it in over here, and it will be only from the left 15. Pass in the alignment as alignment dot top left, and then we need to pass in the child as a text, which will be slash dollar, because we want to display dollar, right? I mean it's $9.99, so you want to display dollar, and if we use dollar, it will consider it as string interpolation. So we have to pass in backslash dollar, and then we have dollar as the price. But for now we are not depending on the price from the API, so we can just pass in 100 like this, and also pass in constant over here. Now if we see over here, this looks good, but it's very small, so we can just increase its font size. So we'll have style as a constant text style, and pass in font size as 18. Let's remove this for now, and there we go. $100 looks good. And final thing that you'll not be able to notice as of now is we want to display a list view builder below this, so that we can show other images of the same product. So to do that, we are going to go below, add a row of images. So let's quickly add that, and it will be main axis alignment as main axis alignment dot space between. Then the children will be the product images. So for now we can just create image.network, pass in the images. So let's quickly grab some of the images from here, and let's paste it more times. Let's say 4 times more. And then we want each of them to have a fixed width, height, and all of that. So let's pass it in. So we'll have fit as box fit dot fit width. So here it's going to fit according to their width, so that it stays in a proper constraint, and the width can be 100 and the height can be 100 as well, so that we create a box, right? I mean a square. That would be good. Now if we save this much, you can see we got a render flow error, and that was expected because we need to wrap this row with again a single child scroll view. With the help of the single child scroll view, we'll be able to pass in scroll direction, which will be axis dot horizontal. Now if we save this much, you can see it's scrollable and it looks good enough. And finally below this, we just need to tell that, yeah, let's see all the deals of the day. So we have container with padding as constant edge insets dot only, and from the left 15, from the top 15, from the bottom 15. And in case you don't want to write all of them 15, what you could have done is pass in symmetric over here, and then vertical as vertical as 15, because top and bottom is 15. And then you could have removed this left to say copy with left 15. This is also great, and the earlier one is also great. Both of them look great. So we have alignment dot top left, and then the child will be text saying see all deals. Now we just need to pass in the style, which will be a text style. Now the color for this is going to be colors.cyan, and the shade will be 800. All of this is tried and tested. If you want, you can just use different shades and see which one you like. I'm preferring this one. So now if we scroll here, we have see all the deals and it looks magnificent. That's the way I want it. So our home screen UI is also completed and it looks exactly the way we want it to look. Now in case you're wondering why deal of the day looks shabby, not like this. When we add great images, you'll understand why it looks great enough on this. Now the next thing we want to work on is the admin screen, so that we can add products and use real products, so that whenever we click on this mobiles, we can see the proper categories. When we click on this essentials, we can click on proper categories. We're not going to design cart, because we'll design cart only when we are able to add them to our cart. For now, we just need to be able to add products, and for that we're going to go to the admin side. And for that we'll always have to do some conditional rendering logic. So here again in the main.dart file, we'll have to check over here if the token is not empty, then we need to check if the user's type is a user. If it's user, then we want to show that, otherwise the admin screen. So let's quickly do that logic and then work on the adding products feature. So it's pretty easy for us. Well, we can just copy this, paste it over here and have user.type, and now we want to check if it is equal to user, right? So if that type is now equal to user, then we want to show the bottom bar, otherwise the admin screen. So for admin screen, let's create a new feature. Let's close all of them and now create admin feature. This will have screens, and now the screen over here is going to be admin underscore screen dot. Here we are going to import the material dart, create a stateless or stateful widget, and this admin screen is going to work in the same way as the bottom bar, because it is going to consist of bottom bar displaying several things like this. Here we have the home button, the analytics button and the orders button. It's going to be pretty similar to the bottom bar. So after having that, let's turn this into a scaffold, and let's keep it this way for now. Then we can go to the main.dart file and here put a colon and then pass in the admin screen. Sweet. So now if I restart the application, I should see a blank screen. And we are not seeing the blank screen mainly because we have not changed the type of in the MongoDB. So let's click on this edit icon, using which you can edit your type of the user or any other field. And then we are going to change this to admin and then click on update. After doing that, we can just click on restart. And here we have it, a blank screen. Now in case this is irritating you, the debug banner, what you can do is we are in the main.dart file, and here we can have debug show check mode banner and set it to false. And now this is gone. Great. So now we can close rest of the files and go to the admin screen. And here the very first thing is again the app bar that we want to create. You can see this part right here. And to create this kind of app bar, we can just copy it from somewhere. So we can just go to the account screen, copy this app bar that we have minimized. Let's quickly copy all of this and again minimize this. go in the admin screen, pass in the app bar this app bar, click on save. Obviously we need to import global variables and then again click on save. You can see Amazon.in showing up. Now we need to remove this bell and this kind of icon. So let's remove this whole container and pass in constant text admin with a text style which will be basically that, yeah, we want to bold this out. So we'll have font weight as font weight dot bold. Now if you go here, you can see, as I told previously, this is of the white color. I just wanted to demonstrate this to you. So now we can change the color and set it to colors.black. And yep, this looks great, just similar to this. Now what we need to do is create the bottom navigation bar, and again, it's going to be pretty similar. So let's copy the contents from our bottombar.dart file. Here I'm just going to select, well, everything. So let's select everything and paste it in the admin screen. So I'll minimize the app bar and here have the BottomNavBar. Here we have it. Now we need to create these variables, so we can create them or actually copy them from here itself. Here we have everything. So now we can just paste it. Now we need to create some different pages or widgets because we want to render different pages. So here I'm just going to copy the centered widget until we make those widgets. So we are going to have analytics page, and this is going to be the posts page. We are going to create posts page just right now, but for some time let's just keep it so that we don't have to deal with some errors. And now we don't want badge in our application, so we are going to remove this bottom navbar item and copy this bottom navbar item, paste it down here. And this is going to be the orders, and we are going to check if this is 2. So if this is 2, we want this. We've done this logic, we've covered this logic, so no need to worry. And this will be all inbox outline. Here we will have analytics underscore outline because this is analytics. And this is posts. So we will have home underscore outlined only. Here we can see the correct symbols showing up and it's working. Now let's create a posts page. So we will have in the screens itself, we will create posts underscore screen.dart. Other thing that you could have done is made a views folder and created views in that, but I'm not doing that. After that, it's going to be a stateful widget, because in just a while after creating the UI, we are going to create the products and display them. We are going to create APIs for them. That's why. So now we have scaffold. Here we are going to return a body. And the body for now can be a centered child text saying products. And we can put const for them, but instead of doing that, we are just going to pass in const for center, because now we are going to have a floating action button. This floating action button you can see is over here. So this floating action button is going to help us go to a new page where we can add products. And instead of post screen, this should be product screen. I'm not sure why I named it that way, but now let it be. So here I'm going to have a floating action button with child as a constant icon of icons.add, and then on pressed is going to be a function like this, and then I'll just save this much, and you can't see anything because I've not bound this post screen to the pages widget that a list of widgets that we have. And now we can pass in const over here. Yep, cool. Now we can go over here, restart our application. There's absolutely no need, but here we have it, floating action button. Now we want this floating action button to appear in the center. So what we can do is floating action button location as floating action button location dot center float, and yep, it appears in the center. Great. Also, another thing that we want to add is a tooltip. Some people won't understand what this is, so if they long tap, they want to see what is happening. So tooltip will help us with exactly that, and we can say add a product. And now if I long click on this, you can see add a product shows up. Great. Now let's create add post screen or add product screen right now. So let's name it add product screen dot. We will import material dart, create a stateful widget and call it add product screen. You already know why this is a stateful widget, because we are going to create APIs, and along with that we are going to have text form field because we are going to create a form. So here we have the UI of this. So now again we will return a scaffold over here with a body and an app bar. So for app bar we can copy what was there in the admin screen. So let's quickly copy all of that and paste it over here. Now we just need to import global variables and save this much, and let's navigate to the add product screen. To navigate, of course we need to create a named route. So we can have static constant string route name equal to /add product. Now let's register this. So we can go to router.dart, create this and pass in add product screen dot route name, and even here add product screen. Alright. Now in the post screen, whenever we click on this button, we want to navigate. So we can create a function over here called void navigate to add product. Pretty simple, just not mixing our UI with our logic. So just creating it at the top. Even if you create it inside of this anonymous function, it won't matter, but I just like to do it this way. Then we will have navigator dot push named and pass in the route name. Route name is add product screen dot route name. Take this navigate to add product, pass it in the on pressed and save this much. Restart our application. And if we click over here, we go on the next screen. Now in the next screen, we don't want this. Instead, we just want a simple title. So now let's close all the other file and work on this. So over here in the title, we are going to replace this entire row with just a constant text widget saying this is the add product. We need to style this with a text style which has color of black. Now if you go over here, you can see it's pretty similar to that. Now the next thing we need to work on is this container. Now this container looks very different from what we have created so far, and it is simply because this is bordered and all of that stuff. So for that we are going to use a plugin known as dotted border. So this is the package that we are going to use. Let's copy this. Add it to the Dart using Dart add dependency. Let's stop our app execution. Alright, now we can run the app again, run without debugging. And in the meantime, what we can do is first of all, minimize this app bar. And now in the body, we will have dotted border. But before that, as you can analyze, we have this image and then we have this product form fields. So for that, obviously we are going to create a form, and there's a possibility that this might overflow because every screen is going to be different, but our sizes are fixed. So what we can do is wrap this with a single child scroll view. So here I'm going to have single child scroll view, pass in the child, and the child is going to be a form whose key we are going to create in a while, but we will have a child over here, and the child is going to be a column whose children and the very first child is going to be a dotted border. Now we have that, so let's create dotted border, and it's going to have a child which will be simply a container. So here in this container, we will have first of all some properties defined. So width will be as much space as it gets. Height will be 150. Decoration will be box decoration with border radius as border radius dot circular 10, so that we get some border radius. It's exactly what we are saying. Then we have a child over here which will be a column, and this column will specify what contents are inside of this, the folder thing, and select product images. So what we can have is children, and it will be constant icons dot folder open, with a size of 40. After that, we are going to again leave some space. So we have sized box as height 15. And then a text which will be not constant, because you're going to use a shade color. Because if you see over here, this is not even gray, not even black. This is somewhat of a shade of a gray. So we are going to use that. So it will not be a constant anymore. So we have select product images, pass in the style which will be text style with a font size of 15 and color of colors dot gray dot shade 400. You can see this is not a const anymore. So if I save this much and go on this screen, you can see our dotted border is appearing well, but we need to leave some space from here and from here. But if you analyze the screenshot that we have with us, you can see there's some spacing left from here, and there's some left from here as well, and even from the other side. So my point is, if there is spacing left from all the sides, what we can do is wrap the column only with a padding widget. Makes sense? And then we will specify that we want it symmetric, and in the horizontal direction we want it, let's say 10. Now we have that spacing done. Now in the column we will leave constant sized box height 20. Now we have that left as well, but still it's not looking really cool like this one, and that's because we need to specify some properties to make it look good. So here we're going to have some properties in the dotted border, like border type as border type dot rect. If you pass in circle, it will create something like a circle, but we want it like a rect. So here we have it. Then we need to specify the radius, which will be constant radius dot circular 10. Now you can see the curves are appearing pretty well. After that we need a dash pattern, and it accepts double, which will be 10, 4, and obviously put in a const because it's a list of integer. Now these dashes appear very well. After that we will have stroke cap as stroke cap dot round. You can see it's appearing pretty neat now. After that we just need to push this in the center, so that should be fairly easy with the column, using main axis alignment as main axis alignment dot center, and boom, here we have it. Looks insane. Now we just need a couple of text fields, and this text field we can reuse because our custom text field is also of the same look. So let's quickly copy it down. So let's create first a lot of spacing. So we will have a height of 30, because you can see in the start there's a lot of space, then the space decreases. Now we will pass in custom text field, pass in the controller and hint text, So now we will pass in and create a couple of controllers. So we will have final text editing controller as the product name controller, which will be equal to text editing controller. And let's remove this and pass in text editing controller. After that, we can copy it 4 more times so that we have a description controller. And then we can have price controller and then quantity controller. And I think that much is enough for the text editing controller. So obviously we need to create a dispose for them. So let's dispose them before we forget. Let's take this product name controller, call dispose on them, then a couple of more times. So we can pass in this, the price controller, and finally the quantity controller. Now we can go down, pass in the very first controller, which will be product name controller, and then pass in the hint text, which is product name. Make sure to add not a very descriptive hint text because our validation is based on this hint text. You can see enter your product name or whatever that you want. See, now after that we want a constant sized box again, and now this will be smaller, so we will pass in 10. Now we can just copy this format, paste it in again, and this will be, well, description controller. And now we will just say description. Save this much, and here we have it. Now the problem with description controller or the description form is that this is bigger because description can be bigger. So for description, what we need to do is make sure that the max number of lines that a text field can have is bigger. So what we can do is go to this custom text field and now add another input of final int max lines and require this dot max lines. Now the problem is that if we require it everywhere, you can see there are errors in our add product screen and even in auth screen because we are using custom text field everywhere. Now suppose we have a very big code base now, and if we want to make this change, it will ask us to put in max lines everywhere, and we are already happy with what we had earlier. So how do we fix this? Well, we can just remove this required and set it to the default value of 1 because everywhere the max number of lines was 1 because by default max number of line is 1. Now in case the user enters the max lines, it will set to the value the user enters from other class, otherwise it will take in the value of 1. So now I can take this max lines, pass in max lines and pass in max lines from the constructor over here. Now here I'll pass in max lines again and pass in 7. Now here we have it. You can see description is now longer. Now similar to the product name, we are going to have several more fields. So let's quickly add them. I think 2 more is enough. We need price and quantity. So let's quickly put them in. And same for quantity. So we have quantity and pass in quantity controller. Now we have everything. Now the last thing we want is a drop down menu. So whenever we click on this drop down menu, we want a list of categories that are available for us. So now let's create them. So we will have sized box, which will take in all the available space, because if we don't specify this, it will only take in the amount of width it requires to put in this text, mobiles or whatever. So it will be only this much small. Just let me demonstrate it to you. So it will be only this much long. We don't want that. We want uniformity. So we will just pass in this big. So here we are going to have a child of drop down button, a widget provided by Flutter. Now we will have value, and the value will be the items that we create at the top, which will be the list of the product items. So here we can create list of string called product categories and then pass in mobiles, essentials, then appliances, books and fashion. Make sure to use make sure to properly name them according to our global variable. So if we go over there, you can see mobiles, essentials, appliances, books, fashion. Make sure to have all of these categories, and these are very essential for our app because based on this we are going to store the product categories whenever we store the products, and this will play a huge role. So make sure to not make any typo here. So now we can go down, and the value first of all is going to be the category. So let's create a global variable called string category and set it to a default value called mobiles, because here you can see in our app we have already put a default value of mobiles. So whenever the user clicks on the screen, the first category or the default category is mobiles. So now we can take this category as the value. Then we need an icon. So the icon is going to be a constant icon of icons dot drop down, or actually icons dot keyboard arrow down. And then we need to pass in the items, the list of items that we want in our app. So now that items, if you hover over this, is a list of drop down menu item object. So what we need to do is what we have done earlier with the carousel. We need to map through the product items that we have. So product categories dot map. Then we have string of items that we get. And then we want to return this drop down menu. So we will have return drop down menu item. And now if you are very confused with the error that are coming in, what you need to do is change it to .toList. The error goes away. And now in the child, we are going to have text or saying the item that we have right now because we looped through it, right? So product categories is a list. We mapped through them. We got a single item and now we are displaying that item. Put a semicolon over here. And now we also want to put in a value. So whenever this is changed, you can see there's an onChange property that we need to add. So whenever we click on this, we need the value to be assigned, right? So what is that value going to be? Well, it's just going to be item. And that's why I said that this is going to carry the product categories list that we created. Their names is going to carry a lot of value. And finally, after this, we need an onChanged property. So we can create onChanged. And we will have string of new value and then just set state to change category equal to the new value that we received. And we are pretty sure that it's never going to be null, because every time we click on a drop down menu item, it's going to return some value. And that's it. So here we have the mobiles. If we click on this, you can see list of options that it gives us. And if I click on essentials, now it's essentials. And that's because of the onChange property. We rebuilt the whole screen. Cool. And finally, after the size box, we will need another size box so that we can create a button. So a button is going to be pretty simple, a custom button. Now the text is going to be cell and the on tab is going to be the cell product that we need to create right now. So here we have it. The UI is now created. Now the next step is to create the API to sell a product. Let's create that. But actually, before creating our own API, what we need to do is be able to click on this and be able to select an image. For exactly that, we're going to the utils.dart file, and here we're going to create a utility function called pickImages. This will help us pick images. Simple. And now I've named it pickImages because we are allowing a product to have multiple images. So it will be a list of file and it will be images which will be empty. Then we will have a try and a catch block. And here we are not going to display a show snack bar. Instead, we are just going to print it out because there are very less conditions in which we are going to get any error. And whenever we get this error, it's mainly because the user does not select any images, and that's not a correct way to show the snack bar, because if the user doesn't show images, we don't need the snack bar. And also remove the .html import and instead do .io, because .html only works on web. Sweet. So now in the try block, we need to select the image. To select the image, we need to install a plugin, File Picker, or you can even install Image Picker as long as you know how to use them. There's not much difference in both of them while picking an image or selecting an image. So let's add that. Add dependency, put in File Picker, and I'll save this file for now. Stop our app execution and see if there's any installation required. So here in the installation and setup part, we can see we need to do something for Android, iOS, web, desktop, or anything. So here you can see Android all set. You should be ready to go as long as you concede runtime permissions. So yep, it's all good for us. After that, in the iOS, it asks us to, well, use all of this in case of the file type that we are using. So we are using file type.image. So let's find one for that. And here we have it. Whenever we use file type.image or file type.video, we need to add the following key. So let's click on this, copy it, go to our info.plist file and add it. Make sure that your info.plist file is in the iOS, not macOS. Paste it down here, and then you need to explain why your app uses the photo library. Well, we want images, right? So we can just write we want image for product, and you need to definitely write something that is very more formal. But I think for me, since I'm not uploading to Play Store or App Store, that's fine. So now I can rerun my application, and while that is happening, and actually while the app is launching now, we can in the try block add await file picker .platform.pick files, and now we need to pick files. Well, first of all, mention the type, which will be file type.images, so that it will only show us the images of the type file type. Sorry, files of the type images, sorry. After that, we need to make sure that we allow multiple images to be selected, and here we have it. Also, just remove the extra s over here, put a semicolon. After having that, let's store them in a variable called files, and this will be of the type file picker result. You can see that we have file picker result. Now with this file picker result, first we need to check if files is not equal to null. We saw that it can be null, and we need to check that files.files is not empty. So the files list that it gives us is not empty. So if this is the case, that means file is not null and files is not empty, meaning the files, which is the variable, .files, which is a property which file picker result gives us, is not empty. So if it's not empty, then we need to go to and do for int I equal to 0. We basically need to map over all the files over here. So we can have files.files I is less than files.files.length I ++, and then add all of the files that file picker has to our images list. So you'll have images.add, pass in file, which will take in a path, which will be files.files at I.path. And here you can see the argument type string can't be assigned to the parameter type string. So we can just put in an exclamation mark over here. And finally, we will return this images list. And then finally, we can give your, a future list of images or the file as a return type. Great. It's always good to have the return type over here, because later on when we use this pick images, we won't know what the return type is, and it will be dynamic. Dynamic isn't a very good thing. In the add product screen, we can create a function called void select images, and this will be asynchronous again. Here we will just say result is equal to await pick images, and we need to import it from the utility file. Then we need to set state of images, which is not created yet. So we will create list of file called images and set it to an empty list. We will also import this file, and then we will have images equal to result. Now we can take the select images and wrap this around this dotted border. So we will wrap it with a gesture detector, and on tap, whenever we click on this, we want pick images to run. So here we have it. And actually not pick images, sorry. We want to run select images, which is a function that we created over here. Pick images is a function in the utility file. Sweet. So now let's restart our application. Click on this floating action button, click on select product images, and here I'm able to select the images, and I can select multiple images. If I click on add, I don't see any error. That means it has been successful and images now has this. So let's try to display those images on the screen. For that, we are obviously going to use carousel slider again. So for that, we can just copy it from our carousel image.dart file. We could use this function in case we were receiving items from the constructor, but we are not doing that because we have created that in a separate feature. Now, I'm not saying we are not going to reuse some features widgets, but in this case, let's not do it. In case we want the products to show up differently over here, it's great to have a different, widget shown over here. So here I can check if images, the global variable that we created, is not empty. So if it's not empty, then we need to obviously show the carousel slider, otherwise a gesture detector. So we can paste it, import the carousel slider, not carousel options. It will only import this, but we want carousel sliders as well as carousel options. Then we can remove this carousel slider, save it, and see what the error is. Let's remove this. Yup. Looks great. And also remove this global variables.carousel images and instead add images.map this. After that, we receive a file over here. And now the file is not going to be image.network. It is going to be image.file, which is another widget, so that we can display a file. And if we save this, you can see the images are showing up just with the hot reload, and everything shows up cleaner and neater. Now finally, we can go to the API request where we can create our API. So now let's close all the saved files, and in the admin, we're going to create another folder called services, and here we're going to have admin services.dart file. And here we are just going to create a class called admin services, inside of which we are going to have several folders. And the very first function that we're going to have is sell product. Now this is going to require a lot of things. So let's give it a named parameter. So we will have build context, obviously just to display the errors. Then we will have a name, which is the product name. Then we will require the description, which is the product description again. Then we have a price, and this will be in double because the user can enter digits or decimal points. Then we can have quantity, which will be double as well. I mean, you can have integer as well. It wouldn't be a problem, but I'm just going to go ahead with double. Then we are going to have category. And then finally, a list of file. Let's copy this. And this will be called images. Now I'll import this from Dart.io. And here this is going to be asynchronous, and put in a try catch block. Obviously over here we are going to show a snack bar. So we will have e.toString. And now the very first thing that we need to do is upload the images to the database. Now we could have done that in the server side, but doing it in the server side is less easier as compared to doing it in the client side using a plugin which is provided to us. First of all, where are we going to store these images? Now we can't store these images in Mongo database. You can store them, but I think it's very difficult to store them, and I would not recommend doing that because we have only 512 MB of storage given by MongoDB because we are using their shared cluster. So instead, what I would recommend you to use is Cloudinary. This is the website for cloudinary.com, and this is their client-sided usage. So we can use Cloudinary instead of sending HTTP requests to this Cloudinary storage. What we can do is use Cloudinary public, which, as it tells here, allows us to upload media files directly to Cloudinary without exposing our API key or secret key, which is huge. So now let's quickly log in, and you would have to sign up in case you're coming for the first time. Actually, I'll also sign up. So you need to enter your name. I'll enter Ranawat. Then I'll enter my email. After entering the password and the email, you don't have to enter company site name. Then here you need to enter a product. So we can just write programmable media for image and video API. Click on I'm not a robot and click on create account. Alright, so after confirming the email, here we come. Welcome to Cloudinary. What's your main role? I'm just going to say developer. Click on continue. Then we need to build a new website. We can click on done. And here we have it. Now let's first of all delete all the samples. We don't need them. Let's click on refresh. We have all of these samples still there. Let's quickly delete all of them. And then here in the settings, we need to get two things first of all. So actually, let me tell you why we need them. So here we can just take this Cloudinary public, add it to our Dart dependency. Let's stop our app execution. And now let's create an instance of the Cloudinary. So let's run our app also. So here we have final Cloudinary equal to Cloudinary public, and let's initialize that, where in the constructor it asks for a cloud name and the upload preset. So for cloud name, what we can do is go to the dashboard, and here you can see this is the cloud name. We can copy this, paste it here, and then it asks for upload preset. As we saw, we don't need API key or API secret key anymore. So we can just click on settings and get our upload preset. So to get the upload preset, here we need to click on upload, go down, enable unsigned uploading, delete this signed uploading, and then this is our upload preset. So we can copy this upload preset, go to our dashboard again, and here pass in the upload preset as well. Now make sure to not use whatever I'm using and create your own account, because I'm going to be deleting everything after this tutorial. Great. So now we have a list of files and it is called images. So now I'll create list of string called image URLs, and what we are going to do is essentially map through all of these images and send it to this Cloudinary storage. So we will have for int I is equal to 0, I is less than images.length, I plus plus. Then we will have await Cloudinary dot upload file, and you can also refer to the documentation here, which clearly states how to go ahead. Here it is written. So we need to upload file, and as we saw over here, Cloudinary file.from file is what we need to pass in. So we will have Cloudinary file.from file. It gives various options like from bytes, from URL, from future byte data, but we will use from file because we have a file. And then we will have images at I, and this is a file. We'll use that file's path and store it over there. Now we will just use Cloudinary response to store it in a response variable. After that, we can just use image urls dot add, which is this list of string, and add the response dot secret URL that it gives us. Sorry, secure URL. So this is the download URL that we get from Firebase, or the upload URL, whatever you want to call it. Now we have access to this, so we can send this to our API. But before doing any of that, before moving ahead, there's one thing that I would like to tell, and one change that I would like to make. That's simply, we store all of the files over here, but you can see if we store it, it will store it in our media file library, and it will store it here continuously. I mean, there has to be some management in our uploading as well, right? Let's make a folder for this. It won't create a folder by default. It will just store images here like itself. So here we can pass in the folder. So every product that we have will have its own folder, inside of which we will have several images. So here we can pass in the folder as the name of the product and save this much. Now we can go ahead. We are not able to test it yet because we don't have all of this stuff. So now let's create a product and finally upload it to our MongoDB as well. Now we will be uploading only URLs to our MongoDB. So now first of all, we have to create a product model. So let's quickly create that. Product.dart. So it will be pretty simple. Class product, whatever we have accepted from the constructor, that's all we need. So we will call it final string name, final string description, final double quantity, final list of string of images, and make sure to not use file over here. We are storing all the download URLs over here. Then we have final string category, final double price, and here we will also have string which can be nullable called ID, a string which can be nullable called user ID. All of this we are not storing right now while sending data to our server, but we will store when we get data from our server. And we will also have rating, which we will create later on after we add the rating functionality. And make sure to add the final keyword for both of them as well. Now we can create a constructor, then JSON serialization, and like earlier we made changes for the ID in the from map function, we can pass in map underscore ID over here. You can see in our user.dart file as well, we have passed in map underscore ID over here, and similar to that we have map underscore ID in the product as well, because we are not passing in the ID. Mongoose or Mongo database is going to create it for us. Having that in place, let's create a product model over here. So we will call this product. And now we need to pass in the name. We have it description, we have it quantity, we have it images. We need to pass in the image URLs, category, price, and all of that is done. There's no need to enter rest of the things that it has. For example, ID and user ID, because they are nullable. After that, we just need to post that, but before doing that, we need to create that API. So what we can do is go to our server, and here in the routes, we are going to create admin.js route. This will contain all the admin.js functions. So obviously import express. Then we need to create an admin route, which will be equal to admin router, which will be equal to express.router as a function. And then we need to create a post function so that we can add a product. Now, before starting with this, there's an exercise I would like you to do. Well, it's just creating an admin middleware. Like we have this auth.js middleware, we need to create something like an admin middleware. What different will be admin middleware? it's basically here the only difference that we need to make is we have the ID, we need to get the user by their ID and check if the type is admin or not. That's the only thing, similar to the auth middleware. So try it on your own. If you can do it, then let me know in the comment section. Otherwise, we'll do it together. Were you able to do it? If not, let's do it. If yes, let's verify your work. So here in the middleware, we are going to create admin.js. Then we are going to require JWT. So we will have JSON, web token. Then we will create a function called admin, which will be asynchronous and will give request, response, and next. We have already understood what all of them are. We need a try catch block, and instead of writing all of that, let's take in the inspiration from auth. You should write it on your own, but since I'm already familiar with how to go about it and I've written it multiple times before even creating this tutorial, so I'm just going to copy paste it. So over here, after if it's not verified and we are setting user to verify.id and all of that, here we can get the user by their ID. So we will have constant user equal to await user dot find by ID. We will pass in the verified.id. Also get user. So we need to require user. So we will have constant user, which will be equal to require dot slash models slash user. Great. Now we have that user. We also have awaited it, and we can use await because it's an asynchronous function. So here we can check if user dot type, we already have that. So if we go to our Mongo database, you can see if user's type is admin. So here we are just checking if it is user, or the user's type is seller, then we need to return a status saying 401, this is unauthorized, saying with the message, you are not an admin. And if it is an admin, well, obviously request.user, request.token, and here we have it. Great. So now we can create the post route. So obviously let's add a comment of adding product. So we will have a post route which will be called /admin now. We have already used API, but it is for a common user. For admin, we are going to use /admin /add product. And in case you want to extend this app further after this tutorial and you want even the sellers to be a normal user, what you can add here is auth instead of creating an admin middleware, but we are allowing only admin to use that. So obviously import admin, which will be /middleware /admin. Now we have passed or admin as a middleware, and you can add as many middlewares as you want. You want 2, 3, 4, you can add them. So obviously we'll have asynchronous request, response. Then we have a try and a catch block. Over here we are basically going to return res.status of 500. You should be familiar with this by now. We are just making use of this again and again, so it should be a good practice for you. And here we have to get some things from request.body. Obviously we already know how the format of this is. So now we can have name, description, images, quantity, price, and category. Now just to remind you, these names over here should be matching to our product.dart file. So here when we convert it to map, you can see all of these should be matching to what we pass in the routes. Great. So now let's create a product model. So now we have to create a product model here as well. So we'll have product.js, and similar to user model, we're going to have all of that. So let's paste it down here, call it product schema. And now we will just have this much. before we forget, let's create a model for this, which will be product, and it will equal to mongoose.model, pass in the model name, which will be product, and this will be the product schema, and obviously export it, which will be equal to product. Now before forgetting all of this, let's do it right here itself. Now let's define our schema. So first of all, we need a name which will be of the type string, required set to true, and trim should also be true. Then we need a description which will be of the type string, required again set to true, and trim again set to true. After that, let's add images. This will be an array. So now, till now, we have not stored any array anywhere in our application, right? So to store an array, what you can do is obviously create like this type of array, like this. But instead of doing that, we are using something fancy over here. We're using list, and this images list is going to consist of properties which will be type string and will always be required, so it will be set to true. So here we are creating an array of images which have these properties. After that, we need a quantity which will be obviously a number. You can't pass in int over here or anything like that. You need to pass in a type number, or otherwise you can just pass in int 32 array or int something like that. Then this is also set to true. Then we need a price which will be of the type number again and will be required. Let's rename this to number again. After having quantity and price, we need category, the user ID. We are still left with that. So obviously type string, required true. This is the category, which is mobiles or whatever. Then finally we will have the user ID, which will store the ID of the user who sold this. Now I don't think it is needed, so let's remove this. What my idea initially was that we would create user ID which would store the ID of the admin who sold this. But now as I'm thinking, I think we will have only one admin in this application, which will be ourselves. So there's no need of storing user ID. So we can again go to our product.dart file, remove the user ID, remove this user ID again, this and this, and we are good to go. So again, we can go to the product.js, and finally we are going to have something known as ratings, but we will reach there later on. Now we have all of this, so let's create a product model which will be let product equal to product. We have imported that, and it will be a new product, obviously. And then we need to pass in the object the properties that we need. So obviously name, we know the shorthand syntax now, description, images, quantity, price, category. User ID is not there anymore, so I think all that is there is this. If we go over here, you can see name is needed, description, images, quantity, price, category. All of that we have passed in. Now we need to save it to our database, so we will do product is equal to await product dot save. What we are doing here is basically using let. Let will make us change the variable name later on, or variable value later on. If we use constant, we know that from Flutter as well, if anything is constant, it can't change later on. But with let, it allows us to change. And here we are basically creating a new product and assigning it to product. Then we are saving that product, which is a model, and it gives us a function dot save. We are saving that to Mongo database, and whatever Mongo database returns to us, which is a product with an underscore ID and underscore version, that we are saving in product, so that we can return product to our client side. So now we could test this API using Thunder client, but instead of doing that, what I'm going to do is directly go to the admin services.dart file and here directly create a post request to check in our application itself. So I'm going to import HTTP as HTTP. Then we will have http.post. We have to pass in the URL, which will be uri.parse, pass in the URL, which will be $URI from our global variables, /admin/add product, pass in the headers. So we have to pass that outside this URI. So we'll pass in the headers because this will be only by authenticated or authorized users, because this has a functionality of auth middleware. So obviously we need to pass in the headers. So let's copy the headers from one of the files. So we have auth service and let's find the headers. We have this header. Let's go here, pass in this header, and finally we need to pass in XAuth token, which will be from the user provider. So let's create the user provider at the top. It's not an asynchronous function, so we can create this at the top, calling it provider.auth user provider context listen set to false, and that's it. Now we can take this user provider and use user provider.user.token, which can never be null. And finally, don't forget to pass in your body, because headers are different. We are authorizing ourselves using this header, but with body, we are sending the data that we need. So if we go to admin.js, you can see authorization is done using admin middleware, which looks at the request.header. But here we are looking at request.body. Those are two separate things. So now we need to pass in body, which will be product.toJSON. After that, we need to do error handling, which will be HTTP error handling, and we need to pass in response. So let's store this in the response called response res equal to await http.post. Now we can pass this response, and in on success, we can display a show snack bar saying product added successfully, and then navigator.pop, so that we go back to the main screen. So if I restart my application now, and before doing anything else, let's bind the sell product to our posts actually add product screen. So now we will create an instance of the class. So we will have final admin services equal to admin services. Now take this admin services, call void sell product. Now obviously we need to validate our form, and for that we are going to create a global key for that. So we will have, let's say, final underscore add product form key equal to global key of form state, and use that add product form key in our form. So let's go down to our form, and here use the key add product form key. Now we will be able to use the validate function so that every field in this screen gets validated. We have already looked at it in our auth.dart file. If you forgot about it, it's a good way to remember about it. So now it will give us a boolean value to validate, and if the form is correct, all the fields have been passed in, then we can say admin services dot sell product, pass in the name, which will be, well, product name. So let's quickly type in product name controller dot text. Then we will pass in description, which will be description controller dot text. Price will be price controller dot text. Quantity And actually this requires a double value. So what we can do is double dot parse, and since this is a string, we can use double dot parse. So pass in this. So we have this done. Now we can copy this, paste it over here, and do the same for quantity controller. And here we have it. Sweet. Now before even validating the form, one thing to note here is that if we validate the form, it will not think about this image that is there. So here we also need to make sure that the widget images that we have is not empty. So we need to make sure, and actually instead of or we need to do and. So we need this form to be true. That means all the controllers that are there should be filled, and the images list that we have should not be empty. After doing this much and using the cell product down in the on tab, we can pass to it the cell product and restart our application. Now let's see how it works around. I'll select some products. Let's say I select a few iPhones. You can see I'm able to select them. I'll call them iPhone 13 Pro 128 GB. I'll give some description. Let's say great iPhone for great people. I don't know, man. This much. So then in the description we can say good phone, must buy, totally worth it. And yeah, now we can pass in the price, $1,000. Quantity we have is 20, and it's in mobile section. So now we can click on sell. Nothing is happening. And you can see we got an error, cannot post /admin. Now anyway, whenever we get this error, we should be sure that the URL name is correct. So we have that correct URL name. Other thing that we should note is that this admin router should be connected to our index.js file. So quickly export it and then use it in the index.js file using app.use admin router. And here we need to save this, and we are still getting an error. The reason for that is if we go to our admin router and in the admin, we have not exported this. So let's quickly export this. So we'll have module.exports equal to admin. I usually forget that. Now if we go over here, connection has been successful. So now let's restart our application, and all the data is now gone. So I'll quickly fill in and then see you. So I've filled in all the details. Now I can click on sell, and you can see product added successfully. Now there are no errors over here. Even in the debug console, there are no errors. So now if I just refresh my database to see a new collection over here, which is products. We had a users collection which consisted of all the user data. Here we have the products collection which consists of all the products, and this is our very first product. It consists of images, and you can see our secure URL. If I just click on edit to grab one of them and paste it in the browser, you can see we have our iPhone here. Also, just to show you the folder management, if I click on refresh, you can see iPhone 13 Pro 128 GB. Both of them are the same folders, but this consists of all the URLs. And this came in 2 times because there was some error in our script, but still it's fine. This won't happen and repeat again, but here we have it. Our 4 files showing up. So now our data is getting stored. The next step is to display them over on the screen. It should be very easy for us to do it. Alright, so now what I want to do is close the terminal, close all the save files so that it looks a bit cleaner and a lot less messy. And now in the admin services.dart file, I'm going to go down and create a new function to get all the products. Now to get all the products, let's first of all create our own API. To create our own API, obviously, let's go to the admin.js file, and this is your fourth exercise to get all your products. By all, I mean literally every product that is mentioned. We want that so that we can display it on this screen because we are the admin, right? And the API name that we want is /admin/get products. Pretty simple. So please try it on your own and then we can do it together. Were you able to do it? If not, we can do it together. Otherwise, follow along, no problem. So here admin router.get should have /admin/get products, and make sure to make it as a get request because this will not be a post request. All we are doing over here is just fetching the products. We don't need any input from the client side, right? We just go on the screen, we see the products. No input is given. So yeah, that's it. Now we need an admin middleware because only admin should be able to access it. And then obviously request response. And yeah, that's it. Now over here we have our try catch block. And then we should have rest.status 500.json, and the JSON that we will pass in is the the error saying e.message. And in the try block, what are we going to have? Well, we are going to get the products, and it's fairly simple. Await product.find, and then we don't pass in any criteria of what we need to find. Using find, as we have seen before, it will give us a list of documents of whatever ID that we pass in. For example, if you want to get a particular ID, then what will we do? Pass in ID over here and pass in the user's ID like this. Suppose this is the user's ID. If you want the let's say product description, so with their description, if their description is again AA, then we can get their description using that, and it will fetch us all the products in an array which are with this AA. But here we are not specifying only what property we need to find by. That means it will get all the products that we need. And then simply we just need to return that to the client. So we will have res.json products. And that is our get products route. Pretty simple. Just a bit of logic was required in that. And obviously we are going to fetch all the products. And what we are going to do over here is quite different from what we did earlier on. Here we are going to return list of products by converting them. For example, we send the JSON products over here, right? We are sending the products data back to the client side. Here in our client side, we have access to the product model. With that product model, we are also able to convert any JSON format that gives us into a product model. So here, to use it in our app, we are going to return future list of product because we are going to get list of product in a JSON format. And this is obviously going to be asynchronous, and thus we will also need a try and a catch block. And then we are just going to return a show snack bar with a context and the string that says e.toString. Obviously, we need to pass in build context over here so that we can appropriately show snack bars. Then we need a user provider because we know we need to get the token of the user. So we have final user provider equal to provider dot of user provider context dot, yeah, that's it. Then we can create a list of product as well outside the try block. So we have list of product called product list, which will be empty. Now this product list will get some data as soon as we convert the JSON to a product model. So for that we need to send a GET request. So we will have http.get pass in the URL, which will be uri.parse $URI/admin/get products. A lot of boilerplate code again and again we are writing so that you're familiar with what you're writing, and it becomes a practice to write this way. After that, all we need is headers, because authentication is still needed. We don't need to add any body, but authentication is still needed. So obviously we can copy these two headers, paste it in over here, and save this in a variable. So we will have response equal to this, and then we are going to handle this error. So we'll pass in response, and then on success what we need to do is convert this JSON format that it gives us, the response.body, whatever JSON format it gives us, we need to convert that to a product model. Now as you can see, we are going to get list of products in JSON format. Over here also we are finding products, and it will be list of products. So what we need to do is run a for loop so that we can get each and every product that we have. So we will have for int I is equal to 0, I is smaller than JSON decode response.body. If we just do response.body.length, it will give us like 100 characters or so, because response.body is a string and we are getting that string's length. But if we do JSON decode, it will convert it into a list format that we want and grab its length. Then we will just do I++. Then we will just do product list dot add, which is this, and we need to add product over here. So well, first of all, what we need to do is product dot from JSON and enter the product. Now what is the product going to be? Response.body, whatever it sends us, at a particular index, which is this for loops index that we have. But you can see from JSON accepts a string. If we use JSON decode, it doesn't give us a string. So what we need to do is wrap this JSON from JSON with JSON encode, and in that we'll have JSON decode, so that we can pass in response.body at particular index I. Let me format this so that I can explain it to you again if it's not clear. Basically what we are doing is we are having product list, which is a list of products and empty for now. We are adding them, then we are using product.fromJSON, which we got from JSON serialization when we created our product model. Then we are converting it, let's say we are converting it over here. We have response.body, we are converting that into a map or a format using which we are able to get the products JSON, a particular products JSON at that particular index, since we are looping it, and then we are encoding that, because from JSON accepts a string source. We can't just pass in JSON decode, right? So if I just try to do this, it's not great because it will give us an object. So now it's not giving any error because JSON decode is of the type dynamic. But when we run it, it will give us a runtime error, because from JSON will accept a string, JSON decode will not give a string. Finally, we will use JSON encode over here so that we can use a string and it converts that JSON to a string. And then we are converting it into a model and adding it to our product list. Great. This was a bit of twist and trick, but that's cool for us. We can solve that. After that, we just need to return that product list, and cool, we are done. Now we just need this fetch all products to run whenever we start the screen. So now we need to go to the post screen, and if you want, rename it to product screen and call the init state function. And then here we are going to call fetch all products, and we can't run that function of admin services, this function over here in the init state because init state cannot be turned asynchronous. If I do it over here, it will not give us any error, but in the runtime, it will give us error because init state can't be asynchronous. So to avoid that, you can either do it in did change dependencies. Otherwise, you can just create a separate function, fetch all products, which can be asynchronous later on. And obviously create an instance of admin services over here. In case you're wondering why I do it globally every time, that's simply because if we have more admin services feature that we want to use, we don't have to use admin services dot fetch all products or anything. In that case, we can just use admin services instance and get all products. And we've passed in the context. And you can see it has a return type of list of products. So let's await it. And also to display it, we will need a list of products to show up. So what we can do is create list of product, which can be nullable, called products. And this is nullable and not empty because here we need to show a loading bar. As long as we don't fetch the products, which can take some time, right? We are getting data from the server. So as long as the data is being fetched, we want to show a loading indicator. Now, whenever we fetch all the products, you might see a bit of delay. Now, to put that loading indicator, we are going to check if it wasn't an empty list. If it was an empty list, suppose, we are going to check if products.is empty, then we are going to show a loader, otherwise this. But the thing is, initially, even if fetch all products doesn't have any product, for example, before we have added any product, the admin is using the app for the very first time, and there are no products at all. Even then, the products list will be empty. So that will cause our app to continuously show a loading indicator, but that's not the case. We have already fetched it. That's why we are using nullable type over here, so that we can check if products is equal to null. That means that the data has not been fetched. And if it's empty, that means that the data has been fetched, because list of product is always going to return product list. If it's empty, then it's not going to add and return an empty list at least. Now let's create a constant over here called, actually a widget over here called loader.dart, and we can import material dart for that. Create a stateless widget, call this loader, and basically we just need to return a centered child showing a circular progress indicator. Obviously mark this as constant, nothing else is needed. You can specify the color of this and all of that in loader, but in our case we have already set in the main.dart the theme of our application, and that's exactly what we want to show. So we have the loader here, pass in const over here, and actually remove this colon. Sweet. Now still it won't show us anything, and that's mainly because, well, we need to run set state so that it fetches all the products, which can take some time. So after the widget has been rebuilt completely, it will show us the loader, and then it will set state that, yep, the loading part has been completed. Now let's get our terminal and restart our application just to see if there's any error. And now you can see loader is continuously displaying. The reason for that is pretty simple. You can see the error showing here as well. Here in provider, we have not set listen to false, even since we are outside of this post screen, build context function. So now let's restart our application, and we are still seeing this loading indicator. The problem again is that we are fetching all the products, but we have not saved it in the products variable. So let's quickly save it and restart the application. Here you can see we are seeing this. Again, we can restart the application. We get it very quickly, but for a very small time you could have seen the loading indicator showing up. Now let's display this products on the screen. For that, it's pretty simple. We have the body here. We just need to replace the body with whatever we want to show. So first of all, we just need to show a grid view.builder. So here we have the design of our application. This is how we want to make it. Well, you can see this is the design, and this design might seem very similar to the single products that we had created. If you remember, we had created single product.dart widget. We are going to reuse this widget over here. Even though it's in another feature, it's pretty good. We are just going to reuse that feature everywhere now. So first of all, we need a grid delegate. So the grid delegate is going to be constant sliver grid delegate with fixed cross access count. Mainly, how many products do you want to show on this in a row side thing? In horizontal direction, how many products do you want to show? Well, I just want to show 2. And then the item builder, which will give us context and index, and we're going to return something. So now in the item builder, we are going to get first of all the product data. So let's save it in product data variable. We have product data equal to products, which can never be null, index, and we are saying and we are assuring that this can never be null because we are already checking here if the products is null. We are going to show the loader, and it will keep showing the loader as long as it's null. So here we can be sure that the product is not null. Then we need to return a column. We are not returning just a product, single product, because it's just displaying to us the list of the products, right? The image of the product. Here we also need to display the text and the delete icon. So for that, we are going to return a column with children, and the first child is going to be of the sized box. We are going to give it a specific height of 140, saying this is the child, which is the single product. Now single product will receive a type of image. So let's pass in the image, which will be product data dot images at 0. You can see that images can be a list of string, but we only want to access the very first element on that because we can't display a carousel image on that. It is going to look very weird. And now finally we want a row so that we can display the text and the delete icon. So let's quickly create a row with some children, and obviously main axis alignment as main axis alignment dot space evenly. Then the children is going to have an expanded child of text saying product data dot name. Overflow is going to be text overflow dot ellipsis. We have already looked at this logic, so I'm not explaining it again and again. And then max line is 2. If you want, you can set it to 3, 4, 5, whatever. But let's keep it 2 so that it looks good enough. After that, we need an icon button so that we can create a delete option. We're not going to create a delete option right now, but we will look at it later on. So we have icons dot delete underscore outline, and also put a const over here. Yep, cool. Now we are getting this error, and that error is coming mainly because we have not specified the item count in our grid view builder. So the item count is products dot length, and also make sure to pass in null, not nullable. Then click on restart, and here we have it. We are able to display the products. Now let's add another product. So we will have a bottle, so that we just have some other category. So let's say stainless steel bottle. This is good non-rusty bottle. Price will be, let's say, $30, and the quantity will be 200, and we are going to mark it as essentials. Then click on sell, and the product has been added successfully. If you're not able to see it, don't worry. If we come back over here, you can see stainless steel bottle. Just need to refresh it. Great. Alright, now let's just work on the delete product as well since we are over here. I know I said that we will touch that later, but now let's just get done with it. I'll close the loader file, and in the admin.js, Let's make this as an exercise for you. Create a route using which we will be able to delete the product. I'm not giving you any clues for this. Try to use the functions which we haven't touched before actually, but I've told to you about it. So try it on your own and let me know in the comments if you could do it. Were you able to do it? If not, don't worry about it. We'll create the API together. So that we're using admin router dot get /admin /delete product. Obviously, we are going to do admin, call this as an asynchronous callback function, and have this. Now, obviously, this is not going to be get, this is going to be post, because we need to send in a body of the ID of the post that we want to delete, or the index. So here we are obviously going to have try catch blocks. So I'll just copy it from here. I'm tired of writing it again and again. And now in the res.status, we have e.message. But over here, what we are going to do is first of all, grab the ID from request.body. Then we want to find the product and delete it. So for that, I've already mentioned about it. We will use product.find by ID and delete. This is the function that is given. So we'll find by ID the product and then delete that product. Pretty simple. So we'll just pass in ID and then we will do product is equal to await product.save so that we save the updated list in our database, and then res.json send in the product that was deleted. Now there's no need for this, but just to send a status code of 200, we are doing this. Now we can come to the admin services class, and in here we will create a function called void delete product. And like other functions, we are going to have required build context, then product that we want to delete, and then a void callback of on success. Now earlier we saw that whenever we created a product, let me just type it out, then I can explain. So earlier we saw that whenever we created a product or fetched all the products and then maybe added a product, you saw that we had to refresh the screen. That means go over here and again come back to see that new element. Now to resolve this, what we can do is accept from the parameter on success argument. When we do this in the on success, what we will do is in the post screen, whenever we call this method, we will take the products and remove that product that we just deleted in the database as well. So on the client side also we are deleting what the user sees, and even on the server side. So on success will help us with that, because we are not giving because if we don't take it from the parameter, what will happen is we won't be able to call set state. Let's suppose we pass in the product list, which is this products. We pass it over here and then delete the product. But to display it on the screen, again, we need to call set state. We can't call it in admin services. It's not a stateful widget. So for that purpose, we are having on success passed in through the parameter. Now, rest of the things are going to stay pretty similar. So what I can do is copy this, go down again and paste it over here. Now, obviously we'll make some changes now. We don't need to create product and Cloudinary, all of that stuff. So let's remove all of that. Obviously we need to put in asynchronous, and in the headers we want to pass that, but product, we don't want to send in the product. We just want to send in the ID of the product. We can pass in the product.toJSON, but instead of sending that whole, what we can do is just pass in ID. So that will be ID and then pass in product.id, and obviously JSON encode this, and there we have it, ID sent. And we obviously have the headers done. Make sure to add that. Then in the error handling on success part, we'll just pass in the on success callback function. Cool. Now we can take this delete product and use it in our function. So here we can create void delete product, and let me just type it again. And it will take in product argument, because even here we don't know which product has to be deleted. Only when we click on that button we will get to know which product has to be deleted, and obviously the index, so that we can delete it from the client side as well. So now we can use admin services dot delete product. Now context is there, product is passed in. Now in the on success, what do we need to do? I would highly recommend you to try it on your own and think about it. Well, it's pretty simple, right? We just take the products and then remove at that particular index that we get it. So in the grid view builder, we have access to the index. So with that index, we will remove that particular product. Simple. And now we need to reflect that changes on the screen. So we need the build function to rebuild again. So we can call set state. Easy. Our work is done. Only if it's success it will remove, otherwise it won't remove it. Now we can go down and here call delete product, pass in the product, which will be product data, and the index is obviously there because the index is the same name. Now we can save this much, and whenever we click on, suppose let's say iPhone 13 Pro, you can see we are getting an error over here. And we got that error because if we go back to the admin services, we again forgot to change our URL. So let's copy the URL from here and paste it over here. Pretty stupid mistakes we keep making, but that's fine. Now if we click on iPhone Pro 13, no document found for query this object ID. So that error came in mainly because if we come back over here, we have product is equal to await product.save, and we don't need that whenever we do product.find by ID and delete. This will make sure that the product is deleted and the product is saved as well. So now we just need to do this, and then we can send a JSON of product. I changed all of this just to debug what was going wrong, but now we know the error. We just need to do product.find by ID and delete and then send the product. Now if I try it again and click on delete, you can see we're not getting any error anywhere. And now if I restart the application, the product is deleted now. Even if we go to the MongoDB database and go to the products, you can see query results are 0. Now let's add some products so that we can see them on the main screen when we move to the user side of the things. So after this, obviously we're going to move to the user side. We're not going to work in the admin anymore because there are no features to add in admin as long as we don't allow the user to send the products to anyone, right? So now I'll add some products like 2 or 3 and then see you when I change it to the user side of the app. Alright, so I've added 2 products over here, but I'm still on the admin screen just to notify you that whenever we add a product, you could see that it wasn't real time. Now having the knowledge how to make it look real time, you can do this for the add product as well, so that it looks a good experience for the user. And also now we can go to the users. I wanted to demonstrate how I'm shifting to the user part if you've not already noticed. Here I'm just changing the type to user. And I'm clicking on update and then restarting the application. Here we have it. Now what we need to work on is whenever I click on one of the categories, I want to get shifted to another screen and display the products of that category. So for that, we are again coming to the home feature. Let's minimize all the other folders. And in the home screen, we are going to pass in another screen called category deals screen.dart. Here obviously we'll import the material dart, call it as a stateful widget because we need to get the products. And now we are going to create a category deals screen. Now over here we're going to do things a bit differently. First of all, we are going to have a scaffold and that's going to be normal. And then we need an app bar that is also going to be normal. So we can go to the admin screen, get the admin screen's app bar. So let's quickly copy that and paste it in the app bar space. Then click on import library. and in the title, instead of a row, we want to display a text that just says that this is this category, and we're going to get category from the constructor. So we can write final string category, and this will be required this dot category, and we are receiving from the constructor, so that whenever we click on one of these screens, we get the, suppose we click on essential, so we get the essential string, and based on that we can fetch products over here. So here I'm just going to write text as widget dot category, and then the style will be obviously the black color. So let's quickly add that style. So we have style constant text style of colors dot black. Great. So now over here, after this preferred size widget, we need to add a body, and here the body should be a column showing a list of widgets. So the very first thing that we need is saying that the children are container of padding, and then we need to add that padding. So we have edge insets dot symmetric. From the horizontal direction we have, let's say 15, and from the vertical direction we have 10. After that we have to align them, so we have alignment dot top left, and then we need to have a child saying the text, and this text will basically tell keep shopping for and the category of that. So we have keep shopping for $widget dot category, and I used braces for that because if there is like a dot and full stop and it's not a single word, then we need to use brace for that. Then obviously we need to style this so that we can increase the font size. The color will be black, so we don't need to worry about that. So we have font size as 20. And now just to view it, what we are going to do is whenever we click on any of these buttons, so let's go to the top categories, and here if any of the button is clicked, so here it is. First of all, we'll have to wrap this with a gesture detector. So wrap it with a widget called gesture detector, and then the on tap is going to be what we tell it to be. So it will be void navigate to category page, and this will just receive the category that we clicked on because we can't get access to it in the separate function that is created, right? And now we will just say navigator dot push named, and I just realized we didn't create a route for that, so we need to go in the category deal screen and call this static constant string route name, which will be equal to / category deals. Then we can take this route name and go to the router.dart, obviously paste it over here, and this will be called category deals screen.route name. Return the category deal screen, and this is not, and here we need to pass in, so here we need to pass in an argument that is the category. So let's quickly add that. Now how do we get access to the category that the user passes in? Well, it's very simple. We just say var category equal to settings, and it will be route settings because our parameter type is your route settings, and this route settings dot arguments. And now if we save this, you can see that the type of category is an object. We don't want that. We want it to be a string, so we can say as string because we know always the user will always enter a string. Now we can take this category, pass it in, and it's not a constant value, so we can just remove that. Cool. Now we also need a build context over here since this is a stateless widget, and we have the build context, and then finally the route name we want to transfer it to, so it will be category deals screen.route name, and finally the argument that we want to pass in, which can be done using this argument, and then pass in the category as the argument. Now we can take this navigate to category page and pass it in like this, And what do we need to pass in? Well, first of all, context and then the category. To get the category, we can just pass in global variables. So let's get access to them. Dot category images. Add that index where we clicked and its title. Pretty straightforward. And here you can see the argument type string can't be assigned to the parameter type int. So the error is because we have passed in carousel images over here. It is category images. And now finally here we can put an exclamation mark because it can be nullable. Now let's see if we click on any of this. Keep shopping for essentials, it shows up. Keep shopping for appliances, it shows up. Now the next step is to get the details which we were working on over here. So now after this container, we need to have another container which will be of the height 170, and let's make it a sized box. So we'll have a sized box of height 170 since we only need to specify the height, no other property has to be changed. And the child will be a grid view builder. And just to tell you why we're using grid view builder again, it's mainly because builder, list view builder, grid view builder is always used when we don't know the item count. So I mean, we know the item count, but it's going to be dynamic, it's going to keep changing. So builder is good in that because it will only build on demand, right? So here we are going to have constant sliver grid delegate with fixed cross axis count, and the cross axis count is 1. Child aspect ratio is 1.4 and main axis spacing is 10. Great. Now we can have item builder as context, index, and return something. Now as of now, item builder is not going to return anything because we don't have access to any of the products. So what we can do is return a text saying hello, and we will specify item count so that it doesn't give us error, like let's say 10. And obviously we'll specify other properties like scroll direction, which will be axis.horizontal. Then we need some padding, so we will have padding as constant edge insets dot only, and from the left 15. So after saving this much, we can see hello, hello, hello keeps showing up because we've passed in the item count over here as 10. And if we keep scrolling, we can see all of them showing up side by side. Sweet. So now let's create an API so that we can get all the data of a certain category so that we can keep displaying them. So here in the home, we are going to create service is, and here we are going to have home services dot file. Here we are going to create home services, create a function for that, but before that let's quickly rename it, and then we are going to return a future of list of products because essentially they're going to be products, and we've seen this pattern already, right? So it's not a big deal. So we just need to do fetch category products, get the build context. So we have build context, then a category of which we want to get products. So we'll have required string category. Now we can create this function, and obviously we need to write a lot of boilerplate code again. So what I'm going to do is go to the admin services and copy all of this code that we have in the fetch all products part, because we need to fetch category products, and it's going to be a very similar thing to that. So obviously let's import all of the stuff again. Import http as http.dart. Here we have it. Now obviously make this function asynchronous. You should be familiar with the pattern till now. And then import global variables, import http error handling, and import dart convert. And finally the utility files so that we can show the snack bar. Great, we have everything. Now let's make some changes that we want to make. Well, first of all, this line is correct, this line is correct, we need all of these. This is for token, this is just for returning the product list. Then here we need to create our request. So I can go to the product.js file, and here we don't have it. So let's quickly go down, and in the routes we will create product.js, and this will basically fetch us all the products of a certain category. So obviously again we have to write a lot of boilerplate code. So what I'm going to do is go to the admin router, copy this line, paste it over here, then copy this line, paste it over here, and then we are going to create a get request. So we can take this and paste it in between. Now let's change all of these places. So I'm going to press Option on macOS so that I can grab all of these three things and change it side by side. So we have product, router, and here we have it. So now we have to pass in /API. Now this is not admin route. This is everyone can access a route. So now, and finally we need products over here. Now obviously we need a middleware of auth. So let's import that. So we have constant auth equal to require ./auth, and this not this auth because this is a route auth. So we'll do ./middleware/auth. Sweet. So now over here, first of all, I want you to look at this API route that we're creating. This is a GET request. We are not doing a POST request anymore because we don't want to post any data to our server. We just want to retrieve that data. But along with that, we need to give a certain kind of, body to it. How do we give that body? Well, it's not a POST request, so obviously we won't be able to give any body in the GET request. So now in the URL itself, we're going to give the body. So how are we going to do that? Well, the URL that we have here is API/products, but now it will become, and we want the from the client side to enter something like category is equal to, let's say, essentials. This is the URL that the client side will have to enter so that it can get products of a certain category. You can see that. So with exclamation mark, we are putting a full stop to our path, which is the main part, which is also the URL scheme of our product router. And then after that, we have the name of our property, which will give us the value of these essentials. Now the thing is, if the client side gives us this URL, how are we going to access this value, essentials value? Now to access that, we are going to use this request object again. We use this for request.body. We are going to use this for getting this essentials category as well. So to do that, what we are going to use is request.query.category. So basically, request.query will get us anything with an with a question mark before it. So suppose you have another URL that is API/theme question mark. So suppose you have another URL which is /API/suppose let's say Amazon, and we put in a question mark which will be theme equal to dark. That means if we want the Amazon client side to be of the theme dark, then we can do this. So now to access this dark value, what we can do is request.query.theme. With this, we get access to this dark variable or the dark parameter, whatever you want to call it. We get access to that. In case you want to have something like API/products category is equal to essentials. If you want this kind of URL scheme, then you'll have to use request.params.category. You can see that with this, we get access to this essentials value. But if we use request.query, it will get us this value when we use question mark. I hope that was clear. Now we can just remove all of these comments and get the particular API product. So what we can do is obviously console.log it so that I can show it to you. So we have request.query. We're going to call it category and save this much. Obviously get the product from the models.dart file. And what do we need to find? Well, a category based on request.query.category. Pretty simple. And then we just need to return that to the user. As simple as it gets. Now we can take this /API/products, go to this, and instead of this URL, we want to pass in /API/products. And now we need to pass in the category, which will be category equal to, and then we need to pass in the category which we have access to through the parameter. So we have category. Here we have it. Now we need to do error handling again, and we will get a product list because we are using find over here in the product route. So it will fetch us a lot of categories. So we can just use for loop, and all of this explanation and logic, I've done it already. And then finally we just need to return this product list. Now we can take this home services, go to our category deals and get all of the products that we need. So what we can do is init state, and we're going to call this fetch category products. We're going to use this fetch category products, call this asynchronous, and this will be list of product. This is pretty similar to what we've already done, so I could have given this as an exercise now I think about it, but that's fine. If you had paused the video and done it by yourself, that's a very good initiative by yourself. Try to do it more often throughout this video, because now everything is going to probably be similar except the search functionality and all of that part. I think it's pretty similar. So now let's quickly build the app. We have home service equal to home services, and then we can take this home services and call home services.fetch category products, pass in the required category. So the category is widget.category because we are getting it through the constructor, and then we need to call setState so that the entire widget rebuilds, or the build function rebuilds, sorry. Now we have access to this fetch category product and the product list. So here obviously first check in the body that if product list is equal to null, then we need to return a constant loader. Otherwise we need to return a column. Now we can come down and scroll here. So we need to return a column which will have certain children with a sized box of height 130. Then a child of decorated box, and the decorated box will have decoration of box decoration. So now we need a border which will be border.all and pass in the color as colors.black12. Width will be 0.5. I'm not explaining this code over here because we have already written so much of UI code that now it should be very familiar what all these properties mean and what will come out on the screen. We will see that later on. So now we need to pass in a child in the decorated box, which will be a padding of padding const edge insets dot all and pass in a value of 10. Then we need to pass in a child again, which will be image dot network. And now we need to get this image network. Now, what is this image network? Well, first of all, let's get clear with the product over here. So product will be product list that we just created at the top, and that particular index that we get over here. As we saw, grid view builder will return to us an index. So at that particular index, we're going to have this product. Now we have access to that product. So now we will have image.network as product.images at 0 because images is our list. So we need to get the very first thing. After saving this much, let's see what we get outputted on the screen. So let's restart our application. And if I click on essentials, yep, nothing shows up. And that's probably because in our item count, here I passed in a static value of 10, so I have to change that to product list.length and obviously put an exclamation mark before this product list. Now if I restart the application and close all of these error messages, go to, let's say, mobiles, we cannot get /API/products. So that reason is mainly because we have not connected this product router to our index.js file. So let's quickly connect it. We have forgotten it multiple times, so it's a good reminder for you to not forget and not make mistakes like me. Now if I click on restart and go to mobiles again, there's nothing over here to see. Appliances, we have the little MacBook showing up. That's great. Now let's return something else below the sized box. So now the very first thing we need to return is again a container, which will be over here in the alignment. So we have alignment dot top left, then a padding which will be const edge insets dot only, and we need to do left 0, top 5, right 15. So let's quickly write that. Then we need a child which will just say the product name. So we have text as product dot name, and then max line is going to be 1, and if it exceeds that, then we can just add an overflow saying text overflow dot ellipsis. Having this much done, let's see what we're getting, and I'm pretty satisfied with this. Now if I go to, let's say, fashion, there's nothing to see. Appliances, we add MacBook. Essentials, we should see a bottle and we see that. Great. It works exactly as we wanted. So now the next thing we need to work on is, after fetching these categories, we need to work on this search part. So whenever we search for something, it should show up. For example, if I type S, then it should show me stainless steel products on another screen. So let's create the UI and API for that. So here we are in the home screen, and here what we need to do is click on the search bar, and whenever the user hits on enter, then we will get some value, and then we need to navigate to the search screen. So first of all, let's close and minimize all the features folder except the home part, and in the features we will create new feature called search, and this search will have, well, obviously a screens folder, and in that folder we are going to create search screen.dart. Then we are going to import the material dart, create a stateful widget called search screen, and call this a constant. And now we will need a route name for this, so we will create constant static string route name equal to /search screen, let's say. After that, we can take this route name and register it in the router. So let's go quickly over there and register it. So this will be called search screen.route name. We have imported that, and we will get search query that we need to pass in. So again, we need to pass that to the constructor, because every time we are on the home screen, we enter some value, then we will transmit that value to other screen. So here, along with that, we will need final string search query, which will be equal to, well, not equal to, we have to generate a constructor based on that. So we'll have required this dot search query. Also change this to a scaffold so that we don't see a container. After that, we can just take in the search query and pass it as a search query. Now you can see the name parameter category is required. So let's see why we need that. And that's because we haven't changed the search screen over here. So let's change it quickly. And here we have it. We have registered the route. Now, whenever the user clicks, we need to navigate to other screens. So here we are going to create a function called navigate to search screen. We will get a query. So we'll have string query and use navigator dot push named. and pass in the context, and the route name will be search screen.route name. Cool. Now let's take this, navigate to search screen and find the text form field where we will pass in as the on field submitted this navigate to search screen. So whenever this field is submitted, we will get certain value that we will output it on the screen. So just to test if it's working till now, what I'm going to do is pass in the body a centered widget, which will be the widget.search query. So if I type hello over here and then click on enter, and we are getting this error because here we haven't passed in the argument. So the argument that we need to pass in is the query. Don't forget to do that. Make sure to add this. Now if we again type in hello and click on enter, you can see hello showing up. If I type something else, let's say great, click on enter, we see great. Sweet. So now let's work on the search services. Instead of designing it first, we are going to work on the services part so that we can create our own API first, fetch those products, and then display it on the screen. That would be real fun. So here I'm going to create search services dot file, and obviously let's remove the capitalized S. Create a class called search services, and now we need to fetch the searched product. So what we can do is go to the home services and copy the same thing that we have done earlier. So let's quickly copy all of this, because we are going to fetch certain things and it's again going to be a GET request. So yeah, we have that. So let's import all of these stuff that is needed quickly. So we have provider, user provider we have imported. We need provider. Let's import HTTP with namespaces. Then we need the URI global variable. Then we need the error handling. Then we need JSON encode and decode, and the show snack bar utility. Great. Now we have that. We have copied the same function again because we are going to fetch the same product. So we are fetch the product. So we are going to have http.getRequest. We just need to change the URL over here, and we need to return the product list again because we need to display them on the screen, right? That's why. And now instead of category, here we need the search query. That's the change we need to make. And here name it as fetch searched product. Here change the API. So our API is going to be API/products/search and then $search query. Now if you don't understand this API, that's fine. Now we are going to go there and create it out. But basically what we are doing is /API so that everyone is accessing /products, so that, you know, that's the convention of our URL. Then we need to search, and then we are passing in the search query. Since this is a GET request, if I just show it to you over here, GET request doesn't allow us to add any body element. That's why we need to pass it in the URL itself. Now, how do we get access to this extra search query that we are passing in? We have already talked about it when we were creating in the an API in the products.js file. So here, when we created /API/products, you saw we used rec.query.category because we were using question mark in here. But when I told you that whenever we use something like this, suppose search, then we are going to use request.params.category or request.params. Whatever is the name, or just request.params. You get the idea. So that's what we are going to use. Let me remove this console log. It's not needed. And also this URL, it was just to demonstrate it to you. And now I would have given this to you as an exercise, or you can actually do it as an exercise to create an API, create a GET request to search products and get them. Well, pretty straightforward, but this is going to be a bit different. If you want to try it out, Google it out and use it and find the correct solution, you're free to do it. But if you want, we can go along. This is a bit different from what we have done in the past. So obviously we are going to copy all of this and call this /API/products. But after that we want /search If we go to the search services, you can see we have /search and then the search query. Now we want to get access to this search query. So what we will do is /search and the name. With this, we can get access to the name. So just putting a colon over here, we get access to it. Now, if we parse something over here and suppose we get a request to the URL that we have already passed in the client side. So we have /API/products/search/ let's say I want to find an iPhone. So I pass in I. So we want to get the access to this I. To get access to this I, now I can simply use request.params.name because we have named it as name. Now if I type in over here, let's say hello. Now to access this part, we can have /hello. If I have another param after this, let's say great, I can access this great using request.params.great. You can see this is how easy it is, even if it's all hello, and it gives us the autocorrect option. That means we are doing everything correctly. So now having that idea, what we are going to do is remove this and make it in a readable format. And now what do we need to find? Well, obviously this part is going to change. We are going to save it in products and we are going to await use product.find, but the condition over here is going to be a bit different. Remember when we used regex in our application, we are going to use regex now. Earlier we used regex so that we could validate our email, and we found out that regex is used in search patterns. So exactly what we want over here, we need to use search patterns so that we can get that. Now Mongoose and MongoDB have built-in support for that. So what we can do is pass in the name because we want to find products by their name, and then pass in the regex. So we have $regex and then pass in request.params.name and then options I. With this, we are able to find the products based on their name. Even if the name is iPhone and we find out and we type in I, it will fetch us this product, which is pretty cool. And then we just send in this product, nothing else. After creating this API, which was very simple. And actually before going there, an alternate approach you could have taken is finding the product based on this name itself. So we just pass in name as request.params.name. Now this would have worked if you passed in iPhone. If your product name was iPhone and you passed in iPhone, then only the product would show up. But it wouldn't be a search pattern. To get search patterns and some products with similar names, we have to use this regex part over here. Great. Now we can go to the search services, pass in the URL that we have correctly. We need all of this again. I've explained it to you earlier. You must type it out so that you get a hang of it. And if you have a better approach, make sure to try that approach first and then use it in your application if you find that as a better way. And then we are going to return the product list. Now let's go to the search screen, use the init state function, and we've done that loads of time. So we are going to do it again. So we have list of product called products. Now we can take this products and set it equal to, well, first of all, we need to create a new function. So we have fetch searched product. Then we need this fetch searched product function created. And now we will have products equal to, and well, final search services equal to search services. We can take this, pass it in and fetch the search product, pass in the context and the search query widget, which is widget.searchQuery because we are receiving it through the constructor, and await this. Now obviously we need to set state because we changed the value of products. And now here we can check if products is equal to null, then we need to return a constant loader. You might be familiar with this pattern already by now. It's just a practice of writing it again and again So you're used to it and you get confident to build any other application that you want. So now if we restart it, let's see what we get. Here basically let's type in hi. So here let's type in hi, and you can see hi is showing up, but we have not printed any products and it's not giving us any error again here as well. That means it is a success. So now let's build the UI of this app. So here we have the UI of the app that we need to create. Well, first of all is the same app bar. So let's quickly create this app bar at the top right now. So we can go to the home screen, copy this app bar, paste it in the search screen. After that, import everything. We need to create this function, but we can import this. And now go to the home screen again just to import that function. Not import, actually create that function. And now paste it over here. There we have it. Great. Now if we come over here, looks great. Now the next thing we need to work on is first minimize this so that it looks less gigantic. And in the body, we're going to have column. And in the children, we're going to display first of all the address box. So we have already created a widget for that, which is called address box. Let's have that. Great. Also remove the loader from here and paste it in the body. Put a space over here. Yep. Otherwise, the scaffold won't be there and it would be an ugly bar that is showing up continuously, which is not what we want. After that, we need a sized box. So we have constant sized box of height 10. Then we need an expanded widget so that it can take whatever space is available, because the rest of the space is all for our search products. And we need to display a list view builder and list view builder will give us an error if we don't specify some height. And what height do we want? Well, all the available height for us. So we can quickly wrap it with an expanded widget. After that, list view builder, we will get a context and an index, and then we need to return a product or a widget that we will call search products and create it manually. But we also need to specify item count for that, and the item count is products.length. Here we are going to return the search product. So let's create a widget for that. In the widget, we will have searched product dot. We will import material dot, create a stateless widget, call it searched product. Then we will receive the product from the parameter so that we can display the details successfully in the product. After that, we are going to return a column, because if you see, let's break it down. So if I break it down really quick for you, we have a column widget inside of which we have a row. And in that row, first of all, we have this image. And after that, we have again a column. With that column, we have a text that is showing this, a rating widget for which we are going to use a package, then a text again just to show the price, and then eligible for free shipping and in stock that is there. So now we're going to return a column here, the children, and the first child is going to be a container with some margin, because you can see there's some margin from the top, from the left and the right side. For the top we use size box, but we need it from the left and the right side. So we are going to have a container so that we can pass in certain margin. Then we need constant edge insets dot symmetric, and in the horizontal direction we need 10 because they're both left and right. If you're wondering why I'm always using horizontal, if you click over here and come over here, you can see horizontal is for the value of left and right both, vertical is for top and bottom. Instead of specifying dot only and right 10 left 10, what you can do is symmetric horizontal 10. After that we need a child, and the child is going to be row. As I talked, we need an image and the description of the product later on. So we have image.network, and here the first image that we're going to show is product.images at 0. If you want, you can create a carousel, but it would be really laggy and wouldn't make our app feel really good, So here we will have fit as box fit dot height, fit height, and let's see why we're getting this error. And that's mainly because here we didn't pass in the children for the row. So let's pass it in. Take this image.network, paste it in, and well, the height should be 135, width should be 135. Now let's go over here just to return the search product and see what result we are getting till now. And then pass in the product. For us, the product is going to be products, at index, and there we have it. Because this is a list and we are accessing a particular product using their index. Now if we save this much and restart the app, open up the debug console, and let me just remember the products that we have. So here we have stainless steel product. So I'm going to type in big S because it's in small s. So I'll just type in this and you can see stainless steel pops up. Amazing. Now after that we need to display the products of the description of this. So we will have again a column with children, and the very first thing we're going to have is a container of width 235, then padding of constant edge insets dot symmetric in the horizontal direction 10, then a child just displaying the product's name. So we have product dot name, pass in the style as constant text style of font size 16. And now if we see this, stainless steel pops up. It will go up as and when we get new products, but also let's add max lines as 2, after which it will just cut it down so that it doesn't exceed. You can see that. Then we need another container. So let's copy this, paste it down. We need a container of width 235, but the padding here will change. The padding will become from the left. We are going to have left 10, and from the top we are going to have 5 and change this to only. Then the child is going to be the stars, because here the next is stars. For stars we are going to create a separate reusable widget over here in common. So we have stars dot dart. Let's import the material dart, create a stateless widget for stars, and here we are going to make use of an external package. So the package we'll be using is this Flutter rating bar. We can copy that, paste it down here, and you can see it supports on all the platforms. So as soon as Google Pay, Apple Pay start supporting Android, iOS, it does support that, but Linux, macOS, web and Windows, we can start deploying it everywhere because none of the other packages need any other thing. So obviously we are going to get the rating from here, and for now as long as you're not working on the rating section, we're going to tell that the rating is going to be a static value. Just after we create the rating, we are going to change those ratings. So here in the terminal, we are going to pass in rating bar indicator, and we are using rating bar indicator because it is only a view only widget, and we want the direction to be axis dot horizontal. After that, the item count is going to be 5, and the rating is going to be the rating that we get from the constructor. Item count specifies how many stars do we want to see, and rating will tell us how many stars should be filled. Then we specify a fixed item size, which will be 15. Then an item builder, which will give us context and other things that we don't need. And we will just have to display an icon. What is the icon that we want to display? Well, icons.star, and the color should be global variables dot secondary color, because that's the golden color that we need. Now we can take the stars, paste it in instead of the product's name and pass in the rating. For now it's going to be a static value, so just to see if it's working or not, we are going to have 4 and mark this as constant. Save it. Here we have it, 4 stars are filled and it looks great. Next thing again is going to be a container, so let's quickly copy this, paste it down, and what do we need to show? Well, the price. So let's quickly have a width of 235 again, but over here again we are going to have the same padding as the rating one. We can copy that and paste it over here, and the text is going to differ. So here we are going to use string interpolation because we want to use a $sign, and as we saw, for $sign we are going to have $, product dot price, max line is set to true 2, and font size should be 20. If we save this, $10 shows up. Let's just bold it. So we have font weight as font weight dot bold, and now it's bolded. Looks sick. After that, we can just copy this container just to write free shipping and in stock. So we can have 2 of the same thing, and we want here only left as 10, and we'll just say a text with nothing as the styling and say eligible for free shipping, and we can have a constant. After that we will have in stock, so we will have in stock, max lines will be 2, and the color is going to be colors.teal. Let's quickly write that out and remove the constant from everywhere. Press on command full stop and add a const modifier. Instead of passing it over here, we need to pass it over here. Great. Now we can see it's looking similar to this and it looks great. Exactly the way we want it to look. So now just to check if it's working or not, I'll write Mac and click on enter. You can see MacBook Air M1 showing up. And if this photo looks ugly to you, what you can do is change it. So in image.network, we will have fit width. And if we save this much, this whole picture comes in. Now the next thing we need to work on is whenever we click on any of the products, we want to see their details. Alright, so here is the design of the product detail screen that we need to create. So what we need to do is minimize, let's say, some of the folders. And in the features folder, create a new folder called product details. And then click on the again folder sign so that we can create screens folder. And then create the product details screen.dart file. So here we are going to import material dart, create a stateful widget and call this product details screen. Obviously add a const over here. And now we want to return a scaffold with an app bar, right? If you come back to the over here, you can see this is the app bar that we need to create. So to create that app bar, we will go to the home screen, copy this method, paste it over here, then import search screen. After that, we can again go to this home screen. So we just need to copy this app bar, copy this and paste it in the product details screen. So let's come over here and paste it down there. After that, we will need global variables import, and we have already passed in the function over here. Great. Now to test this application, test the screen till now, we can have a static constant string route name, which will be /product details screen. So we can just name it like this. And obviously we need a product so that we can display its details. And we will require this through the constructor. So let's click on generate constructor and here we have it. Now let's register this in the router.dart file. So copy this, paste it down here. We will have product details screen.route name. Then call this product details screen, pass in the product, and the product will be received from the argument. So here it is product, and we will treat this as a product And now just pass in product over here, and our router is set as well. Now we can close all the save files, go to the product details screen because that's what we need to style. And in here, after this app bar, we need to work on the body section. So let's see what we need. Well, first of all, we need the ratings part and the ID of the product. So let's quickly create that. So we will have a single child scroll view because you can see different screen sizes. And as I mentioned before, different screen sizes will lead this to scroll. And if there's too much of description if added for any product, we want it to be scrollable. So after having that, we can create a child, which will be a column. And then in the column, we need children. And the first child we are going to have here is this row. So let's create this row. Its children will be text saying the product's ID. So we will have widget.product.id. So here we can see that it can be null. So here we have it. ID can never be null. After that, we can have stars widget, which will be reused, and the rating will be, well, for now a static. So we can just pass in 4. After we calculate and add the rating part, we can change this to something real. After that, we need to add the main axis alignment as main axis alignment dot space between and save this much. Also, to see whatever result we need, we can just use product detail screen dot route name. So where do we want it exactly? Well, whenever we click on this category and click on this product. So we need to go to the category deal screen. And whenever we return a certain product, here we need to wrap it with a widget called gesture detector. And we'll pass in the on tab, which will be just navigator dot push named. And then we need to pass in the route name, which will be product detail screen dot route name, and then finally, not to forget, arguments, which will be the product. After that, let's save this much, and here we come. So if we click over here, here we are. We are seeing the correct things. Now we want a little bit of padding from the side. So what we can do is go to the products layer, and in the row, we are going to add a padding. So wrap it with a padding of const-edge-insets.all 8. Now this looks better. After this, the next thing is the title. So let's have a padding widget again so that we can leave space from the side and the top. So we will have padding constant edge insets dot symmetric. From the vertical side we want 20, and from the horizontal side we need 10. After that, we need a child in it, and the child is going to show the widget's product name. So we will have widget.product.name, and let's configure the size for it. So it will be constant text style, font size will be, let's say, 15. After saving this much, you can see stainless steel bottle showing. Now, in case you want it to start from here, what we can do is in the column pass in cross-axis alignment as cross-axis alignment dot start. Now we can come over here and you can see it's showing up pretty cool. After that, we need the image, and this image is not just one image, it's going to be a carousel of images. So what we can do is after this padding, again create a carousel slider, and for that we have already created a widget. So let's just copy this, paste it over here, and import carousel slider. Over here the item is widget.product.images that we need to map through, and every image will give us I, and all of that is fine. Now let's remove this parenthesis and put a comma, and here we have it. Looks great. Just that the image size isn't matching, so we can change this height to 300, not this height. Let's say the height over here, we can change it to 300, and yeah, this looks bigger and cleaner. After that, you can see we need a bit of divider or spacing. For that, we're going to use something cool. We're just going to use a container, but in that we're going to pass in the color property of colors.black12. With that, we get this kind of layout, but you can't see it. So let's increase its height. So that will be 5. And after doing that much, you can see this great divider exactly like Amazon showing up. After that, we need to show this price. So after the container, this is the deal price. Now observe the differences in the text. Here you will see that the deal price is a small text and this is a bigger text in different color. And as you've already seen, we can use row widget for it. Otherwise, we can use rich text and text span. That's exactly what we're going to do. So obviously have a padding so that it doesn't mix up all. And we will have edge insets.all 8. After which we will have a child of text span, rich text, that will take in a text, and the text will going to be a text span. And in that text span, we're going to enter the deal price. So we'll have deal price. And also it is a named argument, so we need to pass in text over here. Also put a trailing comma over here. After that, we need to specify some style, which will be constant text style, and the font size will be 16. Color will be colors.black. Even if we don't mention it, will be black. But since we are having a difference of colors in the next text span, let's mention it. And then finally, we'll have font weight, which will be font weight.bold. Let's put some commas. And also put spacing over here so that in the next child that we have, there will be a little of space. Great. Now it looks good. Now we just need a price. So for price, we can pass in the rich text, in the text span, children, and the first child is going to be a text span. So let's just copy this text span, paste it in over here, and we need another parenthesis, and here we need to display the price. So obviously we're going to have dollar, which will be $, and then dollar widget.product.price. Now all of our warnings faded away because this one of the children has a text which is dependent on a state variable, so to say. Since we are depending on the constructor, it can't be a constant value because it can change anytime. It will not be constant. Now if we come over here, we can see no difference in the text font size or anything. So let's make it 22 and change this to colors.red. Now if we save this much, this still looks, this flashes in the eyes, the red color. So we can change this to font weight.w 500. After that, this looks great. Now the next thing is leaving some space. We want the description. So let's copy this much. After the rich text, we are again going to have padding, but we will add that later on. So we have widget.product.description, and also let's put it after the padding widget. And then see, this is stainless steel. Great. Now we will just wrap it with a padding widget because we want const edge insets.all 8. After saving this much, you can see this looks neat, but when we have a bigger description, this all will make sense. After that, you will see that we need a kind of, again, this container. So we can just copy it, paste it down here, and then we need the buttons. So we need a buy now button and add to cart button. So obviously we're going to have custom button. Text will be buy now. And on tap will be empty function or an anonymous function for now. After that, we can just see what we are getting. This isn't looking really good. So what we can add is a padding widget again. And in that padding widget, we're going to have constant edge insets.symmetric from the vertical direction 10 and from the horizontal direction also 10. So what we can have is 10 overall instead of vertical 10, horizontal 10. I didn't realize that while writing the code myself, but now we have it. Great. Now we can just copy this again and paste it down after a sized box of 10 so that they both don't stick together. And now this will change to add to cart. Now if we come back, you can see the color change. Oh, sorry, the product 2 buttons showing up. But now we need to change the color. For that, we can go to the custom button, and here we will accept a few arguments. So we will have final color, and this is only needed for product details page. So we can have this dot color with not required and no default value. This is not needed because here we are going to pass in the style, the primary color, which can be null. You can hover over this and see this can be null. So this can also be null. And if we don't specify anything, primary color will be null and will default to the main theme of our application, which is this orange color. Now if we go to this add to cart and pass in the color, and the color is going to be constant color dot from RGBO 254 216 19 and 1. And if we save this much, you can see the difference. But now we need to change this color as well. So now to change the custom buttons color inside of the text, what we can have is a style, and the style will be a text style where the color will be a conditional operator. So we will check here, if color is null, that means that the user does not enter anything, then we want it to be white, because here we never mentioned anything, right? That's why the color was white over here. But in case we mention it, we want it to be colors.black. Simple enough. And now we get the black color. Great. After this padding widget, we can have a sized box again of the height 10. And after that, a container. So let's quickly copy that and save this much. Here we have it. Now, final thing, if we see the rate product. So the rate the product is going to be fairly simple. We're going to have a padding of text. So let's quickly just copy one of the text. Let's copy this one, paste it down here. So the edge insets will be symmetric, and from the horizontal direction we need 10. Then in the child, the text is going to be rate the product. Then we can have some styles passed in. So we'll have style, constant, text style, and let's remove constant from everywhere and put it in the padding widget, because we know everything is static over here. So the text style is going to be font size 22 and font weight will be font weight dot bold. After saving this much, we have rate the product scene. Now finally, we want the rating bar that we have created at the top as well. But now we can't use the same widget because, as I said, it was view only. Now we want to make changes. Whenever we tap on it, we want to rate the product. So for that purpose, we are going to create rating bar.builder, which is another widget provided by the same package, Flutter rating bar. So if we come back over here, you will see in the item builder, we get context and an index, but we don't need the index for now. And we just need to return a constant icon of icons.star with color as global variable dot secondary color. After saving this much, we need on rating update. So whenever the rating updates, what do we need to do? Well, it has returned to us some rating that the user clicked, and on then what do we need to do? So we will configure this in just a while after creating this UI. And then let's see what we get. Here we have it. So if we save this much, you can see we can rate it anywhere, but there's still a bit of, configurations I want to do. So first of all, I want to add an initial rating, and initial rating will be dependent on the average ratings that we've received so far. So in case 10 users have passed the value for the rating, and then each one has passed in suppose 5, 4, 3, 4, 3, something like that, we need to take average of them and show it as the initial rating so that the user can rate that much as a rating. Then the minimum rating that the user can give is 1. We don't want the user to get 0. Then the direction will be direction axis dot horizontal, and we will allow half rating. So after that, the user will be able to give half values as well. So if I click over here, you can see half value is given. Great. So that the double value that we stored in our mongoose comes into use. And finally, we know item count, which is 5, and item padding, so that this doesn't look so much congested. So we will have constant edge insets dot symmetric from the horizontal direction pass in 4. And great, we have a rating widget created now. This looks great. Alright, so now having that UI created, let's bind it to the search product as well. So if we search suppose MacBook and click on enter, and if we click over here, we should be able to go there. This is fairly straightforward. What we can do is go to the search screen, and whenever we return the search product, we want to wrap it with a widget called as gesture detector. And again on tab, we want to navigate, so we have navigator dot push named, pass in the route name, which will be product details screen dot route name, and then pass in the arguments, which will be a product. Now the product is the product list that we have over here, you can see that, and that particular index. So we can just copy this and pass it as the argument, and it won't give us any errors. Now if I click on this, you can see we are seeing the product, but still the image looks very bad. So what we can do is go to the product details screen, and in here in the image.network part, we can have fit.contain, and now we have it. Looks great, exactly what we want. So now let's work on the rate product functionality. Alright, so now let's create a new folder in product details called services, and this will be called product details services.dart file, and this will obviously have product details services. So the very first function that we're going to have is the rate product function. So let's create that quickly. So we have rate product. This will be taking in a build context. Actually, instead of writing all of that again and again, I would recommend you to do that, but I'm just tired of writing it again and again. So what I'm going to do is go in one of the services and extract it. So I'll just paste it over here. After that, name this to rate product, and I require build context, so I'll take that. Then I require all of this is not required, even this. Now what's required is the product that I want to rate. So let's take that so that we get the product's ID, which we can take in the server side. And then obviously required is the rating that the user gave in. After that, we need the token of the user, so we need provider. After that, all this cloudinary stuff is not needed, even the product thing. And then we need to import http as http.dart. So here we have that line. And then we need global variables, and after that the utility files. And even this http error handling part. Great. So now let's save this much. So here, first of all, it's going to be a post request. That's correct because you're going to send body data to it. So we have the headers also there, and the body that we're going to send is, well, first of all, JSON encoded. Don't forget to do that. Then we need to pass in an ID, which will be product.id, and then the rating. So let's pass in the rating, and great, we have that. And also change the API over here. So we'll have /API/rate product. Now saving this much. We are good to go. Now also remove all of this. We don't need any of this in the on success. Now let's create an API for rating the product. So we'll go to the product.js model first of all. And here we have the comment of ratings. So we need to change that model. We will create the ratings property. And this ratings is going to be an array, right? Because many users can pass in, and it will be an array of object. We have never used this part before. So let me just create one. So we'll have rating.js. This rating.js is going to contain the structure of this rating that we're going to have. So we are going to have constant mongoose equal to require mongoose, and then we're going to create the rating schema, and we'll have mongoose dot schema, and here we're going to pass in the user ID, the person who rated this. So what is their user ID? So that they can't, change the rating again. If they do change, we're going to add the logic to remove the previous rating and add the current rating. And then we're going to have this as a type of string and going to require it as true. And if you're wondering why this is not a type of object ID, which is a thing over here, so something like this, the object ID, that's because we are getting the token from the client side, and that token is going to be a string. Sorry, the ID is going to be a string over here, which is understood. Now we need a rating, which is going to be a number. So we'll have type number and required set to true. Now we're not going to make a model out of this. That is a key thing to note. Whenever we just want to provide a structure, we don't need to provide it with a model. If we provide a model, it will create an entirely new model in our file and also add that in the product model, the rating schema, and it will also give us the underscore ID and underscore version part, which we don't need, right? So we will just use module.exports equal to rating schema. Now we can come over here and pass in the rating schema as the object. So this ratings is going to be an array of all the rating schemas that we're going to have, and it will be like an object which will contain multiple objects of various users. Now we can come to the product.js route and create a route for that. I give you the exercise of creating a post request route to rate the product. With the knowledge we have, I think it's pretty easy for you to go ahead and use that to rate the product. And if you get stuck anywhere, like you want to delete the products, like you want to delete an object from the products array, I would recommend you to search it up on web on how to delete an object from an array in JavaScript. Googling is a part of this task, so I hope you can do it. Were you able to do it? If you were, then you're all set with Node.js. That's my guarantee to you. So now we have product router.post /API/rate product. Then we need to have authentication. Then we are going to have asynchronous request response, and then this created, then a try and a catch block. Then we need to return a res.status of 500.json and send in the error message in case there is any error. Now in the try block, first of all, we need to extract the ID and the rating from the user. So we have ID rating equal to request.body because we sent it from here, the body part. After that, we are going to find the product because we need to make changes in that product's properties. So let's quickly find that product. So we will not make it a constant because we need to change the properties, and our product equal to product dot find by ID, and we will find that ID. And we're not using find by ID and delete because that will delete the entire product. We don't want to delete the entire product. We just want to add or remove a rating. And why do we want to remove a rating? We will see that logic now. So first of all, what we need to do is run a for loop on all the ratings that the product has. So in case the product has something like this, let's quickly draw it out. So here is the user ID, and here is the rating. let's say 2.5, and then we have again this passed in, so let's quickly add that, and here the user ID is a bit different and the rating is 4. Now this is all a part of the ratings array on the product property, so this objects can be accessed using product.ratings, right? Now what we need to do is loop through each one of them, checking if the user ID is matching with the ID that we have passed in, which is this user ID. So the user ID from request.body, if that is equal to this user ID, that means we've already rated that product. So that means we need to remove that product's ratings. Correct? Pretty simple till now. So let's quickly create that. We have for let I is equal to 0, I is less than product.ratings.length, and then I++. The reason we are able to use length on this is pretty similar to Dart. We have product.ratings, which is an array. Now we can access all the properties that are there on arrays, like length, includes, all of that stuff, and then we are looping through. Here we are checking if product.ratings at I. So that means product properties ratings at I. So we will get access to one rating over here, and this rating doesn't mean this rating. This rating means the entire object over here. If that rating's user ID, which gives us access to this, for example, when we are on 0, when we are on 1, it will give access to this. If that is equal to request.users ID. So here we are checking if product.ratings at I.user ID, which is this, is equal to request.user, which is the user's ID. This is not user's ID, it was my bad. It was the product ID. But here we get access to user's ID using request.user because of the auth middleware. So if that both is equal, what we are going to do is product.ratings.splice I,1. Now splice is a new feature, or a different feature from Dart. This is available on arrays. Basically it will allow us to add or delete anything if we have access to the index. So if we just remove this again, and I'll show you, you can see we need to pass in the start number and the delete count so that we can delete it off, and we can even add products using splice, but I'm not going to show it here. You can Google it out. But with this, we are basically deleting the product because we have access to their index. So here we will start the number. So from what number do we need to start deleting? So I'll pass in I, and how many numbers should we delete, or how many objects do we delete? Well, we are going to delete only one object because we need only one object to be deleted. And after that is deleted, we can just break it because we are not running it for an extra loop and wasting our time. After that, if there is any extra rating, it will get removed, and then we are going to add that rating schema. So here we are going to have rating schema equal to, first of all, the user ID, and strings are not needed like this in JavaScript. So we have user ID as request.user and rating as the rating. So we can have a shorthand syntax for that, which is this. We have access to this. Now we can use product.ratings.push, and as I told, we have access to all of the array methods. Push is like add in JavaScript. So we are going to use push, and it will push to the end of the array a new element. And what is that element? The rating schema, because that's exactly what ratings needs. After that, we will use product is equal to await product.save, and we will have res.json as product. And now we will remove all the ratings and save this much. Now we will copy this, make sure it's the same over here. Great. Now we are rating the product part, and now we want to bind this function to our rate product. So what we can do is, in the product details screen, we can go there, initialize it. So we have final product details screen called product details screen equal to product details screen. Sorry, we don't need product details screen, we need product details services. Product details services equal to product details services, and then we're going to have final, and also push this function down. Great. Now we have access to this product details services, so we can go down in the on rating update where I told you we're going to make some changes. So here we can pass in product details services dot rate product, pass in the required context which we get from build context, then the product which is widget dot product, getting it from the constructor, and the rating. This rating is from on rating update. It will give us the correct value of which we clicked. So if we click over here, it will give us 5. If we click on half the part, it will give us 4.5. Great value. So now if we save this much, and we've not added anything in on saved, on success, we will open up our debug console and a terminal to see if there is any error. Nope. We can go to the essentials, buy a stainless steel, we will give it a 5 and see if there is any error. Nothing at all. So now if we come back, go in the appliances again, not appliances, sorry, essentials, stainless steel. We can't see anything because we have not showing anything, but in case we show it, so just to see if it is success or not, we can just go in our products collection, in our collections, and here pass in the ratings. So here we have the ratings as rating as 5 and the user ID given. Now in case I change it again to, let's say, 1.5, let's see if we have that. So if I just go here and refresh the app, here let's see the array, here we have it 1.5 and it has removed the earlier rating that we had, which was 5, because of the logic that we created over here in the product.js file, this logic. Great. Now let's just see the ratings on the screen. So whenever we come over here, we should be able to see the correct rating. So for that, what we need to do is first of all go to this product.dart model, and in this models folder we are going to create a new model called rating.js, and actually not rating.js, sorry, rating.dart. And here we are going to have class rating. We will initialize the properties of string user ID and double rating. So we have final double rating. After that, we will generate a constructor for them, generate JSON serialization, and great, we have that done. Now we can come over here in the product.dart file and pass in a property called final list of rating, which can be null, called rating. Now we need to pass this in. So we have this is not required, so we have final this dot id. So this not this dot id but this dot rating. After that we can come over here, pass in the rating as rating, and here the rating will be a bit different. So here we will first check if map ratings, and make sure to name it as ratings, because in your JSON app or your product.js model you've named this as ratings. So make sure to make that change. So map ratings, if it is not equal to null, then we will do something, otherwise we will return null because it can be null. Then we are going to check if list of rating dot from map at ratings, we are going to check if that's nullable. If it is nullable, then also we need to map over this. So we will get access to X, and then we will convert it to a JSON model called rating.fromMap and pass in the X value, not the map. And here we have it. This is the logic that we need to create. So let's put some commas. Yeah, great. So we have the rating model created. Now we just need to display that rating. So here at the top, we are going to create an init state function. In that init state, well, first of all, we need global variables of double average rating, which will be set to 0 initially, and an variable for my rating. So average rating is going to show up over here because that is average rating, and my rating consists of the rating that is to be shown here. So now double total rating is going to be in the init state function because total rating is not needed anywhere globally. So it's good to have a member function over here. And now we're going to run it. So we have for int I is equal to 0, I is less than widget dot product dot rating dot length, and this can't be question mark, it has to be exclamation mark, and then we have I plus plus. So here what we'll do is total rating plus equals widget dot product dot rating at I dot rating, and here there has to be this. Here we are basically calculating the total rating that the product has ever gotten. We can't calculate the average over here because first we need the sum, and then only we can move forward with calculating the average rating. But even over here we need to check first if widget dot product dot rating at I dot user ID is equal to provider dot off, and let's have provider dot off user provider context listen set to false dot user dot ID. So if both of them match, the user ID in the rating and over here, then we need to make sure that we change my rating. So we have my rating equal to widget dot product dot rating. Actually, let's copy this one. Pretty simple logic, don't get scared by the complexity of code that is seen here, but just the logic is pretty simple, nothing else we are doing. And here outside of this for loop, in this for loop we are putting an if condition so that we don't have to run another for loop. It's running from I0 till I this, I plus plus, just to get the user's rating. We can do that over here as well. And now we are just checking if total rating is not equal to 0, then average rating, which we created as a global variable, is equal to total rating divided by widget dot product dot rating dot length. Basically, we are checking if total rating is not equal to 0. So if total rating is equal to 0 and we perform this operation, it will give us an error of NaN, which means it is not a number. If it is not a number, then we cannot divide it by anything in that. So we are checking over here. If it is not equal to 0, then average rating will be equal to the total rating, which is the sum of all the ratings that we computed over here, divided by the length of the ratings array that we created. Now we can just take this average rating and total rating and pass it down. So here in the stars, we are going to have average rating, and remove this constant. It's not a constant anymore. Let's see, we are not seeing anything. And now if we go down to the rating bar dot builder, here the initial rating is going to be my rating, which the user has already filled in. And the minimum rating can be 1, and all of that is still valid. Now if I restart the application and see what we are getting till now, I'll go to the essential stainless steel, and you can see 1.5 stars over here and even over here. If I make it 5, go back, come back over here, you can see 5 stars given. That means the rating part is working really well. Now we just need to add the rating part in the search. So here if I type MacBook, you can see 4 stars is a constant that shows up. Now instead of doing that, and just to show you, even if we do it for stainless steel, here we have 4 stars showing. in fact it should be 5 stars. So what we can do is go to the search screen and searched product. Over here we are using stars somewhere. We can go there and pass in the rating. But what is the rating going to be like? So for this we are going to go over here in our build function and create the same logic that we did in the details screen. But instead of the init state function, we're going to do it over here. So let's just copy all of this, paste it in, and we don't need this if logic again here. And we also need to remove all of this product part, widget.product, because this is not a stateful widget, this is a stateless widget. And that is the reason why we are doing this in the build function. That screen was already a stateful widget, so we could use init state. Now instead of creating it as a stateful widget, we can just compute it over here, because anyways no set state is happening over here. This does the job of only displaying it. So the widget rebuild is not going to happen ever again. So build function is a safe place to do it, at least in this case. So here we are going to create a variable called double average rating and set it equal to 0. If you do it over here, then you'll have to remove a constant, and then we don't get any benefit of using a stateless widget instead of a function. After using this, we can take this average rating and pass it to our stars. Now say this much, and here we see 5 stars. Now again over here, if you had a problem with this image, obviously you can change it to contain, and it will contain the entire image, and this will look good. Great. So we have the ratings part completed. The next part is the add to cart feature. Whenever we click on this add to cart, it will add to our cart, and then we need to make a UI for that as well. Alright, so to get the deal of the day, what we are going to do is go to the product.js route, and in here we are going to create a getter for deal of the day. If you want, you can take it as an exercise to do it on your own and scratch your brains until you do it. It would be really great. But just to mention, deal of the day is going to depend on the rating. So whichever product gets the highest rating is going to be the deal of the day. Pretty simple. So I'm going to call this API deal of the day, then auth as the middleware, and then request response as this, and then a try catch block just to display any error if we get any. So I'm just going to have this passed in. Great. Now in the try block, we are going to have first fetch all the products. So we are going to get let products is equal to await product dot find, and this should be equal to sign, not minus, and also pass the semicolon over here. So here we are just getting all the products. Now what we're going to do is, what the logic is, that we are going to sort all of these products based on their ratings. So we are going to take each product's ratings, match them against their own, and then check and then sort them in a descending order so that we get the very first element as the best element. So suppose there are product A and then there's product B. So product A has a total rating of 10. First of all, we need to calculate all the ratings of the product A. And if the product B has a total rating of, let's say, 30. So and let's say we also have C. So C has 50. So it will check the total. It will first calculate the total points of A, B and C together. And then it is going to check if 10 is greater than 30. If it's greater than 30, then it will just sort it out in a descending order so that C comes on the top, B is the second and A is the third. Now to get the deal of the day, we have a sorted products array. We can just access the very first element since it's in descending order and has the highest number of points. Great, pretty easy. So what we are going to use for this is products.sort, which is a method provided by JavaScript. It just sorts a value and it will sort the value based on what we output. But here we will get A and B, which are two numbers. Now, if you think there will be any confusion from your side, you can just name it something like product 1, product 2, but I'm just going to go forward with A and B. And here we are going to create a function based on which it is going to sort itself. So first of all, we will create a temporary variable called asum, And don't worry, this sorting is basically, it will go through all the products and then sort one against each other. It will run some sorting algorithm inside of it, which we don't need to worry about. So here we have B sum 0. So even if products are more than 2, don't worry, this A and B just symbolize product 1, product 2, which keep on changing every time. So now what I'm going to do is calculate the A sum. For that we are going to use for loop. So we'll have for let I is equal to 0, I is less than products dot, sorry, not products, but A dot ratings dot length. So ratings is the model property that we created on product. And then we are going to increment by 1. And then what we are going to do is A sum plus equals, so that whatever pre-value that we have is added, plus A dot ratings at I. So we get the particular object, which now consists of the rating as the number and the user's ID. So now we will do rating, and that's it. We have A sum ready. Now similarly, we have to do the same thing for B sum. So we can pass it in over here, and we have B dot ratings dot length and B sum plus equals B dot ratings at I dot rating. We can't do both of them in a single for loop because this will run till A dot ratings dot length and this till B dot ratings dot length. Both can differ. After that, we just need to return a condition, so based on which it can sort. Over here we have not yet provided the condition on which it should sort. So here we are just returning that A sum should be smaller than B sum. So if A sum is smaller than B sum, then we want to return 1, otherwise we want to return -1. Why are we returning this? If you hover over this, you can see sorts an array in place. This method mutates the array and returns a reference to the same array. That means we're going to get an array. So what we are going to do here is products equal to this. So it will just mutate the array so that we can get the reference to the same array. That means it will give us the same array sorted. But here, what does this mean? So again, we hover over this and scroll down. You can see function used to determine the order of the elements. It is expected to return a negative value if the first argument is less than the second argument, 0 if they are equal, and a positive value otherwise. So here we could have done A sum minus B sum and removed all of that, but I like to do it this way. It is like a convention for me. So here I'm just checking if A sum is less than B sum. That means that B takes precedence over A, so B sum will be pushed at the top. And -1 means the opposite, that is A takes precedence over B, and thus it is arranged in a descending order. After having that array and storing it to products, what we need to do is just return that, and we don't want to return the array of the products. We want to return the only one product, and that one product is going to be the topmost element since it's in descending order. So we have products at 0, and there we have it. We created the API. Now you can test it in Thunder client, but now you might be used to it. I'm not doing that. It's very good for you if you do it. After that, we can go to the home component. Let's minimize search, product deals, and admin. In the home part, we have deal of the day and home services. So first of all, let's create an API in home services. So I'm going to copy this, paste it in over here, and we are going to return just a single product, which will be a future. So let me just have product returned, and this will be named fetch deal of day. We are going to require nothing else but the build context so that we can show snack bars and use provider. Now we have product list. Instead of that, we just need a product, which will be product equal to, and now we need to instantiate this so that later on I'll tell you why we need to instantiate this and we are not putting this as null. But you might already have guessed why we are doing this, because we have done this so much that we now understand the need for it. So I'm just going to pass in empty for now. The images is going to be an empty list. category is going to be empty, string and price is going to be 0, put in a semicolon, and here also the quantity will be 0. After that, we have the try block for response, and we are sending response to this particular URL. So we can copy this, paste it over here, and yep. Now after the headers part and HTTP error handling, here we need to remove all of this for loop and instead just have product equal to product.fromJSON. We have already done this. We are basically getting the JSON format. So we are taking that JSON and converting it to a product model. So we have response.body, and that's it. And now we just need to return that product. Now we are going to use this function now. So we can just copy this, go to the deal of the day, and instead of returning all of this, we're going to have init state, pass in the function as fetch deal of day, and then create that function. So we have fetch deal of the day, which is asynchronous and will not return anything. We are used to the convention by now. So we have product, which can be nullable. And just to revise, if you've forgotten till now and you're wondering why every time I use null, so that we can just check if it is going to be empty over here. And now let's explain why we even created this empty model instead of this question mark. As I said, this product over here can be null. So if we just check if product is null, so suppose I check over here product is equal to null, that would mean that we need to display a loader. That means that the data is being fetched. So thus we are checking and putting a column over here. But here we suppose we don't get the perfect deal of the day because there are no products only there. So the user will continuously see a loading bar, and the reason is well because this wasn't initialized and it was also nullable. But here now it removes everything, and instead if the product is null, we are going to show a loader. Otherwise, if it is empty, so we can check over here. Now we can't check product is empty because there is no function like that created on product model, and it should not be created. How do we check if it's a product is an empty product? Like how? So here basically we are going to check if the product property on product, which is name, is empty, then we're going to show a constant sized box, otherwise a column. Now we are going to create this fetch deal of the day. So we'll have product equal to await, and let's use home service. So we have final home services equal to home services. Take this home services and use home services dot fetch deal of the day, pass in the context, and yep, now we will call set state so that the build function rebuilds, and yep, looks good. So now we have this loading bar showing up. Let's restart the application, and here we are still not seeing the correct deal of the day because we have not bound it, but we're not getting any errors as such. That's a very good thing. So what we need to do is go down here, and instead of returning so many image networks, I'm going to delete the rest of the 3 and keep 1 there so that I can map through them. So here in the children also, I'm going to remove this list, and instead what we're going to do is product dot images dot map, and we're going to map through them so that we can display them in a horizontal direction. If you see over here, we are displaying them in the horizontal direction, and that's how we are going to do it. Now I'm going to take this image network and paste it over here, and also convert it to list. Don't forget to do that. If you don't convert it to a list, it won't know because this will return to us an iterable, and toList just converts it to a list because that's what a row wants, list of widgets, and here we are returning a widget. In case you return something like a string over here, you can see we get an error because type list of string can't be assigned to the parameter type list of widget. So here we are returning the image.network, and here we have it. Great. Now let's restart our application, and the correct thing is still not showing up because we need to use E. So we have E passed in now. Now if we save this, we can see stainless steel bottle showing. And if we go at the top just to display a product image, which will be product.images at 0, and also put that not null so that we can save it. And here we have it. And we are seeing two same images because here we have used it that way. We are mapping through the product images again and again. If you want, you can ignore them, but I'm quite happy with what I've got. After that, whenever we click on this, we need to go to the product details screen that we've already created. So what I'm going to do is wrap this entire column with a widget known as gesture detector, and also create a function void navigate to details screen. Then I'm going to call this navigator dot push named, pass in the route name as product details screen dot route name with an argument, and here we need to pass in the argument which will be the product variable that we have created at the top. So let's pass in product, and this much is enough. So we can copy this, paste it down in the onTap property of this gesture detector. After saving it this much, let's click over here, and here we have it. We are at the right place and it's showing everything very correctly. Super cool. Now the next thing is to work on the cart feature. So whenever I click on this add to cart, I want to see it over here, the displaying part, and also this number should get updated. Alright, so now what we're going to do is close all the other saved files, close this terminal, and now we're going to go to the user model. And in this user model, what we're going to have is another property which is cart that I commented. So in this cart property, we need to have two things. So first of all, let's write the cart property properly. So how is this card going to be like? Well, first of all, it's an array. So let's quickly create this array kind of thing. Exactly that we did for ratings. Now in the rating, if you remember, we passed in the rating schema. Exactly for this, we're going to pass in the product schema. But cart isn't just going to contain the product schema, right? It will have the quantity as well. So we have the product schema as well as in how much quantity do we want this product. So it's going to be look something like this. So the cart array has a property of product. So let's wrap this. So cart is going to have a property of product. So we're going to create like this, and it will have product called product schema, and we can just pass that in. Now we need to get this product schema because we have not imported it or even exported it. So here we're going to have this kind of destructuring. So to send a product, we're going to do something like this, comma, we're going to send the product schema. We've seen this before. To send two products, we're going to send it in a map or an object. So to pass in the object, we have product and product schema. Now whenever we use product in some other route, so let's quickly go through some of the routes. We have product over here. So now to access that product, we need to wrap it with a curly brace so that we can destructure that particular object like we did over here. You can see that we did this for the product over here. The same thing we're going to have for auth. So now over here, there's nothing for product, and obviously in the product route, we're going to have that product. But so if we come to the user and again call product schema, you can see we get the import. So let's quickly import that, and this comes in this format. Great. Now the next property that we need is the quantity. So here we can have quantity and pass in the quantity, how it's going to look like. Now we're not going to create a separate quantity schema. So here just manually type in number and required set to true. So here we have the quantity property, which is of this structure, and we have product, which is of the following structure. Great. We are not passing in product over here because we can't pass in model, right? We need to pass in the product schema. We have already discussed about that. So now if I come to user.js, the route which we haven't yet created. So in the routes, we are going to create a new route called user.js, and this time I completely remember my mistakes from previous times. I'm going to require express. Let's close the files that are not required. So what I can have is remove models, the auth file, the admin we need just for reference, and product model. So here I'm going to require express, create the router, copy the post request because that's the very first request that we're going to need, add to cart, and then we need module.exports for this. Let's quickly rename and then make sure to add the middleware in the index.js, which we've forgotten so many times, or I've forgotten. Alright, so we have user router, pass in the user router over here and even over here. Now quickly let's go to index.js and here require the user router. So we have user router, and now you can see as our project is expanding, instead of creating so many routes here itself, we are just using a cleaner way of app.use that makes our app less congested, and this looks great. So here we're going to have API of add to cart, and this requires auth. So let's quickly import that. So we have const auth equal to require / middleware / auth. Now we're going to have, first of all, remove all of these stuff. This is not needed. And what do we need? Well, first of all, we want to get the ID of the product so that we can find the product. So we will have constant ID equal to request.body. Great. Now we can have product, which will be equal to await product.find by ID. And then we need to pass in the particular ID that we got. Now we also need to find the user because we are storing all of this in user model. And the reason we are storing the cart property in the user model is so that we don't need to fetch the data every time the user clicks on that cart icon, right? So we are just going to display it using provider, which will be a very neat way of doing it, in my opinion, because we are using cart everywhere in our application, right? Now to continuously post there and get from there, it's going to be a hectic job. So instead of doing that, we're going to save it in the provider, and that's why we are storing it in the user model also. Even in Dart, we are going to, in this user.dart model, we are going to change there. So here, first of all, find the correct user. So we already know to find the correct user, we are going to do await user.find by ID, pass in the request.user as the user ID. And now we are going to check if user's cart.length is equal to 0. Alright, so now we are checking if the length of the cart is 0. So if it is 0, then we need to do user.cart.push. And I have already explained, whenever there is an array, we need to push stuff. And this is like add in Dart. So we are going to push to the end of the array, the product. And we need to exactly put it like this. And the next thing was quantity. And the quantity is going to be 1 because the user clicked on add to cart only once. Whenever the user clicks on the add to cart another time, the quantity will increase. But whenever the user.cart length is 0, it is going to be quantity 1 because user is adding product for the very first time, right? Else, what are we going to have? Now, well, obviously you can use guard clauses over here, but I'm not going to do that. I'm going to use nesting over here. And this is very important now. So we're going to have for loop for let I is equal to 0, I is less than user.cart.length and increase I by 1. So we have I plus plus. And we are looping through all the products and checking if the particular product that we have over here is already there in the user's cart. If it is already there, then we want to increase their quantity by 1. Otherwise, we need to just add that product for the very first time, just like we did over here. So here we have that logic. So we have user.cart at i.product._id. So here we have user.cart at I. So we get access to the very cart item so that we can look at the product, because now if we come back over here we could either use quantity or product. We are using product and we are getting that product's ID. To get that product's ID, we are using _ID because remember, underscore ID is what is given by Mongoose or MongoDB. And what we are checking if it is equal to the product dot underscore ID, which is this. Otherwise, you could have just used this ID and it wouldn't matter, but it's the same thing. After that, we can check this much. And I think this is and actually, sorry, my bad. You couldn't use ID over here, because if you use ID, it is of the type string, but over here, the ID is of the type object ID, because here we are not converting it to string, right? You could obviously do .toString, and that's a method allowed in JavaScript as well. As I said, it's very similar. So we have .toString, and then you could compare with ID, but here we are just comparing two object IDs. Now, object IDs, if you don't understand. So if we go to our products model and check, every ID is not a string, it is an object ID. Now, object ID is randomly given by MongoDB, and it's like a particular type for an ID in Mongoose. So here we are not comparing strings, we are comparing object IDs. That's why we are not even using equal to over here. If we use equal to, it will not be a valid comparison, and it will always give false even though both are the same thing. The reason for that is we are comparing Mongoose ID or MongoDB ID, and that's why we are using equals. Great. Now what you want to do is, if that is the case, then we're going to create a flag at the top. So what we're going to have here is, in the else block, let is product found equal to false. So if that product, if any existing product is found, we're going to set it to true. And the reason why we are not setting, directly doing the stuff over here is because it is in a loop. Now, first of all, why is this variable there? It is just a flag to say that, yeah, we found the product now. What do we need to do? So now we're going to have is product set to true whenever we find it. So if that product is found, we need to just increment its value. Otherwise, we need to add that new product to the cart. Now, if we directly add the logic for adding to the cart over here, if that is equal to that, then that would mean we don't have to loop forward. And if we loop forward and find again, then we are adding it again. Now that would be really bad. So here what we're going to do is, if is product found, so just like that, we don't need to specify is equal to true. We can just do if is product found, then we need to find that product. That means that the product already exists. So we need to find that particular product, and we're going to name it with 3 T's because you've already used product over here. And we're going to use product with double T in just a second. So we have user.cart, which is an array, and JavaScript provides us with tons of functions. Another one of them is .find on array. So here you can see find calls predicate once for each element of the array in ascending order until it finds one where predicate returns to. As you can suggest, the name itself says it that we are finding a product, and we are using double T over here. That's why the triple T over here and a single T over here. Now, if that is confusing, you can rename it. But here, essentially what we're doing is finding the product which matches a certain criteria. So here we have to pass in a certain criteria in the function. You can see this is a function format, and like Dart, we have single arrow operations as well. I'm not sure if I mentioned, but you can just have a single arrow in case you want to return something, which is just a one-liner, which is a shorthand for doing it even in Dart, right? So here, when do we want to return a product, right? Where if we find a product whose quantity we want to increase, we use .find. And what is the criteria to find that particular product? Well, the product's IDs should match. So we have product with double T, which is this dot product. Now, not to get confused, product is one of the products that user.cart has. You can consider it like looping. So we are looping through every cart product and finding the particular product. So find is a short way of doing that. We could have used find over here as well, but the reason we did not do that is because we needed to use I. So here we have product, which is the product property in the user's cart. I couldn't show it to you over here because we have not added anything to cart yet, but product, and instead of having your product, we could have quantity. Now I think it explains well. ._id, and we are again comparing the MongoDB IDs, so we can just do dot equals product ._id. Great. Now after having access to that product, and in case you're wondering why we are not using this product that we already have, and that's because we are not storing that product anywhere. So now we can do is product with T, which is this one, dot quantity, and increase it by 1 because that product already exists. We found that while looping. So if that product already exists, then we're just going to increase its quantity by 1. Otherwise, we're just going to push to cart like this. So we can have here like this. Now, in case you're wondering, why did we have this condition over here? If user.cart.length is 0, then user.cart.push this. Now just think about it. If the cart's length is 0, then will it run through all of this? So we have I less than 0, I is equal to 0, I is less than 0. So here it's not going to run at all. And that's why we are not using that. After that we have the else condition, and here we are just going to use user is equal to await user.save because we updated the user's cart, right? We don't need to do anything with product now. We don't really care about it, and we're not making any changes over there. After that, we just need to return a user. Now, after returning this user, you might have guessed we need to update the provider in our client side. So let's quickly go over there and have that. So before even doing that, glad I remember it, we need to go to the user.dart, and in here generate a new thing. So the new thing that we have here is final list dynamic of cart, and now we need to generate everything. And in case you're wondering why this is dynamic and not map of string of dynamic, and that's because when we get the data from our API, it will not know that the cart property that we extract is map. Thus it will give us an error like type list dynamic is not a subtype of list map string dynamic. That's why we are using list dynamic. So here we need to add this required argument. So we have required this.cart. Then down here we have cart whenever we create to map. I don't think specifically we need that, but let's just have it. And even here the cart is going to be list of map of string comma dynamic dot from, and pass in the elements which will be map at cart. You know that because when we send it over, we will have map.cart whenever we use from map cart, which can be nullable .map x, and it will return map of string comma dynamic dot from x. Great. Now after having that, let's see why we're getting this error. We need to pass in a parenthesis over here, and I think at the end also, let's see why we are getting this. We need to remove that semicolon. It's just the parenthesis and all should be good. Make sure this cart property is like this. By default it would give something else, I guess, and that's why I manually wrote it. Now we can go to the user provider and here add cart functionality, which will be by default an empty list. So now we can close this, and now where do we want to go? Well, if you come back over here, you can see the add to cart button is present on product details screen. So let's go over there, and I see an error in the auth part. So we can go there, and in the auth service, we can add the empty cart that we need. Great. Now after saving that, we can go to the product details screen, and in the services of that. The first functionality that we want over here is going to be a post request again. So we can copy this, paste it, and now we're going to name this, let's say, add to cart. And this function is going to be pretty usable because we're going to use this add to cart even in the cart screen when we need to increment it by 1. And we need the required as build context and the product so that we can get the product's ID. After that, we need the user provider as well. We need to send a post request, and here we just need to send in the ID, which is product.id. We have passed in the correct headers. After that, we need to do the error handling part. Now the error handling part is going to be something tough, so we're going to make it very easy for us. So as we already know, we will get the cart if we go to the user.js part in the routes. We are sending user over here. Now instead of just manually doing something like user dot from map and pass in the res dot body, instead of doing that while JSON decoding it and all that stuff, instead of doing all of this work, instead of updating this entire user, which will lead to us going back to the auth screen because we updated the user's map for some time, it was null. So that kind of errors we will get. You can try it on your own, you will get it. I face the same thing. So what I've done instead is in the user model again, let's go there. Here, let's go on the top, click on this bulb icon and create copy with class. With this copy class, we'll be able to only use and copy with one value. For example, if we have the ID, name, email, password, all of this typed in, and we just need to pass in the token as cart as a different thing, then we can use copy with. It will copy with all the other features that it has along with this. It is similar to theme of .context theme.dark copy with. It's doing exactly the same thing. So we can create this copy with function. Now what we can do is go to the product details screen, and here have user provider dot user, which is the current user with all its details, dot copy with. Now since this is an instance of the user class, we get access to this copy with function, and now we need to copy with this cart, and this cart should pass in the JSON decode, which is response.body. If we send in response.body, we are sending in the whole user part. We don't want to send that, so we will just send in the cart. After decoding this JSON, we get access to cart property, and then we are just doing that, and we're going to store it in a separate variable. But now we need to update this, right? User provider is still not updated. To update it, we always used user.setUser from model. We don't want to do that. User.setUser. So whenever we wanted to set a new user, we would do user.setUser. You saw that? User provider.setUser, sorry. But now we can't do that because setUser takes in a string, and we don't have a string anymore. We have a user model. So what now we are going to do is go to the user provider class. Let's go there. And here create a new function. So let's create void set user from model. As the name suggests, it will take in the parameter type as a user, and then it will make sure that the private variable user that we have over here is equal to this parameter type user. And then we just need to set notify listeners to notify all the listeners. After that, we can just come over here and pass in user provider dot set user from model and pass in the correct user. Sweet. So after that, we can save this, and let's see what we will get. So just to see if there is any changes, what we can do is go to the bottom bar, and in here we can have final user cart length equal to, now instead of typing in provider.of context, all of that stuff, let's first of all import provider. We can use a short syntax that I've not used till now. So we can use context.watch. This is a short syntax for provider.offContext, and we have it. And also pass in user provider over here, and here we have it. And now we can have .user.cart.link. So this will fetch us the user's cart link. We can copy this, go to the badge, and instead of passing in 2, we are going to pass in user cart link. Also remove this constant, and here convert this to a string. Great. Now if we come over here, we are getting this error because we need to restart it. And here we have it, 0 displaying, which is the correct cart link. Now if I click over here, click on add to cart, come back over here, nothing has changed. And that's because we have not bound this function of add to cart to our product detail screen. So let's use that. Let's also go down. So we are going to create a new function called add to cart. We will have product detail services dot add to cart, pass in the context, the product, and to get the product we will just do widget dot product. Great. Now we can take this void add to cart and go down where we have add to cart and pass in the on tab this add to cart. And after saving it, we can click on add to cart. You can see product validation failed, ratings.0 rating. Let's quickly see that. Path rating is required. Let's see why do we need that. So if we go to add to cart, and we have passed in rate product over here. So we need to change that to add to cart. Always keep making stupid errors, but here we have it. Now let's click on add to cart. Let's go back. You can see 1 over here. And in case we again click on add to cart, it should not give us 2. It should only give us 1 with increased quantity. So if I click on add to cart, it's still 1. But if we go to our users, let's click on refresh. Here, let's scroll down just to find the user. We have the cart, the 0th object, quantity. Here you can see 2, a random ID generated, and then we have our product object, and we click stainless steel. Now what do we do if we have MacBook? So let's quickly type in MacBook. And click on enter. And you can see in the debug console we have this keyboard error. So we are going to restart it and try it again. It won't happen on release version, so don't worry. Now if I click on enter, MacBook Air, let's click on add to cart. Go over there, we have 2 showing up. Sweet. So now our cart function is working. Let's display it over here, which should be fairly easy because we are going to copy paste a lot of code from searched product. Alright, so now what we're going to do is close all the save files, minimize all the folders that we have, and now create a new feature called cart. Also, let's minimize account. Now in the cart, we're going to have screens and services. Obviously, the services will now consist of decrementing the cart, so that's fine. And now we need cart screen dot. Let's quickly build out the cart screen and display the products that we have. We are waiting for it. So we have a stateful widget where we're going to call this as a cart screen and create a constant cart screen. After that, we're going to return a scaffold and go to the home screen to copy this app bar, which we've already copied over here. Let's paste it down there. After that, we're going to create global variables, copy this, obviously copy the function so that we can navigate to the search screen and paste it over here. After that, we're going to import them. Great. Now what we want to do is after this app bar, let's bind this to our bottom bar so that we see the correct cart screen and see it on the screen. So we have constant cart screen and pass it over here. Now let's restart our app If we go to this cart, we see the correct thing, and it's the same thing as this one. Now in the cart screen, let's close both of them. In the body, now we need a single child scroll view, and I've already told you the purpose of this single child scroll view. After that, we need a child, and the child is going to be a column, and the column is going to be children of, first of all, an address box. This address box is going to consist of the address. No brainer, we have this address, and save this much. We see the address box showing up correctly. After that, we need the subtitle. For that, we're going to create a separate widget. So in the cart, we have widgets, and pass in something known as cart subtotal dot dart. Let's import the material dart for it, call it as a stateless widget, and call this cart subtotal. Here in the stateless widget, we're going to first of all have final user equal to provider.of context. So let's quickly add that, and actually let's use context.watch, use the user provider, and then use the user's property on it. After that, we have margin, and from const edge insets.all, we want a margin of 10. After that, we need a child of row, and in that row, we are going to have subtotal with 1500. You can always use a text span, but I'm just showing you an alternate approach of doing it. So we have a constant text that says subtotal. We are going to leave some space and not put a colon, and put in a style as text style, font size of 20. After that, we need a text which will show the total subtotal. Now to calculate the subtotal, we are going to do this in the build function itself. So we have int sum equal to 0, and here we have user.cart, and we need to map through all the elements of the user.cart so that we can get their price and add it to the sum. So we have e, and now we can use sum plus equals e at quantity, and since this is a map but we have used it as a dynamic, we can use e quantity into e product. Now if you're wondering why we are doing what we are doing, well, we are just using quantity, e quantity, and multiplying it with the product's price, because the subtotal will be how many products did you buy. So if in case over here, let's see, we have iPhone and we have 3 iPhones, we want to display 4500. So if we click on 3, it will be 4500. That's what we are doing, multiplying quantity with product's price. And then we're going to treat them as an integer because they don't know. And obviously convert this to list later on, otherwise it won't do anything at all. It will stay in an iterable. After that, we can take the sum, pass it in the text. So let's copy the text also, pass it in the text, which has the font size of 20, but font weight is font weight dot bold, and here the price is going to be $$ sum. So that will make it dollar with whatever sum there is, like 20. Now if we save this much, come over here, we can't see anything because we have not bound this widget, but here we have it. Now let's go over here and have constant cart subtotal, and great. Also we need to import it, so let's quickly import it. Now if we come over here, you can see subtotal 1019. I'm not sure how much did he buy that we're getting this, but we'll verify once we get the products showing up. So now the next thing is this button. So well, for that we already know what we're going to use. It's going to be custom button. Here the text is going to be proceed to buy, pass in the how many items there are. You can see 1 items. So we're going to have $user.cart.length, and now we need to create this user. So we can just come up here, take this user, paste it in the build function, import user provider, and also import watch from provider.dart, and here we have it, user.cart.length items. Then we need an on tap, so we have on tap, and after seeing this much we can see this. But now we first of all need to shrink its size and then change its color. Let's do it together. So we have padding, wrap it with padding of edge_all 8, and after that the color is going to be colors.yellow at 600. And now if we come over here, we see a correct thing showing up. After that, we need a slide border below which we can show this product item. So what we're going to have is a constant sized box of height 15, then a container which will be of the color colors.black 12, and now we want it to look very slight, black 12 is having a lot of impact. So we can have dot with opacity, not 0.8 but 0.08, which is very, very mild. And obviously mention a height, which would be 1. Saving this much, we see correct thing showing up. After that, we can again leave a space. We have not left space over here, but now I realize this problem. So I can leave this over here, let's say 5 only. And then we want to display the list of products. For the list of products, we are going to use listview.builder, get a context and an index, after which we are also going to get an item count. So we have item count. And now the item count, first of all, is going to be user.cart.length, and the item builder, for that we're going to create a different widget altogether. So in this widgets, we are going to have cart underscore product dot and not dart product but cart product. After that, we're going to import material dart, create a stateless widget, call it cart product, and this cart product is going to be very similar to the searched product that we've already created. So what I'm going to do is, first of all, even convert it to stateful widget. The reason for that is we are going to click on increase and decrease product, right? So their state is going to change. So we need to make sure we add that. After that, we are going to go to the search product and copy the whole thing from the search product and then make some changes. So I'm going to copy this entire column, paste it over here, and let's see the errors. Well, first of all, we need to remove stars, because over here we don't need to display the stars. Then we need the product name. Well, we're going to get that from stateful widget. I mean, this is a cart, right? So we just need its index so that we can display. So we have final int index required this dot index, and based on this index we can show the cart products. So obviously in the build function we will have final product, which will be equal to provider, and instead of using provider again, I'm used to it, so we can have watch and pass in user provider dot user dot cart, and we want to get access to that particular product. So we're going to have widget dot index. Great, now we have that product. But now for the ease of our using itself, what we're going to do is pretty smart. You can see that we have product. We're going to name this, let's say, product cart. Very less descriptive, but I know you can change it. I'm very bad at naming. So here we're going to do final product, which is equal to product dot from map. This will allow us to get, auto completion, and will make sure that we don't have to use those annoying brackets, because they increase our chance of typos and bugs. So here we can just pass in product cart. I'm a big fan of using these models because they make my life much more easier. So I can go to the down and we have the product created already. And now just to see what we have and then make certain changes more, what I'm going to do is return the cart product over here. So here we have it. We have mentioned the index as well. And now we're not seeing anything. we can see list view builder has an error over here, and that error can be resolved by either wrapping it with expanded or setting shrink wrap to true. Here we see a type null is not a subtype of type iterable dynamic. If we just restart our app, it won't do anything, but it will let us know what we are doing wrong somewhere. And the reason we are getting this null issue is if we go to the cart product, we have passed in product.fromMap product cart, but the product cart that we are sending includes both product and the quantity. We forgot to take that into account. So we have cart, but now that cart consists of an object. So let's see over here. We have an object which has product, and there is the product object, and after that we also have quantity. So it passed in this entire object, which is giving us the issue. So here we want to specifically tell that we have product that we have passed in. Saving this much, we can see correct things showing up. That's insane. All of these things are matching. That's pretty cool to see. Now the only thing that we need to change is this button part. So let's quickly create those buttons. So we're going to have them after the in stock part. Let's close this. And here in the row, just below this image.network and column, and actually not even in the row, because if we put it in the row, it will come back over here. We don't want it over here. We want it over here. So we want to pass this below the row, which is in the column, because we have a column first. So here we want it. So now we're just going to have a container for increment decrement button. So here we have margin, which will be constant edge insets dot all 10. Then we need a child of row, and that row is because we need these three places. So here in the children, well, first of all, we need main axis alignment, which will be main axis alignment dot space between. And then we have a container, and we have a decoration, which will be box decoration. And then we pass in border, which will be border dot all. And then the color will be colors dot black 12. And width will be 1.5. After saving this much, we can't see anything on the screen, but that's fine. We're going to have a border radius of border radius dot circular 5. And we're just designing the outside of this, this part over here. So now we're going to have this, and then the color, which will be colors dot black 12. After that, we need a child in the container itself, which will be a row. And in that row, we're going to have children, which will first give the icon of this minus sign. So we can have container again, which will be of the width 35 and height 32. And now we need to align this container. That's why we use container. Otherwise we use Y-sized box. You can see that. So here we're going to have alignment as alignment dot center, and then the child as constant icons dot remove with size 18. Let's save this much and come back over here. You can see minus sign is coming and it's looking good. After that, we need this quantity showing icon, but for quantity showing icon, the color should be white. So what I can do is, first of all, wrap this container with an inkwell widget, which we will do later on because we need to decrement. After that, we have container, which just shows a text, which will be of the quantity. So we'll have quantity. So let's quickly go up and have final quantity equal to product cart quantity. Let's take that quantity, go down here, pass the quantity and pass in dot to string, because this is going to be a number, right? Now if we go over here, you can see 2 is showing up, but we need to change its color. So to change its color, we can just wrap it with a decorated box instead of wrapping it with a container. We are doing decorated box, and then we can pass in box decoration. The border will be border.all, color as colors.black, 12 with 1.5, and yeah, save it. Come back over here. There's no big change as such. So now we're going to pass in the color, which will be colors.white. Now you'll see the color change, which is this color, but we also have a bit of, this color border that we have. And then we just need to make sure that there is no, border radius. So we can just pass in border radius as border radius dot circular 0. Saving this much, we come back and there's no border. You can see the border radius is diminishing for this part if you zoom in and see it. After that, we again need this container. Actually, let's copy this container because it's going to be pretty similar to this. Just an icon change which will be icons.add. Now save this much and we have it. Looks exactly like here, and it looks pretty good. And here we are seeing the correct, the product quantity as well. Now let's just calculate what we said, 1019. So we have one product of MacBook Air M1. So we have 999 plus 2 times 20, which is 20. So 1019. This is absolutely correct. Now, whenever we click on this, we need to increase the quantity. We have already created a function for that. We need to create for decrease quantity. So let's quickly bind that increase quantity one and create one for decrease quantity. So we will have final product details services equal to product details services. And then we're going to create a function void increase quantity product, and now we want to increase this product's quantity. So we have product details services dot add to cart, and we've already added the logic for adding to cart. You can see that we have add to cart, we passed in the product, and we are increasing its quantity. And we've already added the feature of checking if the cart already exists. Then we just need to add 1 to this quantity, and we've done all that stuff already. So we don't need to worry about it as such. So we can just reuse this function and it's pretty cool. Now we can just go down, use this increase quantity again. So here, wrap this container with an inkwell widget or a gesture detector, whatever you feel better with. I think I'll use inkwell so that user feels that, yeah, they're clicking something, not just a stupid button, It gives a kind of good feeling. So here we're going to have an on tap and then pass in the function, which will be increase quantity, pass in the product, which we already have done. And yep, now if we click on this product, it is 3, this is 2, and it's increasing real time. This is absolutely insane. Now the same thing we're going to have for decrease quantity. So we can create a services of cart services. Otherwise you can just do it in product details services, but I think it's cleaner to have cart services as well, because this function is only used over here in this cart services. Obviously we're going to go to the product details services and copy this entire file and paste it over here. Now let's rename stuff. We have cart services. We are going to have, remove rate to product. We don't need that. And in here, we're going to have this named as remove from cart. This is going to be a required product field. We are going to get the user provider, and then we're going to pass in the API, that is http.delete. This is something new. So we looked at get update and post, but we didn't look at delete. So this is the final crude function, which will also tell you that we are nearing to the end. We're coming very close to the end of this application. There are just a few features left. You can look in the timestamps below, but the point is we are using delete over here. So obviously there is no body over here, and for delete we are not going to pass in any body, but we're going to use that URL format that we had. So we have API/remove from cart and then pass in the product ID in the URL, and you already know how you're going to access it in the server. We're going to use request.params, but here we can worry about product.id, passing it in carefully. After that is done, good enough. We're going to get user. We need to copy that cart and set user from model. All of that similar to add to cart. Now we just need to create a different URL for this thing. So I think I'll just copy this part and go to user.js, and in the routes we're going to create a delete post. I'm just going to copy this and paste it over here, and this is going to be called user.delete, and again we need to copy that URL. So here, copy it, paste it over here, and we are going to pass in the ID. Well, the ID can be accessed using request.params, and here make sure to add this colon, don't forget it by any chance. And here we are going to use request.params as the ID. Otherwise you can just use request.params.id. I mean, both of them are the same thing, but I just wanted to show you another way of doing it, which is this. After that, we're going to find the product, we're going to find the user, and here we do not want is product found and all of that stuff. We already know the product is there. That's why the user is even able to click on that remove from cart button. So here we're going to remove this is product found part, even this else block, this if block, and even this let variable is product found variable. Now we're going to check from going from 0 to cart.length I++, checking if user's product ID is equal to the product ID that we have. Then we are going to do user.cart.splice because we want to remove it, and as we already know, splice helps us with that. Just to make you remember again what this splice will do, it will delete the product based on whatever you enter. So we need to enter the start number and how many elements do we need to delete after that. And in case you're wondering why we are not using find function over here on user.cart.find, and that's exactly for this reason. We are using I over here. We want the I so that we can splice it out. So here we have I, 1, and after splicing it, we are good to go. So if the user cart's product exists and if it is equal, then we need to splice it out. Otherwise, we just need to display the cart. And actually, not this. We will splice this out. But now the thing is, this product ID equals to this product ID. I mean, the cart's product ID that while we are looping is equal to the product ID that we found. Then we need to splice it up. But what if the quantity is 1? It will just change its quantity to 0, but it will still say stay in this cart object as an array, and it will still display on the screen showing that this is 0. So what we need to do to avoid overcrowding in our database is check here if user.cart@i.quantity is equal to 1. So when the user clicks on the delete button and we get call to this remove from cart API, then we will check if the quantity is 1. That means that the user is just about to remove this entire product. Then we are just going to use this user.cart.splice. Otherwise, we are going to use user.cart this line, but here instead of equal to, we'll have minus equal to 1. That means user.cart@i.quantity will be equal to user.cart@i.quantity minus 1. It will decrease its value by 1. And in case you get confused and you use user.cart@i.product.quantity, don't do that. We don't need to use that because it will give us the number of total products left, not the quantity we will have in the product. So we are essentially changing the products quantity over here. Both of these match. So if you decrease this products quantity, it wouldn't even matter because you're not even looking at it. So we are just decreasing it by 1. So we are just going to have user.cart@i.quantity minus equal to 1. After that, we are going to save it and return it. Now let's bind this function to our cart screen. Let's go at the top, and actually in the cart product, we will avoid decrease quantity and use final cart services equal to cart services. Take this cart services and have dot remove from cart, pass in the context and the product, and then use this decrease quantity. So we can wrap this container with an inkwell widget, use the on tap feature, and here we have decrease quantity, pass in the required product, and boom, we have it. Now if I click on minus sign, we set it to 2, we set this to 1, we set this to 2, and the value is also changing. If I restart the application, we should see the same state of our application. So if I come over here 1 and 2, 2008. Now the next thing we need to work on is whenever we click on this, we get to an address box form, and there we do some validations to check if the user has already entered the address. If the user has already entered the address, then we give them an input box saying that you want to use this address or the one that you want to newly format, and then we can click on the Apple or Google Pay, whatever is provided, and continue with that. Let's quickly do that. Alright, so now for the address screen, I'm going to close all the save files again, and here I'm going to create a new feature called address. This will again have screens and services, so let's quickly create them. And now this screen will have address screen.dart. We're going to import material dart, create a stateful widget, and then call this address screen. After that, we are going to call this as a constant constructor, and here we are going to return a scaffold which will have a simple app bar. If you come over here, this is the design of the application. So you can see this is a pretty basic thing. We just have a gradient. So now just to have a gradient, what we're going to do is go to the home screen, copy this app bar till let's say here only, and then add the remaining parentheses by ourselves. We can do that much. After that, we will import this package and also this parenthesis. Great. Now whenever I click on this, I want to navigate over here. So obviously we're going to call this static constant string route name called address, and we are not going to get any constructor receiver or anything, so that's good. Now we can copy this address screen, go to the router, create a new route for it, and we will call this address screen.route name. Nothing in the constructor, so let's remove that and have address screen. Remove this from the constructor as well and call this as a constant address screen. Now whenever we go over here, whenever we click on this proceed to buy, so let's go to the cart screen and create a function called navigate to address. So let's copy this, paste it here, and have navigate to address, and to this address we are just going to pass in address screen.route name. I don't think we need anything else. In case we need, we have to make that changes, so let's quickly remove that out, and here navigate to address. In that on tab, we are going to pass in the navigate to address function, Here the argument is nothing, so let's have this much, and yep, whenever we click on this, we come back to the screen. Great. Now, what is this logic going to be like? I've already mentioned it to you. Whenever we have an address, then we make sure that we show this, otherwise, and ask the user if they want to use this, otherwise the form. So now we are going to just have a form in the address screen. So for that form, let's close the cart screen and have auth screen dot file. We are here going to copy all the form content that we have and paste it in the scaffold, which is this body, and paste it down here. After that, we need a custom text field, so we're going to import that library. We also need these controllers, so let's see what controllers we need. These 4 controllers, so well, let's name them. We have flat, house number, building. After that, we have area, street, then we have pin code. After that, we need one more, which is town and city. So let's copy this much, paste it down here, and have town or city, and import custom button. So let's import that library. And here in the on tab, we will validate later on, but for now let's remove that, and the text is not going to be sign up. And actually we don't even need this custom button, we need an Apple Pay button, right? Now quickly create all of these custom text field controllers and a sign up form key. So let's quickly go on the top and have those text editing controllers created. So we have text editing controller, first of all, flat building controller, which will be equal to text editing controller. After that, paste it 3 more times actually. We have area controller, pin code controller, and finally city controller. Now copy these controllers. So we have flat building controller, area controller, then the pin code controller, and finally the city controller. Also dispose them off and create the global variable. So take them and dispose it over here, and we're going to do it more times. So we have 4 more times: area controller.dispose, pin code controller.dispose, and city controller.dispose. Also create a global key, which will be final address form key, which will be equal to global key, and then we are going to have a form state. We have already looked at it. We created this in auth screen. So let's take this address form key, paste it in the sign up form key, and have that done. Now let's see what we're getting. This looks good enough. Now let's create the conditional logic for showing this address if it exists in the first place. So what are we going to have? Well, first of all, let's get the user address. So we have variable address equal to context.watch, and here we need to import it. So let's get that import provider, and this will be of the type user provider. Pass in .user over here, and also .address because we need to get the user's address. And now we need to check before rendering the form. So we will check here, and before even checking, let's actually add a padding to this, because you can see there is no space left from the left. So we can wrap this with the padding widget. Save this much, and here we have it. Looks good. Now we are going to have conditional logic, but before that, let's even add the single child scroll view so that it's scrollable, and when the screen size decreases, we've discussed a lot about this, but if the screen size decreases, it's going to be of a much big use to us. when you use smaller screen sizes, you'll notice that. So here in the column, in the form, before rendering the form, here we are going to first have a column, and in this column we are going to check if address that we have is not empty, then we want to display this container with the text. So again, this will be a column. And why this is a column? Well, so that we can have this text and even this orb text that we have, along with the sized box over here. That's why we are having them. So we have children, and in the children we're going to have a container of decoration, which will be box decoration, have border, which will be border.all, pass in the color, which will be colors.black12. After that, in the container we will have child, and the child will be a text saying that this is the address, and then style it out, which will be constant text style and font size 18. After that, let's see what we're getting. We can't see anything because address is empty. In case we change the value for now, so let's say 101 fake street and come back, you can see fake street showing up. Just for designing, we're going to use this fake address, but after we do that designing part, we can again come back to this address. So here in the child, we're going to wrap this with a padding so that it looks much neater and better. So we have padding. Also, we can specify a width of double.infinity. This looks great. After that, we will have a sized box of height 20. After that, a constant text saying this is or, and then have a style of text style, well, font size 18, because we want the size to be lower than the usual, higher than the usual size, sorry, because you can see this is seemingly very big. Also, after this, we again need to leave some space for the bottom, so we can copy this size box, paste it down here, come back. This looks great. After that, we finally need an Apple or a Google Pay button. So for that, we are going to use this Play Pay plugin. So we can copy this, use .add dependency to add this. We need to stop the app execution, and let's read through the documentation. You can see it only supports Android and iOS till now. That was the problem. In case that gets updated in the future, I'll add a video or a documentation using which you can add it to your own app in the pinned comment below. Be on a lookout for that. So here we have Apple Pay, and it tells us the get started instructions. I'm going to use a test payment service so that I can test it out. But if you are a business and looking forward to it, this is a pretty well documented thing. You can just take a look at it. If I do this and if I cover this part, it will be the exact same things mentioned over here. So I don't find the need to do it again. After this, we just need to add this to our dependency, which we already did. And here you can see create a payment profile with the desired configuration for your payment, either using a local file or loading it from a remote server. We are going to use a local file for it. And to use the local file, we're going to go to this repository. Link is mentioned in the description below. In the assets where there is images, we're going to copy both of these files, applepay.json and gpay.json. If you're not on macOS, then don't worry, don't have applepay.json. But in case you want Apple Pay, it's great enough. You can have it. It will display on Android phones. But I would recommend you to not use this. We will just use GPay for Android devices, and we're going to test it on Android as well. We have not used it till now, but that's fine. Over here in the assets, I've already installed it, so I'm just going to copy it. So I'm just going to take these files and paste them in the assets. Make sure they are in the assets, not in the images folder. And now what we need to do is go to the pubspec.yaml file and add these two assets. So I'm just going to copy this path and pass in applepay.json. If we see over here, let's see the name, if it's correct or not. Applepay.json, correct. And we don't need to add this slash because this is a JSON file. This is a file. This was a folder and we needed to include all the images in this folder. But for JSON, we don't need to do that. And exactly the same for GPay.json. If you want, you could have done assets. But the thing is, it would have loaded unnecessary assets in a file as well in case our app gets bigger. So that would mean it would cause the app memory to increase. And that's why I'm not doing that. Great. Having that and the pay plugin installed, I'm going to get out of this form also and here introduce the Apple Pay button. Now obviously I have to run this, but before that I need to set up the payment configuration asset, and this is basically asking for the payment config file that we have just created, and then we just need to pass in applepay.json. No need to mention assets/images and all of that part, because here in the documentation it is already written that we need to pass it in the assets folder. Example meaning the name of your project /assets folder. So here it will just navigate through that and check if there is Apple Pay. If it is mentioned in any other folder, it will give us an error. And on payment result, we need to create a function for that. So let's quickly create that on the top. It will be called void on Apple Pay result. Here we are going to get the result, and yep, that's it. Let's go down again, pass in the result. After that we need payment items, which for now is going to be nullable. Actually, let's create it at the top again. So it will be list of payment item called payment items, which will be an empty list for now, but we're going to update it later on. In later on, I mean in just some time. And now let's run our application to see what we are getting till now. I'll go in the debug console and see. And here our build has failed, because here you can see this is only available in iOS 11.0 or newer. So we need to go to our pod file and change this platform iOS version from 9 to let's say 11. Now save this much, open up a new terminal, and in the Amazon clone tutorial root folder, we are going to go to the iOS, and in there we are going to run pod install. Here you can see pod installation was completed. Now I can clear it, go back to the root folder, again clear it, and then run the file. After that we are going to stop all of this and let's see what we're getting now. Alright, so our app has loaded up, and now if we go to our cart, click on proceed to buy 2 items, we can see the Apple Pay button. Let's design this Apple Pay button now. So here first of all we want the width to be increased, so we will have double.infinity, whatever space we get in terms of width. Here we have it. Now let's specify the style. So here we want to Apple Pay button style dot, and you get a lot of values to choose from. What I'm going to do is white. Let's see what we get in white. Not looking good, so let's try a different thing. Let's say white outline. Let's save this much, and here we have Apple Pay, so let's change its type. So we have Apple Pay button type dot buy, because we need to buy, nothing else. Let's save this much, and let's restart our application, because for some reason the changes aren't showing up. Let's quickly click on proceed to buy, and you can see there are certain changes created now. After that we need some spacing from the top, so what we can have is a constant size box of height 10 given. Also let's increase its height. So what we can have is over here the height as 50. Let's save this much, looks good enough. Let's add some margin from the top again. not just this, we have size box, but over here also it gives us margin, which will be constant edge insets dot only, and from the top 15. Using this also we have the top margin created. Great. So now let's add the Apple Pay button. So we can have constant sized box. Let's remove it from here and paste it over here. We have constant size box of height 10 to leave some white space. And now we're going to have Google Pay button. So we have Google Pay button. We need to pass in the payment configuration asset as GPay.json. Then the on pay result, payment result, which will be on Google Pay result, just like on Apple Pay result. So we're just going to copy this, paste it over here, and have on Google Pay result, paste it over here, and have on Google Pay result. After that, we have passed in the payment items. We won't be able to see it because Apple doesn't support viewing other pay services. So on iPhone, only Google Pay button is visible, only Apple Pay button is visible. So that's the issue. So let's specify certain properties that I've tried and tested on Android phone earlier, so that you can copy them, and when we check it on Android, you can see that. If you're checking on Android already, that's great. Let me know in the comment section if I got it right. So we are going to have Google Play button style as black, and the type is going to be Google Pay button type dot by. After that, we already need this margin, so let's add that margin. And also don't forget to add a loading indicator, which will be just a constant centered child widget of circular progress indicator. Having that much done, we have Apple and Google Pay buttons ready. Now if we click on them, nothing really is happening, and that's because we have not mentioned payment items anywhere. The payment item is going to consist of the total bill in our application. If you want, you can mention each and every item that the payment items has, like if we added iPhone, Macs and everything, you can create those payment items, but here we are just going to store the total amount. So to get the total amount, I think we have to use this. So we have final string amount, and we'll call this total amount and require it from the constructor. So let's quickly click on the bulb icon and generate total amount constructor. Now we need to go to the router.dart, also save this, go to the router.dart, add this line, paste it over here, and we know this is called total amount. We need to pass it in the address screen. So we have total amount, and we need to treat it as a string. Here we have it. Now whenever we use this address screen, which is cart screen, we need to make sure that we pass in the arguments, which is the total price that it took us. So now we will have int sum, and now we need to convert this argument to sum.to string. Great. Now we can come back over here, and now we need to pass in that like this. If we store it like this, it will call the function. We don't need to call the function, we need to store the address of this function, and that's why we're using this kind of thing. And now we need to pass in the sum, which will be the sum that we created over here. And we actually haven't created that, so let's create it very quickly. Well, we can just copy it, and we can copy it from cart subtotal. So let's quickly copy this part, paste it over here, and click close the cart subtotal part. And now we need to pass in the sum, which we already did. Great. Now whenever let's restart our application, click on router.dart, and even in the init state, let's create that part. So whenever we create the init state, what we need to do is add to the payment items this amount. So we have payment items dot add, and then we will have this payment item that we need to pass in. So the amount is widget dot total amount, and this is a string. Then we have the label called total amount, and the status is going to be payment item status dot, and you can see what is this item status, like is it final price, or the bargainer can negotiate, or it's not known to us. So we can have final price done, and great. After having this much done, we can come over here, click on proceed to buy 2 items, click on buy with pay, and here we have it. The correct amount is showing here $2008. Here we have the correct name as well. And now if we just click on done, we can even click on pay with passcode. Now that is not going to happen right now because we have not validated on Apple Pay result and all of that stuff. And that's mainly because we still need to make one more validation. So whenever the user clicks on this buy with Apple Pay or Google, what we need to check is if the user is using this address that they have already provided us with, or this form. If they're using this address, then so how are we going to validate that, right? So here basically we are going to check if the user has not entered in any of our forms anything, that means everything is blank, then we are going to use this thing. Otherwise we are going to ask them to validate this form. So we are going to create a new third function. We'll look into this on Apple Pay result, on Google Pay result later on. But this we have pay pressed, and this will get us the address from the provider. Let's name it that only. So this address from provider will fetch us the value from this address that we will fetch from provider. But for now, just for testing, we have changed it. And here we are going to first create a variable called string address to be used. So let's quickly create that and have string address to be used is equal to empty. Then we are going to take this address to be used and pass it in over here. So we have address to be used as empty again. So if the user clicks on the pay button twice, we need to make sure that we use different addresses every time and the pre-existing value gets removed. After that, we need to check if the user is using the form or the address from provider. So here we are just checking boolean is form, and we just need to check if all of these are empty or not. So we are just going to use flat building controller dot text dot is not empty or and then just use it 3 to 4 more times. So let's quickly copy that, paste it, and I think paste it, yeah. Now save this much, and now we will use this area controller, pin code controller, and city controller. We are just checking if they are not empty. If any of the controllers are false, meaning any of the controllers are empty, then the form is also false, and that means we don't need to use the form. Here we will check if it is form, then so if the form is true, then we just need to validate the form, right? So we just use address form key dot current state dot validate. So if it is a form, then we need to make sure that it validates, and if the validations also go well, then the address to be used is equal to dollar flat building controller dot text. Let's have this, and I think I pasted it twice, so let me remove it once. So this is the layout, flat building controller dot text. Then we need to pass in the area controller. So we have 101, let's say 101 building. Then we have the area controller. So let's say this is some area like Wall Street. I'm just making that up. Then we are going to have a city controller. So we have city controller dot text. And then we're going to have an hyphen just to show a pin code. So we have dollar pin code controller dot text. After that, we are going to save this much, and this is the address we need to show. Otherwise, we need to throw an exception. We can't just use a snack bar. Otherwise, it will further execute our application. But we don't want that. We just want to show an error on the screen. So we will have please enter all the values. Also, we are doing this through exception because we are going to use this pay pressed on tap of this function. So whenever we click on the on tap, and if there is no exception, then the button like this will pop up, and it will still allow, even if the user is not authenticated, it will still allow to show all of this, this payment methods. We don't want that. So here we are throwing an exception so that we get the exception in the debug console itself, and the button doesn't show up. After that, we are going to have an else if checking if address from provider is not empty. So if address from provider is not empty, also I think we forgot a brace over here. Yep, this is the if and else block, but this else if stands for this main block over here. Sorry, this block over here. So we have address from provider. If it is not empty, then the address to be used is going to be address from provider, right? If it is not empty, then obviously we're going to take that. Otherwise, we need to show a snack bar saying error, and this is very rare. It's just for error handling part. Great, we have imported that. Now let's see what errors we are getting down. And the error is there because we added an extra brace. So let's remove that extra brace, and here all the errors go away. Now we just need to take this pay pressed and add it to the on pressed. So let's go down to Google Pay button and have on pressed passed in. So we need to pass in the pay pressed and the address, which will be from the provider. Again, we can copy this, pass it to the Apple Pay button. So let's go there, and here pass it in the on pressed, pass in this. Sweet. So now if we see click on buy with pay, it will select the address. So let's also print the address that it is selecting. So we will have print address to be used, and let's see what address gets outputted. So I'm just going to restart the whole thing, and if it's 101 fake street, then that would mean that we are using the address and we have not filled the form. So now if I click on buy with Apple Pay, you can see 101 fake street. Awesome, that's working. Now if I type, let's say 101, click on buy with pay, you can see enter your area, street and all of that. Here an exception should come in that enter all the values. And also you can see the Apple Pay button doesn't show up. If you just comment this line out and the else condition also, it will also, after showing this validation error, it will also show you the button. That's not what we want. Great. So now I'm just going to enter everything. So let's say Wall Street, pin code will be, let's say 10001, and the town will be Washington. And let's click on buy with pay and come back over here. This is the thing that we're using, exactly what we want. Awesome. Now we just need to create an API, because on Apple Pay result, on Google Pay result handles the authentication part. So these functions will get called only when there is success. So if the user suppose fails the success or just clicks on X, these functions won't be called. So we just need to work on the API part of it so that we store the order, and then afterwards we just need to display these orders. Alright, so now I'll just close this terminal. I'll restart the application, and before I forget, Here I'm going to use address as the correct address, so that will be context.watch, pass in the user provider and use .user.address. Great. Now also remove this address to be used. We don't need that anymore. We are pretty sure of the value that we have. Now in the on Apple Pay result, which we are going to copy in on Google Pay result, both are going to have the same thing. Here we are going to check if provider dot of user provider context dot user dot address is empty. So if the user's address is empty, then we want to make sure that we store that address. So for example, if we go over here and now we don't have that box, so now if we enter in all the addresses and click on buy with pay and then click on buy with pay, then we want that this address gets stored. We don't want to formally ask the user to enter the address separately. So here exactly what we're doing. So now we will create a services called address services.dart file, and also we are going to have s as small dot. After that we're going to copy most of the things from admin services. So let's quickly copy that, paste it over here. Let's remove unnecessary stuff. Here we are not going to require any of this, even any of this. And now in the address services, first thing that we need to create is save user address. This will only require the user's address and will be from the user provider, so we need that. After that we need to use http.post called API/save user address. After that we need to pass in the headers, and the body will be JSON encoded, and we need to pass in the address to the server side. So we have this address. Great. Now we just need to handle this error, and after this is success, we don't need to show a snack bar, but we need to store this address in the user provider. So we will have user provider dot user dot copy with, and then use the address. So now we will just decode this and have response dot body, pass in the address, exactly what we've done multiple times before, and here this will return to us a user model. So let's import that user model, and now we need to set this user provider using the model. So we have user provider dot set user from model, pass in the user model. Great, we have that created, and the data on the user address is being updated. Now we can come in the address screen, create final address services. And we have not called this address services, that is change the name of the file. Also remove these unused imports, and let's call this address services. Copy this class, paste it over here, call this address services equal to address services. Copy this address services, and in the if condition itself we are going to save the address, and the address here is going to be address to be used. Make sure to not enter provider.user.address. That will store in the provider's user address and not the address from the form if the user enters one. After this we just need to save that data. Also we need to create the save user address API. So let's quickly create both of the APIs together. So the first one is going to be your exercise. So in the user.js file, what I want you to do is create a post request to save the user address. Alright, that's your task. You can go ahead anywhere, whatever you want to do with it. I highly recommend you to do this exercise so that you get to know how much you're understanding. If you're not, then later on, while we perform other exercises, you can just know if you're understanding or not and then learn from it again. Were you able to do it? I really hope you were able to do it. That would be really great to know in the comment section. So we have /API/save user /-address. Then we want auth, then async, request, response, and then we're going to have a try and a catch block. And we're going to have res.status 500.json as the error with e.message. After that, in the try block, we want to get the user's address. So we have constant address equal to request.body. After that, we want to find the user so that we can store in the user's address property this user. So we have await user.find by ID and find it using request.user. After that, we can use user.address, which is the property on user, equal to the address we receive from the request.body. And after that, we just need to save it. Don't forget to save it. Otherwise, it won't reflect in the database. Even though it will change for some time, because in the client side, the on success will pass in. But over here, when we restart the application, it won't be saved because in the database, it is not saved. And then we need to make sure that we send the user back. And over here, we are just using that address part of the user to change it. Great. After that, I promised you without testing, we are going to move on to ordering product so that we have some self-confidence in ourselves. It's really bad, I know, but let's try to do it since we're doing it for fun right now. So here we are going to have something similar, a post request to order a product, and we're going to call this basically simply order. And from here we are going to get the cart, so the entire cart that the user is ordering, then the total price, and then the address of the user so that we get to know where we are delivering, right? Now we don't need the user part over here, so let's quickly remove all of that stuff. And now create a model for order. So we have order.js. Let's quickly create the order. So we have constant mongoose, which is equal to require mongoose. And then we require, order schema, which will be equal to mongoose.schema. Also create an order out of this, which will be a model. So we have mongoose.model, and we will call this order and pass in the order schema. Also make sure to module.export this order model. And I don't think anywhere we will be needing this order schema thing. Great. So now we want this mongoose.schema. Now, how is our order schema going to look like? Now, I would like to give you this as an exercise as well. Just brainstorm and think what all things are required and what are the types going to be in this order schema. Don't worry if it's different from mine later on, but just try it on your own. And if both of them match according to you and you think you'll be able to convert the code ahead, I would really appreciate that, and please go ahead and try that on your own. Were you able to do it? So now we are going to have products as an array, and here first of all we are going to have product, which will be the product schema. After that we need a quantity, so we have quantity as a type of number and it is required. This is simply similar to the cart that we have, because cart is going to store the products. Then we have total price, and total price we already saw is of the type number and it is required as well. After that we have address, so we want that, so we have type string required set to true. After that we have user ID, and then we want that to be required as well. User ID will basically store who ordered this, right? After that this will be of the type string. Then ordered at, so the time it was ordered at, so it will be of the type number. We are basically going to convert everything in date time to the number, which will be milliseconds since epoch, which will be from the date milliseconds since January 1, 1970, and then required set to true. Everything is required except this last part, which is the status. So what is the status of my order? It is going to be of the type number and will be default to 0. So why is this of the type number? Well, it's mainly because 0 is pending. That means that the user has just ordered. 1 will mean completed, 2 will mean received, and 3 will mean delivered. So 0 pending means that the user has just placed the order. Completed will mean that the user or our product has been delivered from our side. Received means that the user has tick marked it, and delivered means both the parties have agreed and all is done. So now we can come to this order, and in this order what do we need to do? Well, first of all, create a product's temporary variable at the top, which will be an empty array. Here we will have for let I is equal to 0, I is less than cart.length, I plus plus. So the cart is going to be again in the JSON format. We're going to convert it to JSON because we can't give like a model to our server. Now we want to find that particular product from which we are converting to the product from Mongoose. So we have let product equal to await product.find by id, pass in the id as cart at I dot product dot underscore id. Then why are we getting this product? Now we just need to check if the quantity is greater than the quantity that we are asked. So if we have the very first product, let's say iPhone, we order 20 quantities of it, and that much don't exist only. What do we do? So we are just checking over here if product dot quantity, if it's greater than or equal to cart's quantity, that means that the quantity that the admin has decided is greater than what the user is ordering, then the order will be successful. So we want product dot quantity minus equal to cart at I dot quantity. Then we will just use products, which is this temporary array that we created, dot push, because we now need to push to this array this product, the quantity, which will be cart at I dot quantity. That means that the order is being placed, so we are just setting up the order products. And now we will just say await product dot save, and we are using this await product dot save in the loop itself, so that because the products are going to keep changing, right? So we just need to save it as soon as the product is here, and the product is accessed using this I variable, which is in the for loop. After that, we are going to have this else condition saying return res.json with a message saying with the backticks. I've already mentioned what these backticks are. It will allow us for string interpolation, which will be product.name is out of stock. And also this will change the status code, which will be 400 called bad request. So res.status 400.json product is out of stock. After that is done, we need to make sure that the cart is empty. So we are now finding the user using their user ID. After that, we are making sure that the user.cart is set to empty list. And then we are just using user is equal to await user.save. Now we need to create a new order. So we have let order equal to new order. Then we pass in the particular thing. So what is the first thing that we need? Well, let's see. Oops, I went too far ahead. So we need products, total price, address, user ID, ordered at. Let's see if I remember them. So we have products, total price, address, user ID, and now the user ID, you can see we can't pass it in like this because the user ID is request.user. All of these had the same name, same key and same value, but user ID has a bit of different. And let's see what else is there. And we have status as well, and ordered at. So we have ordered at new date dot get time, get milliseconds, whatever you want. We're just going to store it in milliseconds. You can see gets the milliseconds of a date using local time. Great. And if we use get time, you can see it will get us the time value in milliseconds. So I think I'm going to use the get time. And then I will use order is equal to await order.save and res.json the order, because we don't really care about the user now. User will save, and when this is success, we'll make sure that their cart is also empty. So now let's go back to address services, and instead of fetching all the products, we are going to place the order. So let's change this to void place order. We are going to receive a build context. So let's quickly add this required build context, then required string address, and then we require the total sum that we have. After that, let's remove this product list. And now we are going to have /admin. Nope, we have /API /order. This is the simplest URL that we have created, so I remember it. And we don't need get, we need post. After that, we need a body, which will be JSON encode. And then we need to pass in certain things. Well, first of all is cart. So we have user provider dot item dot user dot cart. And this is already in JSON format or in a list format. We don't need to worry about it. And we have address as address, and total price. Let's convert it to a string. Total price is total sum. If we go to our user.js, we have cart, total price, and address. We have total price passed in over here. Great. After this, we need to error handling. So here we just need to make sure that the cart is empty, and we also tell the user that your product has been, or your order has been placed. So let me remove the return product list because this is void. And here, first of all, we will have user equal to user provider dot user dot copy with, and we're going to copy with cart as an empty list. Now we will do user provider dot set user from model, pass in the correct user, and here we have it. Also, let's show a snack bar saying that the order has been placed. So we will say your order has been placed. Saving this much, and let's restart our application. Also in the address screen, let's bind it all together finally. So we have address services dot place order, pass in the context, then the address will be address to be used, and the total sum is going to be widget dot total amount dot to string. To fix this error, well, we have converted it to string, and the reason we converted it to string was actually, if we see this, widget dot total amount is of the type double, so we just need to convert it to a double. So we will have double dot parse, pass in the widget dot total amount, and this will convert it to a double format. Great. Also, let's copy this and paste it down. In case it doesn't work, then we can obviously change it later on. All of these functions are bound to each other. So let's quickly see and wish our app is now successful. Also, let us just proceed to buy 2 items. So I'm going to enter 101 Wall Street, call this area, what do I call this now? Let's say 101 fake building. Then this will be called Wall Street. This will be the pin code. So let's say 10001. And the town or city, let's say Washington. I'll click on buy with Apple Pay and close this. Nothing shows up. Nothing is done. So now I can click on done and pay with the passcode. And that part is done. Nothing really shows up. I noticed some kind of error. You can see in this on Google Pay result, we have not set listen to false. And even here, if we go to the on Apple Pay, we have not set listen to false. Now let's try to run our application. So if I click on, well, again enter some useless information. We're going to call the street 1001 and the town as Washington. Then we can click on buy and then click on pay with passcode. You can see your order has been placed. This address is showing up. That's a very good sign. And if we go back, the cart is cleared off and now everywhere our address is being seen. So now if I restart the application, you can see this address is showing up. Even if I refresh the browser over here, we can see in the orders, a new order is placed with a total price of 2008, ordered at these many milliseconds. The status right now is 0 and this is the address where we want to deliver it. Great. So now the next thing is over here. Quickly, let's display the orders that we have, and when we click on them, we want to display the orders details. Alright, so now I will just close all the other tabs again, and here in the account details, so let's go to the account part, and in the screens part, let's go to the account screen, and here we have the orders. Now in the orders, we need to display stuff. So here we have the order screen. Instead of displaying the static images, we need to display our orders. Now that should be very easy to do. So here in the account, we're going to create a new folder called services, add account services. And let's give this as an exercise that we need to fetch all the orders of the particular user. So try it on your own. I'm not even giving hints for this one. So go ahead, pause the video and do it on your own. Were you able to do it? If not, let's do it and make sure that you understand the logic behind this. If not, you can ask me in the comment section below. So here we're just going to have a get request because we need to fetch all the orders, right? So I'm just going to go ahead and copy some stuff from home services, and it will be a list of products. So I'm going to copy this one because we're going to get all the products of the user. I mean all the orders of the user. So here we can just name this as fetch my orders. Then we require the build context, then the provider, then user provider, all of that stuff. Then import HTTP as HTTP. After that we need to do error handling, and then the URI should be imported from global variables. And then the JSON decode thing, and I think we'll have to remove this and instead add our own instead of product, we will need order from JSON, and we'll have to create that model, but we'll create that after creating the API for our orders. So here the API is going to change with API/orders/me. So it will get all the orders of the user, and we don't need to pass in the UID of the user because, well, we have it in request.user. So now we will go to user.js because it's a user route. We want the user's orders. So here we're going to have user router.get /API/orders/me and pass in auth middleware and have asynchronous request response, and then use try and catch block to catch any errors, and then just send in any error with a status code of 5 and the name error with e.message. After that, we can just come over here and have let orders equal to await order dot find, pass in the required user ID and pass in request.user, which will be the user's ID. And after that, we will just send in this order. Also, let's put const over here because we are doing nothing else. So here we are basically finding all the orders with this user's ID, and the user ID is with request.user. Now we should be able to get hold of this. So let's go to the account services, and in here, first of all, we need to create a model for the user for order. So let's quickly go down and create order.dart file. Let's create an order class and define some properties of this order class. It's going to have a string of ID, then a list of products, which we are going to change. So whatever product that we get, we need to convert that into a product model as well. After that, we need a list of integer of quantity. So every product that we are going to store later on will have its own quantity. Now, instead of storing it in a map, we are storing it as two different lists. I think it's a better way of doing it, because whenever when we create the to map and from map functions, you'll see that this products will get access to only the product because this is a list of product. And here we also need the quantity, right? So we're creating a separate property for it. Then we need a string address, then the string user ID, then the timestamp. So let's see what we called as a timestamp in our order.js model. So it is called ordered at. So let's copy this and call this ordered at. Then we need final int status, and then we need to generate a constructor for this. After that, we need to create JSON serialization. And here the to map is fine, but from map we need to make some changes. You can see it takes in list of products from map of products, and then we are mapping through each and every one to get product.from map x. So here when we map through the products, we have both another map in that, product and quantity. You remember that? So if we come over here, you can see this is the products array that it is counting. So we have map out products. So it's mapping through everything and then creating a product from that mapped product. So we have access to only one product. So we have access to this whole object over here. So it's creating the product from this whole object, and this whole object consists of product and quantity both. So here it will give us an error. It will give us null, whatever that we have, because we can't create a product from map of an object, right? So here we need to pass in product, and the same thing for quantity over here. So if we are here, we are list of int from map of products file first of all, and then we need to map through all of them. So we get access to x, and then we will have x at quantity as the returning value. So we map through the products, and then we have x quantity returned. This should be great for us. Also, the ID should be map underscore ID. Make sure to make that change because here the ID is underscore ID. After that, we can go to the account services, and instead of having product list name, we are going to change it. So I'm pressing Option on Mac just to grab each and everything here, and then convert this to, well, order list. And here it didn't get selected, so let me remove this, and here we have it, order list, and it will be a list of orders. So here also we are going to have a list of order, and here we are going to have order.from JSON, and then all the logic that we have. This will convert it to JSON, this will convert string to convert JSON to string, and then this will convert this to a order model, and then return it. Then we need to go in the orders and create and remove this temporary list that we had. And instead of that, we are going to have list of orders, which will be called orders. Let's import order. Now we will create init state, remove the implement init state functionality thing. Then here we are going to have fetch orders. Take this fetch orders, create a void function for it, call it asynchronous, and now also initialize account services. We are already familiar with all of that stuff. Again and again we are doing this. I hope it's good practice. Now we will have account services equal to account services. Now we can take this account services, set it to orders, and this will be equal to await account services dot fetch my orders. We will pass in the build context, and it doesn't require any category, so we need to go to our function and update it. So let's go to our function, remove this category thing, also remove this product dot dot, no necessary imports, and then call set state so that our build function rebuilds. And here we will check if order is equal to null, then show a constant loader, otherwise a column. Also, let's go down here, and instead of item count as list.length, we are going to have orders.length. And even here the image is going to be orders at particular index dot products at 0 dot images at not index but 0. So here what we are doing is grabbing one particular order, because we are in a list view builder. So we are grabbing one particular order, its products, and products can be an array. So we're grabbing the very first element or the very first product and then showing its very first image. Now if we save this much, let's see what we get. We are getting a loading indicator. That seems to be good. Let's see in the debug console what we get when we click over here. We have our orders showing up. Now the next thing is, whenever we click on this, we need to go to the order details screen and see the details of this order. This should be very easy to do, so let's implement it quickly. Alright, so now let's close all the save files, even the terminal, and in here we are going to create another feature called order details, and then create a screen for that called order details screen. So let's create it. Now this order details screen is going to be repeated throughout our application now. So even the admin screen, we are going to use it. So that's pretty cool. Now we're going to create a stateful widget out of this, and we will call this order details screen. And also here we need to get access to the order, because we need to display an order based on what order we get, right? Just like the single product widget that we created. So here we have required this dot order. Also create a route name for this. So we have static constant string route name equal to / order details. Now after this, we can take this route name, go to the router dot dart and pass it in. So we have order details screen dot route name. So let's remove this extra route name, and here whatever we get should be treated as an order. And here we will call this order. Also let's take this, pass it in over here and pass in the order details screen. After that we also need an order. Great. So after having this much, we need to create the UI of our application. Now, how do we go about it? Well, first of all, convert this in a scaffold. And here we see the very first thing is an app bar. So we'll go to the home screen, copy this entire app bar and paste it over here. Now, obviously, we will also need the navigate to search screen thing. So we will paste that also. Then we also need to import global variables, import search screen, and great, we have this. Now let's save this much, go to our orders.dart file, and here we are going to wrap this single product with a gesture detector again. Now this gesture detector will help us navigate to this particular order details screen. So we have navigator dot push named, pass in the route name, which will be order details screen dot route name, pass in the arguments, which will be orders at particular index, so that we pass in one particular order, and this will fetch us from the list a particular order. Now we can come back to orders details screen, and if we click over here, we get navigated. Great. Now the very first thing that we need to see is this text and this box with order date, order ID, and order total. Let's quickly set it up. So we have a body where we are going to have a single child scroll view, obviously, because this has a very great chance of scrolling. Then we have a child and then a column. And column has many children. So the first child is going to be the text that just says view order details. So we have constant text view order, Then we need to pass in style, which will be text style of font size 22 and font weight of font weight dot bold. After that, we can just see what we're getting. Looking great. Then we just need to wrap it with a container so that we can show this box with some borders. So we'll wrap it with a container with a child as a column of these texts, and this container will have some border like this. So obviously we are going to wrap it with a container. Then we need to pass in a decoration so that we can have a border. So it will be box decoration, and box decoration will have border as border dot all, color as colors dot black 12. After that, we are going to have the child as a column of all these text, so we can pass it in. So we have children, and the very first text that we have is order date. So we have order date as widget dot order dot created at or ordered at. Let's see. Ordered at, and then I think this much is enough. So let's quickly save this and see what we are getting. Alright, order date is showing up. This is correct, but we need to format this. So we can just see if. So to format this, well, we have to use another dependency called Intel. You should be very familiar with this because it's a very great date formatter for us. So we're going to stop our app execution, and now, even though it's looking great, well, there are certain changes. You can see that it's very sticking to the left side. So let's add a padding to this entire column and wrap this with a padding. This is called refactoring. And now we are not able to see the changes, but there would be something. Alright, let's run without debugging and see what we're getting. Alright, so our app has loaded up. I'll cancel the debug console, and here I'll go to the my orders, and you can see some padding has been created, but now we can also use Intel. So now we can have date format, and let's see why we are not getting anything. So we need to import Intel. So I have imported it at the top. So I'll do date format dot, and you can see it gives us all the methods, but we're going to use its object to format it. And here we need to pass in a date. So here now we need to pass in the date time. So now to create date time from milliseconds, we can use date time dot from milliseconds since epoch, and epoch refers to milliseconds, not microseconds, milliseconds. from milliseconds, let's quickly format this. Milliseconds since epoch, and now epoch refers to January 1, 1970. So we just need to pass in the milliseconds that have passed from then, and this will convert it to date time, and we are passing it in. Let's see what we are getting. So here we have May 13, 2022, 1:10:54 AM. That looks great. So after this, well, first of all, let's design the container. It's not taking the entire available space. So what we can pass into this container is width of double dot infinity, and it will take in all the available space. And now we need to make sure that there's some bit of padding here inside as well. So we have constant edge insets dot all 10, and now this looks good. Also, all of this came in center, so the column should be having cross-axis alignment of cross-axis alignment dot start, and here we have it. Looks great. After that, even this column, the nested column that we have, should have the same property, so that this comes over here. Cool. After this, we need order ID. So let's quickly create a text saying order ID and pass in the order ID, which will be widget.order.id, and we are going to have order total, which will be widget.order.total price. So let's quickly go to the order.dart model, and we've forgotten to add the property of final double total price. Let's receive it through the constructor. Now we will have total price, pass in the total price. Then we are going to pass in total price over here, which will be map at total price, and we convert it to double and check if it's null. Then we want to pass in 0.0, otherwise the map total price. Then we come back over here and pass in map.order.total price, and for now it will not show anything. Yep, we need to reload it. So let's quickly come over here, click on order, and here we have it, order total of 2008. So obviously we need to add a $sign, so we pass in $. Great. So we have order total showing up as well. Now let's align all of these three together like we have over here. So let's just space it out the least effort way we can do it. So I think this much seems to be enough. So let's space it out even more and save it. Yep, let's space it out even more and even here more. Yep, this looks good to me. So if you have any changes, you can just make it. Let's shift this a bit over here. Actually, one space over here. Yep, we have this. Looks good. Now after this, we need the purchase details, which will show all the products with their quantity. So we have constant. After this, container. We are going to have constant size box of height 10, and then we have a constant text of purchase details. So we can just copy this text, paste it over here, and have purchase details and save it. Here we have it. Looks good. So after this, we will obviously create a container and then pass it in over here. And we need the same border and the width will be same. We need a bit of padding as well, but I don't think we need to specify any of those properties. So in the child, we are going to have a column which will have a main axis alignment of main axis alignment dot start, so that the column doesn't start from the middle, right? And now in the children, we have to remove all of these texts because we don't have them. And now what do we need to do? Well, we have multiple products in that because we have a products array. So we need to run a for loop displaying each and every product. So we have for int I is equal to 0, I is less than widget dot order dot products dot length I plus plus. Then we are going to return a row which will have children, and the first child is going to be image.network of widget.order dot products at I dot total, not dot total because we don't want to show the price, we need to show the image, and we're going to show the very first image as the cover image. Let's see what we're getting. Yeah, we are getting it correctly. So here we are just going to reduce the height. So we have height as 120, the width as 120, and save it. Yep, now this is looking better. Now we're going to have some spacing left. And then we will leave a size box of width 5. And then we want to enter the product's name. And since this is in row, we can use for loop again and again over here. And make sure to not add something like this because these are collections in Flutter. They don't allow to add this braces. And you can only do it for one particular widget. So after this, we need expanded. And expanded is going to have a child which will be column, which will have children. And the first child is going to be the product's name. So let's quickly create that text. So we have text widget dot order dot products at I dot name, and then get the style. So we have constant text style as font size 17 and font weight. So we have font weight as font weight dot bold. After that, let's come over here. Here we have it. Also, let's put the cross-axis alignment as cross-axis alignment dot start. Sweet. Now we just need a quantity. So we will pass in the required quantity, which will be again another text. And we will remove all the styling. We don't need any of that styling, and we'll just pass in dot quantity. And we're not getting access to this product's quantity. If we get access to this product's dot quantity, it will give us the quantity of the number of products that are left. So here we need to get the orders quantity, not the product, that individual products quantity. So we have widget dot order dot quantity at I dot to string. So with this, we get the order and we have the list of integer of quantity, so that we get every product's quantity as it is. And if we save this much, we have 2. So let's quickly pass it in as a string, which will be quantity, pass in $, and use string interpolation. Now we don't need .toString method over here anymore. And now we have it. Looks cool. Now let's just make some changes in this text. So we have max lines as 2 and overflow as text overflow dot ellipsis. And that's why we have wrapped this entire column with an expanded widget, so that the text can overflow to max 2 lines. Otherwise, it will just start showing ... over here. Great. Having the purchase details set up, now the next thing is to show these tracking. So what we're going to do is copy this size box and this constant text, paste it in after this container, and here we are going to have tracking and paste it in. Now we can see tracking. Again, we are going to have a container, but in that container we are going to have a new widget, which I'm not sure if you've seen it before, but it's pretty interesting. So here we have it. Now, instead of returning this entire column, what we are going to do is, from here, we are going to have a widget known as stepper. So with this stepper, it will allow us to make something like this pretty easily. You'll see that. So the required arguments, we'll pass in steps. So let's define the steps that we have. Well, the first step is the pending step. So create it. So we need a title, which will be a constant text saying pending. Then we need a content, which will be a constant text saying your order is yet to be delivered. And then pass the trailing commas. Yep, now let's see how it's looking. This looks good. And we look into these action buttons later on, because these actions buttons should only be available to the admin, not to the user, but we look into that in some time. So after the steps, we need 2 more steps. So we have one more after this and one more, and actually one more. So this was the pending text. Now we need to pass in completed text, and here it will say that your order has been delivered. You are yet to sign. And what signing? I mean, just the document or whatever it asks us to sign to verify that we have completed the thing. Then we need to pass in received, and here it will be your order has been delivered and signed by you. And finally, it's called delivered, and this delivered is again going to be of the same text, but it will not be visible at all. And it will just say that, yeah, your order has been delivered and signed by you, but it's just telling that both the parties have agreed to it. And here we have it. You can see this looks cool already. Now let's remove these action buttons. So we can come down at the top. In the stepper, we're going to define controls builder. With this controls builder, you can define what the controls over here are going to show up. Well, we're going to first of all return context and details. So context is the build context, and details will tell us the current step that we are on and all of that thing. So here we are just going to return a constant sized box because we don't want to see anything at all. So you can see nothing shows up. And now we need this highlighting to be done, right? If we have the order has been completed, then we want to see completed, pending, and all of that task. So that highlighting has to be done. So for that, we're going to go on the top and create a global variable called current step. Let me quickly have current step, and this will be equal to 0 initially. And this is why we have made sure that the status here is 0, because in the stepper we have to pass in the integer value. So having anything else like received or some text over here would be very difficult to convert again and again, and would introduce chances of bugs. So now let's create an initState function, and here we will have current step equal to widget.order.status, and now we will use this current step as the current step for our stepper widget. So if we go to the stepper, we are going to have current step passed in as the current step. Save this much. Now if active is going to be, well, a boolean value saying if the current step is greater than 0 or not. So if the current step is greater than 0, that means that it is active. And here the current step is not greater than 0, it is equal to 0. So just to demonstrate, if we put in equal to, you can see this is highlighted. So we are going to have something similar over here. So let's quickly pass that. We will pass in 1 over here, 2 over here, and then this will be greater than or equal to 3. So if by chance we become 3 or greater than 3, it's not possible. Just for error purposes, we can handle this over here. And now we have everything set up. So now last thing is if that part is completed. So if you saw, even if it is completed, it's highlighting it. So let me just quickly show it to you. If I put equal to over here, and come back, you can see even though it is completed, it's showing 1. I don't want to show 1. I want to show a tick mark sign. So what I can do is first of all remove this equal to sign and pass in state. So state will define how our step state is going to look like. So if current step is greater than 0, then I want to make sure that the step state is complete, which is that tick mark sign. Otherwise, step state dot indexed, that means the numbering part, which is by default. If you hover over this, you can see it is step state dot indexed. Now we're going to copy this for state over here, pass in 1, pass in 2, and here pass in greater than or equal to 3. So having this stepper widget and all of the order details created, let's jump into the admin side of things. Alright, so now let's again close all the save files and all the features, because now we're going to jump in the admin side of things and we're rarely going to use anything now from these screens. I mean, we are going to reuse widgets, but not any screen as such. So here we're going to create a new screen called orders underscore screen dot dart, and it's going to be very similar to post screen. So let's quickly, so here we're going to import material dart, create a stateful widget, call this orders screen, and this will show us all the orders that are there. So we're going to have a scaffold, actually not a scaffold because I want to show you, or actually let's just first change the user's type so that we get to the admin side of things. So I think the email over here was this. So I can type the admin. And now if I just return a container for now and restart the app, we see the admin. So here we want to see the orders page, not the cart page, but all the orders. So for that, we're going to return a grid view builder because we are already having a scaffold over here. And then we need to pass in the item count, and now we need to create an API for that. So let's quickly create that in the admin services.dart file. Let's minimize all of this account features and go to admin services.dart file. Remove .ffi, we imported that by mistake, and go down, and we need to fetch the list of orders. So what I can do is copy this and paste it over here, call this fetch all orders, and similar to the product API we're going to have that. So let's take it as an exercise. Please do it on your own and let me know if you could do it. Alright, so now what we need to do is have user provider, and this will be a list of orders. Also over here we're going to return a list of order, and now we're going to use this admin thing and get the orders, not products. Then we're going to pass in the token, and then we're going to handle the error. And in the on success we're going to have order dot from JSON, remove one from JSON, and even here we will name this as an order list. So let me quickly grab all 3 of them and pass in order list. Pretty familiar with that, aren't we? We can just copy this and well use it, but for that we need to create an API. So let's go to the admin.js part and get all the things. So create a route, and so pause the video, create a route, and let me know if you could do it. Alright, so we'll have admin router.get /admin/get orders, pass in the admin middleware, then asynchronous request response, then we have a try and a catch block where we are going to have res.json as 500 and res.status 500.json as error and e.message. Then we need to get all the orders. That should be like the products part. You can see we have this, so it's going to be very similar. We just need to replace the variable name and the product model name. So we have await order dot find, and we need to import this order. So we can come over here and have constant order equal to require dot slash dot slash middle, not middleware, model slash order, and then over here we just need to return res.json at all the orders, and we have the route created. Now if we come over here and create the init state function, then the list of the products part, I hope you had stopped the video and tried it on your own. It's very similar to what we have done. It's just using some logic to make difference. And we will also create admin services equal to this admin services. After that we are going to take this, so also call fetch orders function, create this as an asynchronous function, take this fetch orders, paste it in over here, and then we have admin services dot fetch all orders, pass in the context, and there we have it. Also we need to make sure that we store it in the orders variable, because that's what it's going to return, is it return it to us, and that's why we have made this as an asynchronous function. Let's mention the function type. Great. So now we need to pass in the item count, which will be orders.length. Then we need to pass in the item builder, and here we are going to return get context and index, and we are going to have final order data equal to orders at that particular index. So it will give us one particular order which we are going to use. So we are going to have a return property which will be sized box, so that we constrain it to a particular height, and we have height as 140 and the child as a single product. We already remember that. Now we are using the same widget that we created for displaying order as well, and we are just taking in an image. So here the image is going to be order data dot products, and we are going to grab the very first product and its very first image, because product is a list. So we have products at 0 dot images at 0, and yep. Now we need to pass in the grid delegate. So let's pass in grid delegate. Now what do we want? Well, the grid delegate should have something like, both the sides, only two products should fill in the horizontal direction. So we have constant sliver grid delegate with fixed cross axis count, pass in 2, and yep, let's bind this order screen to our admin screen, which will consist of the BottomNavBar. So here, instead of showing cart page, we are going to show orders screen, pass in the constant over here. Also in this orders screen, we are going to check if orders is equal to null, otherwise it will give us an error. So if orders is equal to the null, then we want to show a loader, otherwise a grid view builder. Now let's see the debug console, no errors till now. Let's restart our application. Here we have the products, and here we are not seeing any product because we have not called set state. So let's quickly call the set state function, and you can see if we don't call it, the build is not rebuilding only, right? That's why. And here we have the order shown. Again, let's restart, see the debug console, come back, and here we have it. Now whenever we click on this, we need to go to the order details screen so that the admin can mark it as completed or not. So what we can have is over here, the size box should be wrapped with a gesture detector, pass in the on tap as navigator dot push named, pass in the route name, which will be order details screen.route name, pass in the argument, and it will be order data. Great. Now if I click over here, we get to the order data screen. Now we need to be able to make sure that we can make some changes over here. We talked about, having the buttons over here so that we can mark them as pending, completed or received. So let's quickly create them. So here in our order details screen itself, let's go down to the stepper widget. I've used Control F to find a particular widget over here, and we have the stepper widget. Here we have the controls builder. Now what we need to check in this controls builder if the user's type is admin or not. So again, we will go up here, and actually in the build function called final user is equal to provider dot of user provider context, and we will also use dot user. I don't think we need to use user provider to store any user data. So here in the stepper widget, we have if user dot type is equal to admin. So if it's an admin, then we need to show a custom button telling them if it's done, then click on done so that we can come to the next step. So we have return custom button saying done, and on tap we need to be able to change the order status. So let's create an API for that, but for now we're going to keep the on tap. Let's keep it with an error so that we can come back here very soon. So we are going to do this in the admin services. So I'm just going to copy one of this function. So yep, and this should be fairly easy for you too. So pause the video, go ahead, do it. There's no harm in doing it. So now in the void we have change order status except the build context and require end status. So we need to get the status of the product that we have so that we can increase it by 1, or otherwise we are just going to pass in the change order status from there and increment the status by 1 so that we can set the status to a new value. And we don't need on success anymore. I mean, we need it, but we also need an order value. So we have required order. With this order, we get access to the order ID and on success so that we can, update the thing real time. So if we click on done, it will be done in the database, but it will not refresh. So we need to make sure we call set state and increment the value by 1. So here we have user provider. After that, we need a response, and here we need to pass in the ID, which will be order.id. And then the on success should be on success. You can do it this way, or you can just pass in on success over here like this. Both of them are completely fine. And we are now return type, so we are not returning anything. So now let's quickly create this post request. So I'll name this change order status and quickly copy this. Go to admin.js and create a post route. So let's just copy this, paste it over here and call this, let's copy it again and paste it over here. So here we have access to the ID. So that is the ID. And other than that, I think we also need access to the status, right? I mean, we are sending the orders ID, but we also need to send the updated status. So we have status and pass in the status. Otherwise, what you could have done is incremented the value there itself by getting the previous over here itself by getting the previous value of the status and incrementing it by 1. It would be the same thing, but I think we can pass in the status, right? So here we are going to get order ID and status. Then we are going to find the particular ID by using await order dot find by ID. We don't need to delete anything, so we just need to find by ID, and after getting that ID we need to update its status. So we have order dot status equal to the status. As I said, if you want, you can just use order dot status plus equals 1, and that is completely fine too. I think this one and that one is only the same thing itself. After that, we just need to do order is equal to await order dot save and then return the order. Alright, let's come back over here, and in the on tab, we are going to create a function at the top called change order details. So I have void change order status, and let's create a comment over here saying only for admin and like this. Yep, so that it grabs attention, Otherwise user will get confused, why are we using this function in order details which will only be for the user side. We never said it's going to be for the user side. Great. So now we need to have final admin services created, the instance of this class, and then we are going to take this admin services dot change order status, pass in the context and the updated status. So the updated status is whatever status is right now plus 1. How do we get the current status? Well, we can ask it over here. Otherwise, we can just use current step plus 1, or both of them are the same thing. And now pass in the order, and the order is going to be widget dot order. And in on success, what are we going to do? Well, this is going to be interesting. So in the on success, whenever there's on success, then we need to make sure that the current step increases by 1. So what we need to do is set state current step plus equal to 1. And that's it. That makes our app look real time. Now in the on tab, we just need to pass in this change order status and then pass in the status. Now here we could have passed in current step, but we could have done that over there as well because current step is a global variable. So here I'm going to make use of this details property that the stepper widget only gives us to find the current step that is there. So whenever we click on this done button, it will take that current step and increment it by 1, which the details builder will give us, So here you can see we have the button, done button, and if I click on it, it's completed. And if I go to the user side of the application, so let me quickly make this as a user and update it. And then restart the application. Here, if I go to the product details, you can see it is pending, but we are not getting the option to edit. And it has made this as a tick mark. You can try it on your own. So we have that completed. Now we are able to change the order status. Now the final thing that we need to work on is showing the user the graph based on the category and also the total earnings till now. Alright, so now let's create a new route for it. We are not starting with the screen UI because this is going to take some time, the earnings part. So let's quickly create admin router dot get, because now we don't want to post anything. We just need to get the total earnings that we have had till now. So we have /admin /analytics, pass in the admin middleware, and then have asynchronous request response, and then have a try and a catch block. So now we will take this res and pass it in over here. Now we need to get the total earnings first of all. Now to get the earnings, first of all, we need the orders. So let's get all the orders and have await order dot find and not promise provider, order. So we have order dot find and pass it in with an empty braces so that we get all the orders. Now to get the total earnings, we just need to create a global variable or a local variable in the function total earnings. And well, what do we need to do? Well, let's look at the orders collection just so we know what we are doing. So here we need to go through every product that is there in order, and we need to go through every order. So suppose I have another order like this, you can presume I have. So we need to go through every order, and in every order we need to go through every product that is there and add their total earnings to this total earnings variable. So how are we going to implement that? Well, for let I is equal to 0, I is less than orders.length. So over here we are going to have 1 and then increment the i's value. Then we are going to have another for loop so that we go through every orders products value. So we have for let j is equal to 0, j is less than orders.length, j plus plus. And now what we need to do is add the total earning with every orders products that is there, and this will not be orders.length, because here we are already in the orders list. So we went through every list and now we need to go through every product that is there. So here we will have orders at I, which will fetch us that particular order dot products dot length, which is this array, so that we go through every product in this array. Now we can take this products. So we have orders at I dot products, which will give us the particular orders products array, and we need to fetch that particular product. So we have at j, and then to get the total earning, what we need to do is multiply this quantity with this product's price, right? So we have quantity, which is 1 into 10. So we have 30. So we need to do exactly that. So we have dot j dot quantity into, and we can copy this whole thing again and have products at j dot product. You can see over here we have product over here, and then we need to pass in dot price. So we have dot price. So after this we have access to the total earnings, but that's not it. We also need to get the category wise product so that we can show it in the graph. So here we are going to create a new function for it altogether, and we're going to call this function fetch category wise products, and here get the category, and we don't need to mention the type over here because, as I told, JavaScript is a dynamically typed language. And now to make this function asynchronous, we can pass in asynchronous over here. Otherwise we could have created function like this, which will be constant fetch category product equal to this, and pass in an arrow function like this and call this asynchronous. Like we've created callback functions multiple times, but let's try an alternative syntax right now. So we have async function and we have the category now as well. So we need to find the category orders. So we will have let category orders equal to await order dot find. And now what do we need to find? We need to find the orders of that particular category. So let me minimize this. So we need to find orders in every product to check if their product over here is having the category of the category that is mentioned over here. So for that we are going to pass in a string. Every time we did category like this, for suppose if we have await product dot find, then we need to pass in category like this. But for order we need cat products, which is this array, the main array. Inside of that product, which is this one array, which we can call product. So we have this particular product and we need to find its category. So we have dot category, and you can see the error already showing up. We can't use anything like this. So we need to convert it to a string and then match it. So we need to match it with the category, and boom, we have all the category orders now. Now similar to this part, we need to loop through all the products so that we can get their total earnings. Also we need to create a variable called let earnings equal to 0. We will take this earnings and replace total earnings with this earnings, and use category orders anywhere we see orders. So we have category orders category orders, and even your category orders. And finally, after that, we need to return earnings. Alright, now we can take this fetch category wise product and use that. And we need to use this 5 more times, right? We have 5 categories created. So to get category wise, so let's type it here, category wise order fetching. Now we can just do await fetch category wise product and pass in mobiles as the very first category. I hope that is what we named it. If we go back to our global variables, here we can see we have mobiles, essentials, appliances. So we just need to copy names from here. And then we are going to save it in a mobile earnings variable so that we can send it to our client side. And we are going to paste it 4 more times. Let's remove it 1 more time. And now we have essentials. So let's paste it over here. Then we have appliances. Let's paste that. After that, books, and then fashion. So let's pass it in. And we are copying it from here, not from the list that we created while giving the admin the option of, selecting from a drop down menu. And that's because we have already matched then the name of the category products. Over here, it's going to be called essential earnings. Then we need appliance earnings. And let me just name this correctly. Alright. After that, we have books earnings, and fashion earnings. Great. Now we just need to send it over. So let's create an object for that called earnings. And then it will include the total earnings and all these category earnings. So we can use the shorthand syntax and pass it in. Essential earnings, appliance earnings, books earnings, and fashion earnings. Now we can just use res.json and send this earnings that we created. Great. So we have this admin analytics. Now we just need to display those analytics. So what we can do is go to the client side and close admin. So we have a new screen now called analytics underscore screen dot, import the material dot, and create a stateful widget called analytics screen, call it as a constant, and now we are going to return a column. This column is going to show the graph and the total earnings. But before showing that, let's create an API for that in admin services. So we'll quickly go to the admin services, and here we need to create a GET request. So let's see if we have a GET request already created. And we already have that. We need to make some changes over here, but that's fine. So here we have it. Now here, instead of returning a list of orders, what we are going to return is a map of string, dynamic. And that's because we're not converting anything, right? We will get that data in a map or a string, and then we will create it in a new refined map or a string, and then get and display those earnings. So we have the earnings, we will require build context, and now this will be of sales. And for that, we are going to create a new model. This sales variable is going to help us plot on the graph. So for that, we can create a new model. So we can create it in the admin itself, because this is not going to be a public model. It's going to be only for the admin to see. So we can create a sales model there. And it's going to be very different from what we've already created, because we are not going to have JSON serialization or copy with function, anything like that. So here we are going to have class sales, and it will just have a string of label of what to display, and then the total earning. So we have final int earning, and take this sales, pass it in this dot label, then this dot earning, and this is not even a named constructor. And this is what we are going to have: list of sale of sales. After that, we are also going to store the total earning. So now we are going to return these both as a map, sales and the total earning. So here, let's quickly pass in the admin. So we will have, well, let's see, admin slash analytics, pass in the required header. It's a get request, so nothing else is required. Also, the total earning can be 0 for now. And in on success, things are going to be very different. So let's remove it. So here what we are going to have is, first of all, convert the response in a JSON in a normal format. So we are going to decode that JSON and we need to call this, let's say, response, so that it's different from this response over here. After that, we need to set the total earning, and total earning will be equal to response. Don't use res because the response is a JSON format, you can't access it. But this response is dynamic and it will just decode that JSON data and we can access total earning on it. Make sure that this total earning over here is similar to the admin route that we passed over here, which is total earnings, and we've already made a mistake, so let's fix that. After that, we need to add to the sales variable the labels and all the sales model. So we have sales and we need to pass in the labels. So the labels, very first label is going to be mobiles, and these labels are basically what's going to show up on the graph. So that's what we are creating because we directly need to show it on the graph. So we have mobile and then we have response of mobile earnings, and then we need to add more, but let's quickly verify that we're going correct. So we have mobile earnings and all of them have an S at the last, so there's no scope of error now. So let's quickly add these 4 new categories. So we have essentials, pass in essential earnings, then we need books, so we have book earnings, and now I'm again confused if I named it correctly. Nope, we need to access books earnings. Then we have appliances, we will access that using appliance earnings, and then finally fashion, which will be response at fashion earnings. After having both of these created, we need to return a map, which will be first of all the sales, so we'll pass in the sales, and then the total earnings, which will be total earning. Or you can just rename this, but I think just to have so many variable names is going to be disturbing, so let's pass in total earnings itself. Now we can go to the analytics screen, create an init state function and remove the to do part, and also create get for get earnings. Take this get earnings and we're going to call this asynchronous, and now we will fetch the data. So again, final admin services is equal to admin services, create a global variable of total earnings. So we have int total sales, which can be nullable because the total sales can be 0, but if we pass in nullable, it can be nullable, so we can check that way. And similar thing for list of sales, so we have earnings. Now what we will do is store it in a variable called var variable earning data, which is equal to await admin services dot get earnings, pass in the context. Now this earning data is a map. If you hover over this, map string dynamic, because the return type of this function was map string dynamic. Now we need to set this to total earnings or total sales, which will be earning data at total earnings, and then earnings will be equal to earning data at sales, Then we need to set state, and here we have it. Done. Now why we created this in a separate variable, so that we don't have to call this function 2 times. Alright. Otherwise what we would have to do is pass it in over here like this, then like this, remove this and remove this. And that would be really bad, calling the function 2 times. So instead what we are going to do is earning data and then save it like this. After that, we are going to check if earnings is equal to null. Then we need to show a loader and this. Now, earnings is null or the sales is null, the total sales, sorry. So if either of them are null, we want to show a loader, otherwise a column. Now this column will be children. And the first child that we need is a text showing the total sales, so that we finally have an output on the screen. So we have total sales, pass in the dollar over here, so that we get total sales variable, and pass in the dollar sign. After that, we are going to have a style, and we are going to call this as a constant text style of font size 20 and font weight of font weight dot bold. So now if we see the output, we can't see anything because we need to bind this analytics screen. So let's quickly go to the admin screen and pass in the constant analytics screen. After that, let's restart and see what we're getting. So here if I go over here, we can see total earnings as 2008 and we placed an order of 2008, which is great, it's working. Now after this, we need to show a chart, and for chart, we're going to use a plugin known as charts_flutter. You can even search fl_chart, which is a good library. This is a very powerful library, you can see that, and you can see the graphs are even more better and very customizable. But for this, we are going to use charts_flutter. So let's quickly add that dependency, stop our app execution, and in this admin, create a widget known as category products chart. So that will allow us to have our own chart displaying. And in case we want the graph to be seen on other places, this can be a very reusable thing. So here, first of all, let's import material dart, and also let's quickly run without debugging. So here we also need import of charts_flutter flutter.dart as charts. Alright, now we can create a stateless widget. So we can call this, let's say, category products chart. And now we are going to return what's known as a bar chart given by this very plugin, charts_flutter. This requires one argument, one positional argument, so we can pass in series list. And what is the series list? We are going to accept that from the constructor. So we have final list of series, which is another thing provided by this plugin, and it's going to consist of sales and string. And we're going to call this series list. We are going to require this through the constructor. Also import sales over here. After having series list, that's all we can do, or we can set animate set to true. So whenever we come on this screen, it will make sure that this graph animates in a vertical direction or whatever animation has been given to it. So here we can go to the analytics screen and put a trailing comma also over here. Now we can use category products screen or products chart and pass in the series list. Well, it's going to be series, right? So we have series and then we need to pass in the ID. Well, the ID is going to be sales. It's not going to be outputted on the screen. Then we need to pass in data, and we have the data already, which is earnings. You can see it requires a list of sales, and we've already passed in the earnings. After that, we need the domain function, and this domain function is what's going to show up on the x-axis. So here we are going to pass in sales.label, and now we need to create an instance variable of sales, but actually we don't need to create that. Domain function will already give that. So here we are going to receive sales of sales and other thing that is not useful for us, and then we can have sales.label, and measure function is going to be the y-axis. So now we have access to earning, and there we have it. Now you can see we are getting this error, and this error is mainly because the category products chart is going to have, well, this chart's Flutter, and this is also Flutter. So what we need to do is, as charts, use this, and then our error goes away over here, but here we have to use it like charts.category products chart, not this actually, charts.series like this, because this is our custom widget, but the series is provided by the plugin. Great. Now if I come over here, we should not be able to see anything. Yeah, we get that render flow error, and now we need to specify a specific height for this. So we can wrap this with a size box and specify the height, let's say 250, and let's see what we get. You can see we are getting it correctly. So let's quickly go over here, and we have that shown as well. That means our graph is working and it's showing us it correctly. So now, having all of this created, we can come back to the user side and create the last function, that is logging out, and then we can test it on Android to see if there is any bug or anything. Then we can deploy our own server, and then I think we are good to go. Alright, so we are back in the user side of the application, and now if I click over here on the account screen, you can see we have the logout button ready. We just need to click on this and log out. So let's quickly go there. Let's close all the save files and go to our very last feature, which is the top buttons. Here we have the logout, and it's an account, so we need to go to their services and add the logout functionality. Well, we will have void logout, and we will require a build context, and then we need to create it asynchronous. Then we can have a try and a catch block. In the catch block, we will have a show snack bar, obviously, where we will show e.toString. Alright, now what do we need to do? Well, to log out, we need to understand how logged in works. So whenever we try to log user in, we store their user authentication token in shared preferences, and then based on that token, we are checking if that token is there. That means that the user is logged in. Otherwise, the user is not logged in. We are not storing the user's logged in condition anywhere in our database. We are storing that on the user's device itself. So we need to get access to shared preferences, which will be equal to shared preferences dot get instance. Now after having instance to that, we just need to make sure that we set the string empty, so that whenever we come to this auth service where we get the user's data, which is when the application starts, we are running this function. So whenever we get this user string, and the token can be nullable, so the token here is empty, so it will tell us that the token is not valid, and then it will not get us to the home screen. So here we just need to do await shared preferences dot set string, key will be x auth token, similar to what we had in the auth service, which is this x auth token, and we need to make sure that it's lowercase. So let's quickly type lowercase, and the value over here, it's going to be an empty string. Great. Having that, we are making sure that there is no more set string or anything. Now we just need to make sure that we push the user on the auth screen.route name, right? So here we just do navigator dot push named and remove until auth screen.route name. So let's quickly have that. And then we can set route set to false. Great. So we are going to go to this auth screen and it will pop off all the other screens that come in between. Also we can set provider to null or empty strings, whatever, but I don't think there is any use case for that because anyways we are back on the main screen, it wouldn't really matter. So if I click on logout now, nothing would happen because I have to bind this function. So let's quickly go over here and use account services, and we need to create that instance. So let's copy this and our final account services. And now instead of creating this account services instance as final, and thus because of that we need to create this as a stateful widget, we're going to remove all of this and convert this to a stateless widget. And now we need to create a constructor for that, so we can add key to constructors, and yep, we have it. Now we can just use account services so that like this, because if we create the instance of the account services over here, it will become a stateful widget. So here we have account services dot logout, pass in the build context, and here we have it. Now if I click on logout, we went back to the auth screen, and if I try to go back, I'm not able to go back. I'll restart the application and we are still not able to go there. So that means our app is working and it's completed. We have completed so many features. I hope you learned something from it. Now the last thing that we need to cover is deployment, and then after deploying it, we'll test it on the Android device as well. So here to deploy it, we are going to use Heroku.com. It's a cloud application platform. You can see it over here. It allows us to host our servers over here, which will provide us with URL, which we can replace with our URI, which is the IP address, because IP address will make sure that it only works locally when we are connected to that particular Wi-Fi of which IP address we got. And with Heroku, we are able to get a server where we can deploy our server and it will be accessible to everyone and we can publish it out. So let's quickly sign up. You need to enter all of this, the first name. So I'm going to pass in Rana Avat, and then the email address. So here we need to pass in your email address and the primary development language I've selected as Nodejs over here. You can just use any other thing you want. It really doesn't matter for now. So now let's click on create free account. Alright, so I've logged in and here I am. Terms of service. I'm not in Italy, so I'll just click on accept. If you are, then select that option. So here we are. Welcome to Heroku. Account has been set up. Let's get started. So now we need to create a new app. So let's quickly create a new app. We need to enter the app name. So we are going to name this Amazon clone. And this should start with the lowercase. So we have Amazon clone. Yep. This is not available. So we can call this Revan. And Amazon clone Revan is available. So we have United States. Based on this name, we are going to get a URL. So make sure whatever you type in is according to the URL you wanted. And I'm going to choose a region, United States itself. And you can choose Europe, whatever you want. It wouldn't matter. After that, we need to deploy it. To deploy it, either you can use the Heroku CLI or you can connect with GitHub. Now to connect, I'm going to connect with GitHub. So for that, what I'm going to do is stop this server execution, clear off everything, and now run git init, git add, git commit -m uploading server, and then also actually before doing that I would have preferred doing node_modules, ignoring them. So if you're familiar with Git, what you need to do is .git ignore and ignore the node modules. I've not done that, but make sure to do it. After that, we need to set up and create a GitHub account. So I'm quickly going to create my GitHub account. Here, click on new and create Amazon server tutorial. I'm just going to delete this repository after trying it out, but now we are going to click on create repository and we need to make this public. So yep, now we need to add get remote add origin, get remote add, pass in this URL, and I think we need to pass in origin, and then we need to finally do get push that dash u origin master. After this, it will make sure that it uploads to GitHub, so we can clear it off. And if you're not familiar with GitHub, I'll mention the resource in the description below from where you can learn it out. So we have our Amazon server tutorial passed in, so I can come over here, connect to GitHub. I'm going to authorize Heroku for now, pass in my password. So after getting the URL from there, you need to update your global variables URI thing and remove your IP address, and instead of that, put that. And also before uploading, what you needed to do was, I forgot to tell you, over here in this port, you need to specify something known as process.env.port or 3000. That means that it will look up. So when we deploy, Node will give it a particular port. It will not be 3000. It will give it a random port. It can be 3000, but it will not be 3000 always. So here we will have process.env.port. So it will take in that port that Node gives us. Otherwise, if it's not mentioned, then we can take 3000 port. So after having done that, you have passed it over here. There's no need of this anymore, so you can remove it. But even if you keep it, there's no worry about it. And then finally again deploy it to Heroku, get the URL, and it will be the same URL after deploying it, redeploying it, and then you can go to the global variables, change your URI, and then our app should work perfectly. So now I'm going to run it on Pixel 5 emulator and see if it's working or not. So I'm going to run without debugging and check if there is any error in the debug console. And here you can see we are already getting an error. And if you got this error and I'm looking into it late, you can just go to the build.gradle file, and here the minimum SDK version is 19. So make sure to add that and now run it without debugging. Alright, so our app is built and here we get the create account and sign in thing. So let's quickly create an account. I'm going to call this Rivan R, pass in the email, let's say rivan@gmail.com, and pass in R over here, 3, let's say. So I'm just going to click on sign up, account has been created, then click on sign in, and then sign in. And here we have it. We are able to see the deal of the day. We have a whole different cart. And now let's actually search some product, which is MacBook. I'll click on enter and I'll add to cart, rate it with a 1.5 star, and then go to the cart, proceed to buy an item, and here we have the Google Pay button. You can see if we click over here, Google Pay requires a Google account to be set up on this device. We need to set up Google Pay. You can try it on a real device. So here I'm going to have so here we are going to have 101 fake street, and it doesn't really matter if we enter or not because we can't place an order. But rest of the things are working. It feels like that. No orders are there still. Then we can click on deal of the day. We can search products. After that, we can click on log out and we are logged out again. So this is a bonus section in this tutorial because Flutter 3 has come up. It was announced on Google I/O. So here we are. So what we are going to do is see if there is any breaking changes. I've upgraded to Flutter 3. If you want to upgrade to, you can run Flutter upgrade and then it will show you all the necessary stuff. If everything goes well, it will show you like this. Otherwise, it will also show you the suggestion of how you can install it properly, or you can search it on the net. So I have it here. What I'm going to do now is open VS Code and see if there is any upgraded version or there is any changing breaking code. So I'm just going to exit VS Code, update and open it again. So here we have it. Let's see if we're getting any suggestion. Here you can see the Flutter version is Flutter 3.0.0 and the Dart version is now 2.17. Great. So now what I'm going to do is try and run the application to see if it's working or not. So let me get my IS simulator and also keep track of all the warnings that show up and everything that shows up. Alright, so our app has launched, but we get these warnings, and I've been looking about these warnings throughout my Discord server and all of the servers I'm in. So this has nothing to do with it. It's just that Flutter, when it upgrades again to some other version, they'll fix all of these things. But as of now, we don't need to worry about this. This is inside Flutter's code itself. So we can just ignore these for now. Let's see if we're getting any warnings or errors anywhere. And it doesn't seem like we do. Let's remove all of the warnings and continue in our application. So let me quickly remove all of these things that I've not done. And yep, now we don't have any warnings. So let's close all the saved files, then save all the other files, and then again close all the saved files. Great. So now if I come back over here and pass in the sign in. So let's say test123@gmail.com and pass in the password as test123. Click on sign in and we are signing in. Here we are. Everything looks great and there doesn't seem any other error. Now in case you don't know about Flutter 3, it introduced usage of material 3 in our application. So you can go in the main.dart file and in the theme data, use material 3. Here we have it, the option and the property, and set it to true. After this, it wouldn't do anything great in our application except this part. You can see this looks much better. Even this, it's rounded and it's making it on its own. You can see the ripple effect over here. This has also changed because of material 3. And now this doesn't really look like Amazon, but it looks cool though. So I'm not complaining there. The proceed to buy items, you can see it's rounded on its own. If we increase this, it doesn't matter. And here we have it. The icons also seem to be a bit changed, and nothing else will really change in our application because we're using designs from scratch. But you can see it looks great. Even the effect over here. So if you want, you can use this. Otherwise, just use the normal thing that we've created and we're back to normal. But I like this better, so I'm going to use material 3 and just add a comment that you can remove this line. For anyone who's referring to the source code, we can have this. And this will keep coming until the next version of Flutter, but I just wanted to show it to you that nothing is changing here in our code, so you can follow along, and that's it. So this was the tutorial. Thank you so much for watching. See you in the next video.